Poo work. The moment Yi Yuan's voice faded, he immediately spewed out a large mouthful of blood mist. The qi and blood flow of the human body naturally had their rules. Stabbing the acupoints with a golden needle, causing the vital energy and blood to flow in reverse was equivalent to forcefully reversing the directional flow of the qi and blood within the body. The burden it caused on the body was virtually unimaginable. During the period where one's qi and blood flowed in reverse, it could give the person who used the needle a short-term boost in strength. Then afterward, what awaited would be death from deficiency of vital energy and blood. Yi Yuan using this kind of means was equivalent to using a method that killed 3,000 of the enemy at the cost of losing 3,000 of his own. The consequences too disastrous to imagine. Su Mao looked at Yi Yuan, his expression extremely ugly as he said, You lunatic, you don't want your life anymore. Wei smiled coldly and said, Relax, it won't take my life. A perfect sixth transformation golden body is even stronger than you imagine. Now you guys can start running away. But you have to be faster than me. Bang! Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest and arrived in front of that injured assassin with a teleport. One exchange struck him flying. Following that, Yi Yuan pointed his finger and directly crippled his divine. See, completely ignoring the other party's misery, Yi Yuan directly carried him in, his hand like holding a chicken, and chased after another person. The current Yi Yuan was overflowing with vital energy, much stronger than before. At that time in the city, these people were already not Yi Yuan's match. Let alone now. Fresh blood stained his clothes red with a blood-stained style. Su Mao's expression became extremely ugly. How could he still dare to remain? With his figure moving, he disappeared from where he was. The other two people were the same as him, it was just that they fled separately. They only hoped that Yi Yuan would not chase after them. Yi Yuan just gave a cold laugh, striding out and caught up to one of the assassins in virtually an instant. Bang! 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 3 punches in a row, each punch heavier than the last. That assassin only blocked for a moment. Then his chest had a large hole slammed into it. Then, he similarly had his divine C wasted by Yi Yuan and carried in his hand. These few people's actions had long already made Yi Yuan go completely berserk. The current Yi Yuan was attacking in rage. How would he still show any leniency? The movements of true god powerhouses were exceedingly fast in the end, shuttling through the void, 10,000 miles in an instant. In this short while, the other two people already disappeared without a trace. But Yi Yuan had long left divine sense imprints on them. As long as they did not escape out of a certain radius, Yi Yuan could track them down. When Yi Yuan was at the 6th firmament celestial deity realm, the 4th firmament true god Yu Wenfeng and the rest already could not match up to him. In terms of speed, now Yi Yuan already reached the peak 9th firmament celestial deity realm. The speed of his spatial shift was even several times faster. Catching up to 2nd firmament true gods was naturally nothing difficult. The reason why he chose to make a move here was that the topography of this place was a spacious open space. Yi Yuan could display spatial shift without restraint. Yi Yuan took out a rope and strung the 2 assassins up like dead dogs, dragging them behind him, following which, he took a step out and disappeared on the spot once more. After several dozen breaths, Yi Yuan caught up to another person again and crippled him, tying him up with the other 2 people onto the same rope. Now there was only Su Mao alone left. The current Su Mao was akin to a dog who lost its home, desperately running. He urged his divine essence to the limits, praying crazily in his heart for Yi Yuan to not come to find him first. Time slowly trickled by. Sure enough, as he had hoped for, Yi Yuan did not chase after. Su Mao let out a slight sigh of relief in his heart. But he still did not dare to ease up in the slightest. I can definitely escape. He used a reverse flow art, and can't sustain it for too long. As long as I can hold on until his vital energy is exhausted, I'll be able to escape. Su Mao was yelling frantically in his heart. How could the current Su Mao still dare to think about dealing a counterattack? After Yi Yuan's vital energy was exhausted, he only wanted to escape. At this very moment, he only hoped that the other two people could slightly delay for a bit more time. It was just that the results turned out contrary to his expectations. Roar! Suddenly, in the void ahead, a dragon roar came from head-on. Su Mao's face changed drastically, hurriedly responding. But this universe dragon claw move came too suddenly. Furthermore, the power was immense. Bang! Intense energy undulations came from the air. Su Mao's figure flew out, backward, fresh blood spurting wildly. Yi Yuan's figure slowly walked out of the void. He looked toward Su Mao with a cold face and said calmly, "You deserve death." Su Mao had a look of despair on his face. Directly kneeling down in front of Yi Yuan, he wept. I was wrong. I beg you, let me off." "Let you off? Then who will let the Heavenly Eagle Imperial City Marshal artists who died unjustly off? You rest assured, I won't kill you right now. I'll use your dog head to hold a memorial ceremony for the deceased souls that died in Heavenly Eagle." As he said, Yi Yuan extended a claw out once more. Bang! Su Mao was directly slammed underground. Yi Yuan directly crippled his divine Sea with a flash. Following that, a cold light flashed. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. It was only to hear a series of miserable screams like a pig getting slaughtered transmit over. Su Mao, 4 people's hand and leg tendons were already severed. They had their divine seas wasted and their hand and leg tendons severed. Now, they were equivalent to cripples, unable to even stand up. Finished with these, Yi Yuan spat out a long turbid breath and fell to the ground with a thud, unable to move anymore. No idea how long had passed either. A figure walked out of the void. Bai Tong looked at the unconscious Yi Yuan and took a look at Su Mao, who was still wailing on the ground. Heaving a sigh, he said, "What a chivalrous kid. I can't be compared to you." Finished saying, Bai Tong carried Yi Yuan on his back, carrying Su Mao 4 people with one hand, and disappearing into the void again. At 9 Pledge Imperial Capital, inside the hidden chamber of the small inn, Shadowin's brows knitted tightly together. He looked at the communication talisman in his hand and muttered to himself, "What a terrific Yi Yuan, making a trip to lustrous gold great imperial capital." He actually brought back quite a number of True God realm powerhouses. I really didn't expect that a puny little Heavenly Eagle Imperial City actually has people of such extraordinary talents lying in hiding. Looks like I have to personally make this trip. This half a year, Lu Xian had always been keeping in contact with Shadowwind. Just earlier, he received Lu Xian's transmission, saying that Yi Yuan brought back quite a few True God realm martial artists from lustrous gold great imperial capital. Now, the entire City Lord Manor was surrounded by True God realm powerhouses. Just based on the few of them, it was very hard to charge in and capture Yi Yuan. Because of this, Shadowwind also felt that it was very troublesome. A 6th Firmament True God, 3/5 Firmament True Gods. Looks like our 9 Pledge branch need to attack in full force this time. Done talking, Shadowwind kneaded seals with both hands. Streams of black threads traveled into the void. Half a month later, one black shadow after another dashed into this underground hidden chamber. These were all the 9 Pledge branch's elite assassins. Normally, they lurked in some imperial capitals and great imperial capitals. It was rare to call all of them back. But this time, for the sake of capturing Yi Yuan, Shadowwind actually summoned all of them back. Among these people, the weakest one was a 4th Firmament True God powerhouse. The powerful ones even reached the 7th Firmament True God realm. And the 9 Pledge branch's branch head, Shadowwind, was an 8th Firmament True God super powerhouse to begin with. This lineup was more than sufficient to eliminate an imperial capital too. "Your Excellency? What did you call us back for?" "Yeah, there are so many gathered in the 9 Pledge branch. This is an unprecedented thing. Everyone clamored to get a word in, clearly very perplexed by Shadowin's actions. Although the Nine-Pledge branch looked like an inconspicuous place, this branch's strength was sufficient to sweep across a high-order imperial capital. Normally, these people were scattered all over the place. Gathering all of them in one go, everyone was clearly all very curious. Shadowwind waved his hand and signaled everyone to be quiet before slowly saying, "Summoning you all here, there's naturally an important thing to do." Shadowwind gave an introduction to Heavenly Eagle's situation. Everyone turned, pale with fright when they heard it. A tiny little imperial city actually has such powerful strength? Is it real or fake? That's merely a puny little celestial deity realm brat. The myriad treasure tower would send so many peoples to come and protect him. What the hell do you know? Yi Yuan is currently the myriad treasure towers money tree. Sending more people to protect him is also very normal. This tiny little underground secret room was currently plotting how to deal with Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Inside the 9 pledge imperial capitals, City Lord Manor, Yu Wenfeng was currently responding to this somber middle-aged man in front of him cautiously. The middle-aged man was called Duan Yi, the Tower Master of 5 Firmament. Great Imperial Capital's Myriad Treasure Tower, a 9th Firmament True God. Super Powerhouse. This, Lord Duan Yi, just what underhanded activities are there inside that small inn? Yu Wenfeng asked. He could not hold back his curiosity. Duan Yi sat up straight, lightly drinking fragrant tea, a look of reminiscing, the aftertaste on his face. City Lord, you being able to endure until now before asking, somewhat exceeded my expectations. Not that this Duan isn't telling you, but that I'm afraid of scaring you. Do you really want to know? Duan Yi said with a light smile. Yu Wenfeng's pupils constricted. He had long expected that tiny little inn in the city was not ordinary. To be able to make a mighty 9th firmament True God powerhouse personally garrison the City Lord Manor. How could this matter be simple? Moreover, there were even no less than 20 late-stage True God realm powerhouses staying in the City Lord Manor currently. This kind of horrifying lineup made Yu Wenfeng unable to have a good sleep. These few days, he was incomparably shocked in his heart, because while these were many True God realm powerhouses, they did not belong to the same faction. Such as, this Duan Yi was the Tower Master of 5 Firmament Great Imperial Capital's Myriad Treasure Tower that had jurisdiction over 9 pledge Imperial Capital, while the other few people, some came from Great Imperial Capitals, some came from some high-order Imperial Capitals. There were even a few who were powerhouses that came from other heavenly Emperor Bodemandas. It was just that, who could make these people gather here? An Empyrean? Empyrean powerhouses could not possibly mobilize the True God powerhouses of so many places either. Just whose face was it that was so big? Yu Wenfeng was full of curiosity. It stifled him badly these few days. These people quietly sneaked into the City Lord Manor and did not alarm anyone. Right now, inside the City Lord Manor, only he alone knew these people's background. Looking at Duan Yi, Yu Wenfeng nodded his head firmly and said, Lord Duan, please clarify. Duan Yi drank another mouthful of tea and said with a smile, actually that small inn is a branch of the Death Soul Gate. If my conjectures are right, there are probably no fewer than 10 middle stage and above True God realm powerhouses in that inn right now. Smash! Yu Wenfeng shuddered. The teacup in his hand immediately fell to the ground. His complexion instantly became deathly pale, 2 feet quaking nonstop. The Death Soul Gate, that was a name that everyone trembled with fear upon hearing. And this terrifying force actually had such a powerful branch under his rule. How many years had they existed? Also, how many people and how many factions had they eliminated under his hands? Yu Wenfeng's mind was in chaos, full of lingering fear. But Lord Duan, your Myriad Treasure Tower also won't be willing to oppose the Death Soul Gate, right? Yu Wenfeng said rather uncertainly. Duan Yi smiled and said, Our Myriad Treasure Tower does business. As long as There's sufficient profit, it's naturally worth us taking action. Moreover, this faction that has a notorious reputation, so everyone has a duty to punish them. Yu Wenfeng was shocked in his heart, becoming even more curious about this person controlling it at the back. Right at this time, a figure quietly appeared in the Great Hall. The arrival bowed in salute toward Duan Yi and said, "Lord Duan, the Death Soul Gate has set off." Yu Wenfeng's entire body trembled, suddenly realizing that a large-scale true God Realm Great Battle was about to begin right away. Duan Yi took his time to drink a mouthful of tea, slowly got up and said, "Call them all up, this Death Soul Gate's 9 pledge branch has brought disaster for many years and should also be exterminated." The Death Soul Gate's people, the group of people went out of the city and tore off the disguises on their bodies. Shadow Wind instructed, "Be more low-profile along the way. Don't startle the grass and alert the enemy. When we reach Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, we'll lay low and enter first. Let's wait for the right moment to take action." Understood. Yes, Lord Shadow Wind. Everyone received the orders, all tearing across the air. It was just that they did not know that their every action and movement was being surveyed. And ahead, what awaited them was a heaven-shocking ambush. The party was currently in the midst of swift travel when suddenly several dozen horrifying energy undulations passed through the void and smashed onto them. Rumble. Above the sky, a massive loud bang echoed. The weak ones were actually directly blown to death by the berserk energy. This sudden turn of events was too abrupt. Everyone practically did not react in time. High above the sky, miserable screams linked up together. Shadowin's expression instantly became extremely ugly. They fell into an ambush. How was this possible? It had always been their Death Soul Gate who ambushed people. When had they been ambushed by others before? Who is it? Come out for this lord. Injuring people by underhanded means, what kind of hero are you considered? Shadow Wind roared angrily. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. With this roar of his, more than 2 figures surrounded from all directions, encircling this party tightly in the center. When Shadow Wind and the rest saw such a lineup, their faces immediately became ashen pale. More than 20 late-stage true God realm powerhouses, this kind of strength was simply outrageous to hear. A middle-aged person among them was even a horrifying 9th firmament true God existence, dealing with a bunch of people who perpetuates every conceivable crime and are unpardonably evil. Injuring via underhanded means is also considered heroic, right? Shadowin's expression flickered incessantly and said to Duan Yi with clasped hands, "This brother, I don't understand what you're talking about. We're just a bunch of people who are hurrying along the way. I wonder what's the reason for you all to lie in ambush here." Duan Yi looked at Shadow Wind and said with a slight smile, "Shadow Wind, as Death Soul Gate's 9 pledge branches head, I don't believe that you don't recognize this Tower Lord." Shadowin's heart sunk, secretly wondering to himself how were they exposed? He naturally knew the dignified 5 firmament great imperial capital's myriad treasure towers Tower Lord, a powerful 9th firmament true God realm existence. As Death Soul Gate's branch head, how could he possibly not know? Seeing Shadow Wind not speak, Duan Yi said coolly, "Are you very curious why your identities would be exposed? Hoo-hoo, let you meet someone you'll naturally understand." As he said, a figure slowly walked out of the void. Shadow Wind looked toward the arrival. His pupils constricted involuntarily as he cried out in shock, "Yi Yuan!" This shock was by no means insignificant. Could it be that these 20 over true God realm powerhouses were all summoned over by Yi Yuan? How could this sort of thing be possible? Even if Yi Yuan could refine the soul-driving Dao fusion pill, it was still not possible to have such great rallying power, right? Forget that Yi Yuan was just a puny little celestial deity realm. Even an Empyrean powerhouse also could not possibly rally true God realm powerhouses, belonging to so many different factions at the same time. Lord Shadowwind, although it's our first time meeting, thinking about it, you shouldn't be very unfamiliar with me, right? Yi Yuan looked at Shadowwind and said coolly. Shadowwind's expression changed several times and said in a solemn voice, "You, how did you do it?" He was indeed incomparably stunned in his heart currently. There were far too many doubts. Firstly, their Death Soul Gates assassins all carried highly toxic medicinal pills. Once the mission failed, they would commit suicide. But the black lotuses in his secret chamber did not dissipate. It showed that those 5 people did not die. Actually, even if these people did not die, how could they possibly send him this intel to mislead him? It was completely impossible for their Death Soul Gates people to be controlled by people. It was just that he did not know that Yi Yuan had a divine soul-type Empyrean spirit treasure in his hand. Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile, "Your Death Soul Gates poison pills are merely thus encountering me. Even if they want to die, they also can't die. As for why these seniors are willing to come to help me, it's because I still have another identity. I am the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's head elder." Shadowwind's pupils constricted, his eyes revealing a look of disbelief. The Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's illustrious fame, he naturally knew about it. The Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's head elder, what kind of concept was that? That was to say that those Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders who were ridiculously old all had to bow their heads in submission to Yi Yuan. The Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders, each person's identity was far more exalted than even Duan Yi, this kind of myriad treasure tower's tower master. Hence, how exalted was Yi Yuan's identity? It was just that Yi Yuan still had not broken through to true God realm currently, so how in the world did he do it? His alchemy Dao talent was actually so horrifying? Although the Death Soul Gate was well-informed, Yi Yuan and Empyrean Flutterfeather battling in alchemy, this sort of inside news, they naturally did not know about it. Shadowwind discovered that the Death Soul Gate's action this time was simply screwing him over. Or should he say, the Death Soul Gate underestimated this Yi Yuan too much. The Death Soul Gate took fancy on Yi Yuan being able to refine the soul-driving Dao fusion pill. That was why they wanted to abduct him away. But how could Yi Yuan's value be just a mere soul-driving Dao fusion pill? Shadowwind raised his head to the sky and let out a long sigh as he said, "Mistake. A grave mistake." Suddenly, his gaze turned intent, staring at Yi Yuan as he said, "Yi Yuan, you dare to destroy my Death Soul Gate's 9 pledge branch? Haven't you considered the consequences?" Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "Of course I've considered it, but even if I let you leave, will your Death Soul Gate let me go? Furthermore, as long as the 9 pledge branch evaporates into thin air, I don't believe that your Death Soul Gate really dares to send people to come and touch me again." Shadowwind laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Evaporate into thin air? Haha, do you really think that just based on these people you can keep all of us behind?" Yi Yuan looked at Shadowwind and smiled. He took out a tiny tile. All of a sudden, the surrounding space all solidified. Death Soul Gate's people revealed a greatly astonished look as they cried out in surprise, "Traceless spatial lock! Ho-ho! Looks like this thing is still pretty useful. With this, you all have nowhere to run anymore, right?" Yi Yuan looked at Shadowwind and said with a smile that was not a smile. Shadowwind's face was ashen. He finally knew what was called getting caught in one's own trap. The true God mystic treasure that he used to deal with Yi Yuan was actually being used to deal with him now. As an 8th firmament true God mighty powerhouse, even if he could not beat Duan Yi, escaping under the chaotic battle was still not an issue. But now space was directly locked down. How could he still run? Tower Master Duan seniors, the remaining things will be left to you guys. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly and withdrew out of the battle circle. Duani nodded his head and said, "Rest assured, not one can escape. Leave this shadow wind to me. The rest will have to trouble everybody." Everyone answered, "Tower Master Duan, rest assured." Finished talking, Duan Yi's world domain released, immediately giving the other party a tremendous sense of pressure. Shadow Wind was akin to facing a great enemy. He was only an eighth firmament. True God. It was still a little too forceful to match up against the ninth firmament True God Duan-E. Two great pinnacle experts fighting together, the others also each displayed their means, encircling the suppressing the Death Soul Gates people. Death Soul Gates people were already ambushed earlier, their casualties heavy. Now, facing so many True God realm powerhouses, how could they still hold out? Although the Death Soul Gate also had quite a number of powerhouses, the powerhouses on Yi Yuan's side were even more than theirs. Yi Yuan had long learned of the Death Soul Gate branch's strength from Lu Xian. The powerhouses that he found were naturally not mediocre. The current battle situation was basically 2-on-1, or even a situation of 3 versus 1. Very soon, those Death Soul Gates powerhouses perished one after another. Shadowin's strength was indeed formidable. By relying on unpredictable and ever-changing means, he could actually persist bitterly under Duan Yi's hands. But it was also merely persisting bitterly. The ninth firmament True God powerhouses already stood at the peak of True God realm and were far from what eighth firmament True Gods could compare to. Shadow Wind being defeated was also just a matter of time. Yi Yuan looked at the scene, a hint of delight flashing across in his heart. He learned from Lu Xian there that this Death Soul Gate's 9 pledge branch could be said to have committed countless crimes and misdeeds. This branch had already existed for several tens of thousands of years. In this period, the powerhouses that died under their hands could be counted in hundreds of thousands. There were even a few times where they destroyed all celestial deity realm and above powerhouses in an imperial capital overnight. The innocent civilians who died under their hands were even too many to enumerate. This kind of underground force was simply utterly devoid of conscience. In the past, Yi Yuan still did not understand the Death Soul Gate very well. But now they provoked him so they would have to suffer his wrath. Hence, he set up a huge scheme finding more than 20 True God realm powerhouses, catching this branch in one fell swoop. Very soon, the dust settled. Someone as powerful as Shadow Wind also turned to ashes in the end under the suppression of Duan Yi's powerful means. Death Soul Gate's 9 pledge branch was utterly destroyed henceforth. As for some celestial deity-level assassins, Yi Yuan already made the arrangements. Not one could escape. Duan Yi's figure moved, arriving before Yi Yuan. He then said with a smile, "Elder Yi, we were fortunate to not have failed the mission. This Shadow Wind is also indeed hard to handle. If an 8th firmament True God came, they might really not be a match." Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, "Thanks for the trouble, Tower Master. Also, to all the seniors, today's favor, this Yi has noted it down. In the future, when this Yi breaks through to True God realm, there will definitely be generous repayment." The moment everyone heard, their eyes lit up. No matter how formidable Yi Yuan was, he was also merely a 5-star alchemy god. He was not much of a help to them. But once Yi Yuan broke through to the True God realm, that was completely different. A divine grade rank 6 divine pill that Yi Yuan casually refined would be immensely helpful to them. The people present all had deep connections with Yi Yuan. All these years in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, Yi Yuan's name had long spread far and wide. Many major forces far and near all came to find Yi Yuan to refine medicinal pills in the past. It was also because of this that Yi Yuan became acquainted with quite a few True God realm powerhouses. After all, the celestial deity realm powerhouses who could request Yi Yuan personally to refine pills were already not many. And this time Yi Yuan found some reliable True God realm powerhouses and borrowed the power of the myriad treasure tower, utterly removing the ticking time bomb that was buried around him in one stroke. This was what was powerful about alchemists. The alchemists themselves might not be strong, but they would have many powerful friends. Once someone provoked them, the consequences were too ghastly to imagine. Moreover, Yi Yuan was currently Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's head elder. This identity did not just represent the myriad treasure tower, but the embodiment of his strength. being about to overpower a group of old monsters and become the alchemy. Celestial Pavilion's head elder. No one would doubt Yi Yuan's strength. Duan smiled and said, Elder Yi is too courteous. I investigated it just now. This shadow wind has quite a lot of good stuff on him. Eliminating him, we also benefited a lot. 9 Pledge Branch plundered quite a lot of natural treasures these few years. The vast majority of them were all on these True God Realm powerhouses. Completely annihilating them this time, these True God Realms could naturally obtain considerable benefits. Yi Yuan had long promised them that these things, he would not take a single cent, all of them being given to these True God powerhouses. Hoo-hoo! This is what everyone deserves. This Yi knows that by attacking the Death Soul Gate, everyone also bore significant pressure. So this time, this Yi also strove to do things cleanly. After today, hope that everybody stays tight-lipped. Just take it as nothing happened. As for the aftermath of this incident, this Yi will bear the responsibility alone. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said to everyone. Everyone had slightly somber expressions, all secretly sighing that Yi Yuan was loyal enough. Concerning the Death Soul Gate's might, they were too clear. The reason why they dared to take action against the Death Soul Gate was primarily still because Yi Yuan's plan was flawless. The Death Soul Gate would not know that they crushed one of their branches. If it was really known that they did it, no matter how many lives they had, it also would not be enough for the Death Soul Gate to take vengeance on. Directly exterminating such a powerful branch of the Death Soul Gate. The implications of this matter was huge. Death Soul Gate's actions afterward were hard to predict. Other people they might not be able to investigate, but the first to bear the brunt would naturally be Yi Yuan. If the Death Soul Gate really struck a vicious blow against Yi Yuan, he would definitely find it hard to ward it off. It was just that Yi Yuan took an unusual approach and caught the 9 Pledge Branch in one fell swoop. This would give the Death Soul Gate a tremendous shock and make them not dare to rash act against him. A branch being eradicated, this was something that had never happened before. To the Death Soul Gate, Duan Yi cupped his fists toward Yi Yuan and said, Elder Ye's high morality. Reaching the clouds, we've long heard of it. This Death Soul Gate's matter, we won't be hypocritical either. We're indeed scared of their vengeance. Just that this way, Elder Yi and the Death Soul Gate's discord will be considered sowed. Better to be a little more careful in the future. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Relax. This Yi has a score in my heart. Duan Yi nodded his head and said, Now that it's settled, we'll each leave. In the future, if Elder Yi has any errands, feel free to instruct us. Done talking, everyone dispersed on their own. Returning to Heavenly Eagle, Yi Yuan ordered Zhushujie to execute the 5 Death Soul Gate assassins in public, to hold a memorial ceremony for the civilians who died in vain. Toward this, the civilians naturally clapped their hands in joy. In the city there were cheers everywhere. People's support for Yi Yuan even reached its peak. The news of the 9 Pledge Branch being destroyed reached the Death Soul Gate. Very quickly, inside a certain great imperial capital's city Lord Manor, a man in black knelt down in front of a middle-aged man in luxurious clothing. This middle-aged man had a deep and imposing aura. It was even more unfathomable than True God Realm powerhouses. This person was shockingly an Empyrean Realm powerhouse. No one would have expected that this city lord was actually a member of the Death Soul Gate. The black-clothed man was filled with righteous indignation as he said, Lord, Bloodrain, the 9 Pledge Branches strength ranks near the top among the various major branches. A branch being destroyed is unprecedented humiliation. To our Death Soul Gate, we must eliminate this Yi Yuan. The 9 Pledge Branch was the territory that he was in charge of. The 9 Pledge Branch being silently destroyed made him extremely alarmed and furious. They were alarmed, questioning what kind of power would actually destroy the 9 Pledge Branch without a sound. Fury was that this matter was a huge provocation to their Death Soul Gate. That middle-aged man stood with his hands behind his back, but his expression appeared very calm, and he just said coolly, "This matter ends here." The black-clothed person trembled all over, his face revealing a look of disbelief as he said, "Lord Bloodrain, dropping it just like this?" The 9 Pledge branch had more than 10 True God Realm powerhouses. True God Realm powerhouses were backbone existences to any faction. The time and resources needed to groom a True God Realm powerhouse were simply unimaginable, unless it was some heavenly Emperor Bottomanda's peerless geniuses. Otherwise, wanting to reach True God this realm, it required at least several tens of thousands, even several hundreds of thousands of years. More than 10 True God Realm powerhouses added together. How great were the Death Soul Gate's losses? It was simply immeasurable. This black-clothed person wished to eat Yi Yuan's flesh raw right now. But Lord Bloodrain said to drop the matter. Bloodrain said coolly, "This matter, I've already reported it to the higher ups. They also said that this matter, it was indeed our intel that was wrong. The faction behind Yi Yuan might be powerful until we can't imagine it. We can't provoke him. Otherwise, the implications are too great." The black-clothed person had a look of unwillingness as he said, "Forget about those initial stage True Gods, but the 9 Pledge branch had an 8th Firmament True God, 2 7th Firmament True Gods, and 5 6th Firmament True Gods. Could it be that they died in vain? Our Death Soul Gate is a tall tree that catches the wind to begin with. The major forces eyeing us are not few. If people are gone, they can be groomed again. But once the implications get too big, it will shake the entire Death Soul Gate's foundation. Can you bear the responsibilities?" Bloodrain said in a solemn voice. The black-clothed person trembled all over and could not help falling silent. Bloodrain continued, "Being able to destroy a high-order branch without a sound, you think about it. How powerful the strength it requires. Before investigating the faction behind Yi Yuan clearly, you're not to touch him. Understood? Wiping out a branch's den and eradicating the entire branch, the difficulty level of the two could not be mentioned in the same breath. In the history of the Death Soul Gate, there had also been many times when branches were exposed and wiped out. It was just that the Death Soul Gate's means were extremely seasoned. Even if the den was annihilated, there were very few powerhouses that were exterminated. Even if they were exterminated, there was also just 1 or 2, maybe even 3 or 4. But this time, more than 10 True God powerhouses were all wiped out. Not even a single celestial deity realm assassin escaped. A faction capable of accomplishing this, one could not even find more than a few in the entire Heavenspan world. Furthermore, this battle did not have any traces or inklings spread out. How? Shadow Wind, they all died, no one knew about it. This kind of terrifying means even Bloodrain felt terrified thinking about. Continue to find trouble with Yi Yuan? What difference was there from courting death? Inside the garden, an elderly man and a young man sat opposite facing each other, chatting away happily. Ha ha ha. Indeed, well deserving of being an emperor surmounting child. Not seeing you for a mere few hundred years, didn't expect that you're already a member of my generation. This cultivation speed is truly terrifying. Hoo-hoo. It's just that there were some fortuitous encounters these few years. Rather, not seeing for a few centuries, Senior's elegance remains as before. The old man waved his hand and said with a smile, "Are you making fun of this, old man?" During the last time, this old man suffered a great loss of vitality. Through these few years of recuperation and rest, coupled with expending countless spirit medicines, I barely managed to recover some life. The young man smiled and said, "Therefore aren't I here?" The old man shook his head and said smilingly, "Some vitality can be recovered in 1,000 years, so you don't need to make this trip." The young man said, "Junior received Senior's great kindness. Coming here this time, it's in order to treat Senior's ailment once and for all." The old man could not help being shocked when he heard that and said in surprise, "Could it be that you've already touched that threshold?" The young man smiled slightly as he nodded. When the old man saw the situation, he was wildly ecstatic. These elderly man and youth were precisely extreme light imperial cities. Profound secrets pavilions Pavilion Lord, Jian Hongxiao and Yi Yuan. After the Death Soul Gate storm, Yi Yuan laid down many contingency plans in Heavenly Eagle, but the Death Soul Gate did not have any stirrings. These days, Yi Yuan felt that he already reached the bottleneck and was going to break through to rank 6 very soon, so he thought of coming to find Jian Hongxiao. The 6th level cultivation method of Yi Yuan's Chaos Heavenspan Cannon was going to be deduced completely very soon. Once it was deduced entirely, Yi Yuan would be able to step into the next major realm. Hence, after Yi Yuan made the arrangements for Heavenly Eagle's affairs, he hurried over to Extreme Light Imperial City. Seeing Jian Hongxiao again, Yi Yuan did not have that deep as an ocean feeling like last time anymore. The present Yi Yuan, his fleshy body already broke through to rank 6. His strength could even overpower second firmament true gods. He could tell with one glance that Jian Hongxiao was at the true god realm, before suffering Heavenly Dao's backlash. These words are also a little too overbearingly haughty, right? How many 9th firmament celestial deities spend several tens of thousands of years when stuck before true god realm? Even if your talent is outstanding, without several decades or several centuries, it's also hard to break through, right? Jian Chun said with disdain. Ever since seeing Yi Yuan, Jian Chen's expression was extremely complicated. Back then, when Yi Yuan arrived at Extreme Light Imperial City, he was merely an initial stage Divine Lord Realm powerhouse. His master wasting his essence to divine for Yi Yuan, he was rather contemptuous in his heart, feeling that master's decision was not worth it at all. Jian Hongxiao's longevity suffered a great loss and already did not have much time to live. The lost essence was easy to make up for, but the lost longevity was hard to make up for again. It was just that he did not expect that Yi Yuan only used a short few hundred years and already reached 9th firmament true god, already caught up to him. In terms of cultivation realm, Jian Chen felt another distinct emotion in his heart. Hearing this, Yi Yuan just smiled and did not speak. Jian Hongxiao looked at Jian Chun with a meaningful glance and said with a smile, "Chun'er, your visual prowess isn't there yet. Little friend Ye's splendor is converged. Within skin like congealed fat one, his looks changing drastically. He already cultivated to the 6th transformation golden body. Hence, that's why master called him a member of my generation." When Jian Chun heard that, his pupils constricted. But Jian Hongxiao's following words made him even more incredibly shocked. Jian Hongxiao looked toward Yi Yuan, as he said, "Furthermore, little friend Ye's situation is very alike the legendary perfect 6th transformation golden body. Wonder if this old man guessed correctly." Yi Yuan also had an astonished look from what Jian Hongxiao said and immediately smiled bitterly and said, "Senior really has good eyesight. You hit it right on the mark." Jian Hongxiao had a smug look, stroked his beard, and smiled as he said, "Hoo-hoo. This old man has been training this pair of eyes all my life. Although I can't deduce your destiny, some things can't be hidden." Yi Yuan also clicked his tongue in wonder when he heard that and said with cupped fists, "Senior has arcane sight." Yi Yuan admires. Jian Chun was long shocked until he could not speak by the side. A perfect 6th transformation golden body, that was a legendary existence. Among body-cultivating martial artists, its strength being extremely formidable. He did not expect that it actually appeared on Yi Yuan. What he never thought was that Yi Yuan actually stepped into rank 6 so quickly. Having a perfect 6th transformation golden body, that was a genuine rank 6 powerhouse. He had been stuck at 9th firmament celestial deity for God knows how many years already, but he was unable to touch that bottleneck from start to finish. In contrast, his disparity with Yi Yuan was too great. Humph! So what if it's perfect 6th transformation golden body? Putting aside that he hasn't broken through to the true God realm yet, even if he really broke through, how can he refine the 6 vein stellar pill within a short time? And how can Master's torment of backlash be dispelled? Jianchen said with a cold snort. Jian Hongxiao's brows furrowed, and he berated, "Insolence! Chener, in the martial arts world, strength reigns supreme. Since Yi Yuan is already a member of my generation, how can it be your turn to be so insolent?" But Yi Yuan's brows raised up when he heard that and waved his hand and said, "Nothing serious. Brother Jianchen is older than me in the first place. Furthermore, he's already worried about Senior's body. Moreover, he'll also be a member of our generation before long." As he said, Yi Yuan fished out a small medicinal bottle and passed it to Jian Chun, saying with a smile, "Brother Jianchen, this is the Sun Moon Azure Sky pill that this Yi refined. Please kindly accept it. This Yi received Senior's great kindness and has nothing to it repay with. This medicinal pill, just take it as a bit of interest." With the Myriad Treasure Tower as his backer, Yi Yuan naturally did not lack spirit medicines now. Refining another few Sun Moon Azure Sky pills was naturally not difficult. It was just that even so, the Sun Moon Azure Sky pills on Yi Yuan were not many either. After all, this level of spirit medicines the Myriad Treasure Tower also could not possibly supply endlessly. As for Jian Hongxiao, Yi Yuan was very grateful in his heart. If not for him making strenuous efforts to deduce White Light's whereabouts, he would probably harbor a grievance all his life. Yi Yuan could naturally tell that Jian Chun was the disciple that Jian Hongxiao valued the most. This Jian Chun was clearly stuck at Celestial Deity Realm for many years and had been unable to break through all along. That was why resentment was born in his heart. Hence, that was why Yi Yuan would give him such a precious medicinal pill. When Jian Hongxiao master and disciple heard this, they immediately had blank faces. Jian Chun received the medicinal bottle somewhat woodenly and instinctively, sunk a wisp of divine sense to examine, his entire person immediately turning into stone. "The vast spirit divine grade. Did I see wrongly?" When Jian Chun spoke, even his tongue wasn't straight anymore. He sunk a wisp of divine grade to examine once more. The result obtained was still vast spirit divine grade. A vast spirit divine pill he had never seen before in this life, let alone talk about a vast spirit divine grade Sun Moon Azure Sky pill. At this very moment his whole mind went blank, completely did not know what he was thinking about. He only knew that he seemed to have hit the jackpot. Hearing Jian Chen's words, even if Jian Hongxiao was very knowledgeable and experienced, his mouth did not close for a long time. Little friend Yi, this medicinal pill is too precious. Jian Chen can't accept it." When Jian Chun heard that, his entire body could not help trembling. His face was full of unwillingness to let go, but the small medicinal bottle in his hand was gripped even tighter. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said smilingly, "Senior doesn't have to be like this." Yi Yuan's eyes, 1,000, even 10,000 vast spirit divine pills are also not as important as a brother's life. Brother Jian Chen needs this right now, so let him accept it. Additionally, the 6-vein stellar pill that Brother Jian Chen mentioned just now, what medicinal pill is it? Jian Hongxiao had long seen through that Yi Yuan would definitely repay his kindness, but he also did not expect that the moment Yi Yuan made his move, it was such a valuable gift. And this was merely a bit of interest from what Yi Yuan said. A vast spirit divine grade Sun Moon Azure Sky pill, its value was sufficient to match up to an imperial city. This was because a vast spirit divine grade Sun Moon Azure Sky pill could create a true God realm powerhouse with near certainty. Did imperial cities have true God realms? The significance of a true God realm powerhouses, everyone in the entire Heavenspan world knew about it. So how could Jian Hongxiao not know? This gift of Yi Yuan was too great. Jian Hongxiao sucked in a deep breath and said with a sigh, "What I gave you was a melon, but what you repaid with was a precious jade. Little friend Yi, this gift of yours is too heavy. Forget it, since it's little friend Ye's good intentions. Chener, you accept it." Jian Chen's entire body trembled, his face revealing a look of wild elation. With this divine rank medicinal pill, his breakthrough to the true God realm was right around the corner. Jian Hongxiao's brows furrowed and he said in a solemn voice, "In a daze for what? Why haven't you come over to show little friend Yi your respect?" Jian Chun startled awake and hurriedly came in front of Yi Yuan. Kneeling down, with a thud, he said, "Jian Chun thanks brother Yi. This kindness will never be forgotten." Yi Yuan hurriedly helped Jian Chun up and said smilingly, "Brother Jian Chun is regarding me too much as a stranger. Just a medicinal pill, it's nothing." Presumably, brother Jian Chun is already too impatient to wait and wants to go. In close seclusion, hurry on then. Jian Chun had a look of embarrassment and shame. He was still mocking Yi Yuan in all manners just now. In the end, with a turn of a head, Yi Yuan gave such a big gift. He glanced at Jian Hongxiao rather timidly. Jian Hongxiao pulled a long face and said huffily, "Go on." Jian Chun was akin to being granted amnesty, hurriedly taking his leave. The two people sat down before Jian Hongxiao slowly opened his mouth and said, "My Jian family's members can be said to walk on the edge of a knife when divining the heavenly Tao. Backlash naturally can't be avoided as well. The ancestor's ability connects to the heavens and penetrates the earth. It is not what the likes of us can imagine. He had once found the medicine ancestor and created my Jian family's unique medicinal pills together with the medicine ancestor which can stand up to the agony of backlash. The 6 veins stellar pill is one of them." When Yi Yuan heard that, he suddenly came to a realization. To members of the Jian family, suffering heavenly Tao's backlash was like eating common fare. What was different was just the degree of backlash. Treating the pain of backlash with medicinal pills, this was clearly a pretty good choice. But, hearing Jian Hongxiao's words, Yi Yuan was also curious in his heart. What kind of figure was medicine ancestor? He already had half a foot stepped into ancestor realm and he was a distinguished talent among transcendent heavenly emperors. Heavenly emperor profound secrets could actually entice him to take action and develop such a series of medicinal pills for the Jian family. This face was not an ordinary kind of big, but that level of character was still too far away from the current Yi Yuan. Since there's the 6 veins stellar pill, then why was Senior banished to this extreme light imperial city? Yi Yuan could not help asking curiously. Jian Hongxiao let out a sigh and said, "Little friend, Yi doesn't know this, but this stellar pill is the hardest type to refine among all the medicinal pills. It is comparable to level 9 medicinal pills. The extreme luck great imperial capital that this old man was at, nobody could refine it at all too. Back then, the heavenly Tao backlash that this old man suffered was too severe. If not for City Lord bestowing a bright moon purple cloud pill, this old man would have long passed away. It's just that the bright moon purple cloud pill is far too lacking compared to the 6 vein stellar pill. Furthermore, the quality isn't high, that's why this old man lingered on with my dying breath until today." Yi Yuan also sighed endlessly when he heard that an exalted true God realm powerhouse actually ended up in a tiny little imperial city. Jian Hongxiao was probably unresigned to it in his heart too, right? "Senior, since that's the case, can you lend the 6 vein stellar pills pill formula for me to view?" Yi Yuan said. Jian Hongxiao smiled bitterly and said, "My Jian family delves into the Tao of divination. Those who are skilled in refining pills are in the minority after all. Accomplished ones are even scanty few. Furthermore, this 6 vein stellar pills pill formula is my Jian family's special secret recipe. There's only the pill formula in the great imperial capital, but this old man doesn't know it." Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "Since that's the case, then Yi Yuan will follow Senior and make a trip to Extreme Luck Great Imperial Capital." Jian Hongxiao was overjoyed when he heard that and said agitatedly, "Really?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If not for Senior divining fate for me at the risk of death, my brother would likely have been very hard to save. Just making a Trip to extreme luck, great imperial capital. It's no big deal. Jian Hongxiao nodded and said, then, I'll have to trouble little friend Yi. To make this trip, you go into close seclusion for some time in extreme light. Imperial City. After you break through to the true God realm, we'll set off. For extreme luck, great imperial capital. Inside the hidden chamber, Yi Yuan's eyes were shut and lost in thought. His brows tightly locked. At this rate, wouldn't my chaos divine sea disappear completely and become a tiny little pill? Regarding the final result that he deduced, Yi Yuan was also rendered speechless. He discovered that he could not understand the Chaos Heavenspan canon more and more, even though this was the cultivation method that he deduced himself. When others reached true God realm, the small worlds within their bodies were already incomparably vast, and even starting to develop life already. But for him, his divine sea became smaller and smaller, and his chaos divine essence became more and more condensed. At the rate of the current deduction results, Yi Yuan would have to condense this divine sea into a tiny pill after rank 6. It was just that at this point, Yi Yuan did not have a way out anymore. Furthermore, up to this point, even though his realm differed greatly from others in terms of strength, he flung those in the same realm several streets behind. There did not seem to be any harm. Forget it. The wood has already been made into a boat. Follow all the way. Then, I want to see where this road leads to in the end. Since I have to compress the divine sea to the limit and become a pill after rank 6. I'll call it Origin Pill Realm then. Cultivation method already formed, Yi Yuan did not hesitate anymore directly, swallowing several medicinal pills and started assaulting the bottleneck. Rumble. The chaos divine essence in Yi Yuan's divine sea seemed like a millstone, slowly turning. Countless divine essence converged inside. Like grinding beans. That millstone became smaller and smaller, increasingly smaller. Those blue divine marks were also converging into the millstone continuously. The internal space of Yi Yuan's Dantian area was being compressed bit by bit. Ugh! Yi Yuan gave a muffled groan, feeling an intense swelling pain in his abdomen area. However, Yi Yuan knew that this was far from the end. Wanting to compress chaos divine essence, the energy required was extremely horrifying. Fortunately, Yi Yuan was long prepared, refining a batch of vast spirit divine pills to use to break through. Yi Yuan only felt like his Dantian area was practically about to explode. Luckily, Yi Yuan's physical body had already reached the realm of perfection. Long ago, some pain was nothing to him. No idea how long had passed either. A bolt of lightning suddenly flashed across inside Yi Yuan's interior space. The chaos divine essence disappeared completely, and inside Yi Yuan's interior space, there was only a tiny little origin pill left. It was just the size of a fist. Who? Yi Yuan slowly let out a sigh of relief. Finally, he stepped into origin pill realm. Yi Yuan attempted to mobilize the divine essence within his body and suddenly threw a punch out. Bang! This hidden room directly exploded, turning into dust. Fortunately, the place where Yi Yuan was at was the place Jian Hongxiao specially opened up for him. Otherwise, the consequences would be too dreadful to imagine. Master, I finally broke through to true God realm. I can bring you back to extreme luck, great imperial capital. Jian Chun rushed into profound secrets pavilion with an excited look, extremely agitated like a small child. But the moment he entered, he discovered that his master here actually had a guest. This guest was none other than precisely Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan looked at Jian Chen and said with a smile, "Congratulations, brother." Jian Hongxiao also smiled and said, "Since you broke through, then pack your things. Depart with us tomorrow." But Jian Chen stood there in a daze, looking at Yi Yuan with an astonished look. You broke through too," Jian Chen said in disbelief. Jian Hongxiao said, "Yi Yuan already broke through for quite a while. If not for waiting for him, we'd have long departed." Jian Chen had a look of astonishment. Yi Yuan's accumulations should have been far from his. Why did he break through so much faster than him instead? Even though there was the sun-moon azure sky pill, it was also not to this extent, right? With Jian Chun coming out of seclusion, the three people stepped onto the road that headed for Extreme Luck Great Imperial Capital. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret's descendants did not seem to have a fixed territory. They tend to occupy a city or were even under other heavenly emperor's rule. But this city was like a country within a country. No one could manage it. Just like Extreme Light Imperial City, although it was just a tiny little Imperial City, even imperial capitals, great imperial capitals, or even Heavenly Emperor Bodemanda's never questioned their affairs too. Extreme Luck Great Imperial Capital was likewise the same. The Jian family occupying the land of a city seemed to be for the sake of influencing the surroundings. Their existence was somewhat similar to Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure. But it was also somewhat different. All in all, the Jian family was very strong until no one dared to provoke. Along with the increase in strength, Yi Yuan could also increasingly feel the might of the Jian family's power and influence. This is Extreme Luck Great Imperial Capital? Indeed impressive. I seem to be able to feel that the air is rippling with a mysterious and unfathomable aura. It was as if immersed in a vast sea of stars. Amen? Why do I feel like the entire city is stirring? Yi Yuan's brows suddenly furrowed as he cried out in surprise. It was also Jian Chen's first time coming. His face was full of solemnness as if he was on a pilgrimage. Jian Hongxiao nodded and said, "Little friend Yi is indeed extraordinary." Said that each great imperial capital has an array formation set up by ancestor profound secrets with great divine ability. Each house in the city, every street, all secretly contains the functioning Tao of the circulatory cycle of stars. It's an enormous array formation. So for countless tens of thousands of years people come and go, but the arrangement in the city has never changed before, but it has also always been revolving. But situated inside, nobody can detect it at all. I didn't expect that, little friend Yi. Detected it the moment we entered the city. Yi Yuan's thoughts were carried away as he listened. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret's good fortune was immense. The might of his means were simply fantastical. Revolving a circulatory cycle of stars with a great imperial capital, divining heavenly Tao. This kind of means was simply inconceivable. Impressive. Truly impressive. One day this Yi really wants to meet Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. Yi Yuan exclaimed with admiration. Jian Hongxiao smiled and said, "If it were others, I'd definitely laugh at him for being overly conceited. But you, perhaps there might be this chance. In the future, Emperor surmounting aura, the chances of becoming a heavenly emperor powerhouse was extremely high. Once he became a heavenly emperor, then he would be someone of the same generation as Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. There might really be the chance. Of course, he also merely just had a chance. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was different from ordinary heavenly emperors at his level. Annihilating heavenly emperors with a wave of his hand was also normal. Yo, isn't this Elder Hongxiao? I was wondering why magpies in the courtyard keep chirping today. It turns out that Elder Hongxiao has returned. Ha ha ha. Just as they were talking, a few people were clustered around a young man as they walked over. Jian Hongxiao's brows furrowed and he said, "You're Jian Yun. Tsk tisk, truly hard on you for Elder Hongxiao to actually remember this disappointing brat. However, I really admire your courage to actually still have the face to come back," Jian Yun said with a mocking look on his face. Jian Hongxiao's brows furrowed, seemingly not willing to say any more. He said to Yi Yuan and Jian Chen, "Let's go." But Jian Yun extended his hand to block and said cheerfully, "Don't go. Come. Come, everybody come take a look. You all probably don't recognize this person, right? Let me introduce him to everybody. This old man is the former Stellar Hall's elder, Jian Hongxiao. With him saying so, it immediately drew many people to surround and watch. Hearing the two words, Stellar Hall, everyone's faces revealed extremely surprised expressions. Even Jian Chun also trembled all over, looking at Jian Hongxiao in great astoundment as if it was his first time knowing him. Master, you were actually once a Stellar Hall elder? Why have you never told me before? Jian Chun said with an excited look. Jian Hongxiao's expression was very unnatural and did not answer Jian Chun. Yi Yuan had a blank look, not knowing what special aspect the Stellar Hall had to actually be able to cause such a big stir. Stellar Hall elder? This is a joke, right? How can a celestial deity, realm old man possibly be a Stellar Hall elder? Jian Hongxiao. This name seems to be rather familiar. It's a little familiar, but can't remember where I've heard it before. Jian Yun looked at everyone's reaction with a broad smile on his face. Speaking of Elder Hongxiao, that was once a great figure who was at the peak of popularity at one time in the extreme luck great imperial capital. Augury and astronomy, viewing aura and observing people, there was nothing he couldn't do. People gave the title Seer Nebula. Rumors had it that the Stellar Hall would be managed by him in the future. Jian Yun spoke freely and boldly as if speaking on a subject with great familiarity, but the expression on his face was full of disdain. He was naturally not doing so in order to flatter Jian Hongxiao. Sure enough, the vacantness in people's eyes gradually dissipated. They finally recalled who this person was. Seer Nebula. He's actually Seer Nebula. Turns out that he's that Seer Nebula who used a forbidden art and killed his brother and several dozen Stellar Hall disciples. How can this kind of person still have the face to live in this world? Why, doesn't he go and die? Jian Yun's words seemed to have thoroughly ignited everyone's memories. Jian Hongxiao's name, the people who knew were not many, but Seer Nebula seemed to be extremely famous in extreme luck great imperial capital. Except the current Jian Hongxiao seemed to have become a rat crossing the street. For some time, countless cursing sounds drifted over, floating into Jian Hongxiao's ears. The wild elation in Jian Chen's heart instantly became awkwardness. He looked at Jian Hongxiao in disbelief as he muttered, Master, is what they said true? Jian Yun smiled and said, Haha, you take a look at everyone's reactions and you'll know whether it's real or not. Back then, your master disregarded his brother's objections and activated a forbidden art, wanting to forcefully go against the heavens and change fate. In the end, it triggered the all-encompassing armillary sphere. The 36 Stellar Hall disciples in charge of the all-encompassing armillary sphere were instantly sucked dry. This incident, could it be that he has never told you before? Jian Chun looked at Jian Hongxiao in disbelief. His so many years of hard work wanting to break through to the true God realm, it was because he wanted to join the Stellar Hall. But, arriving at extreme luck great imperial capital, he discovered that his own master was actually the Stellar Hall's sinner. Master, is what he said true or not? Jian Chun bellowed. In a blink of an eye, Jian Hongxiao's noble image in his heart collapsed, making him unable to accept it. Looking at those countless spittles, he was even ashamed to be associated with Jian Hongxiao. Jian Hongxiao gazed at the blue sky, seemingly recalling the past, appearing melancholic. Finally, he nodded slowly and said with a sigh, what he said was right. Master is the Stellar Hall's sinner. Jian Chun looked at Jian Hongxiao rather disbelievingly. It was as if it was his first time knowing him. Why have you never told me before? Jian Chun roared. Jian Yun laughed by the side and said, if he were to tell you, would you still be willing to acknowledge him as your master? This kind of person who isn't fit to have disciples at all. Also, you kid, being associated with this kind of person, your lifespan will reduce. In the second half of the sentence, he said it to Yi Yuan. When Yi Yuan heard that, He also had a look of disgust on his face and moved a few steps toward Jian Yun's side, as if very disgusted with Jian Hongxiao. What this brother said is right. I was also deceived by him. That's why I would follow him to extreme luck great imperial capital. Actually, I just wanted to find someone to take a look at my fate, but he's not suitable to do it now, Yi Yuan said with a smile. When Jian Hongxiao heard this, a hint of a rueful smile appeared on his face. Present, even Yi Yuan had left him. He also did not expect that the moment he entered the city, he would have his unsavory history exposed by people. Under such circumstances, he could not explain it away even with 100 mouths. Of course, he did not want to explain anything either. Jian Yun laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "He's a bereaved dog, how could he still have the skill? Want to look at your destiny, you naturally have to find the stellar hall." Yi Yuan said embarrassedly when he heard that. "Sigh, little brother. I am only from a small place, how could I have the connections to know the stellar hall's masters? Hey, you have eyes but fail to see, right? My family's young master is precisely a disciple of the stellar hall, augury and astronomy. He's skilled in all. Our young master is the stellar hall's rising star. He is an existence who might become a stellar hall's elder in the future." By the side, someone immediately started lauding to the skies. Even Jian Hongxiao also revealed a look of surprise as he said, "You actually entered the stellar hall." Jian Yun had a pleased look and said with a spurious smile, "Are you very disappointed? Back then, you kept prating on about how I'll achieve nothing, and was a piece of garbage. Now, this young master, I have already become a stellar hall's disciple. But you became a dog who lost its home." Jian Yun's face was triumphantly jaunty, full of the delight of having slapped faces. In reality, he understood what was the deal with him being a stellar hall disciple. Without a powerful father, it was impossible for him to enter the stellar hall. This play today was also arranged by his father, making him block here and humiliate Jian Hongxiao. His father, Jian Hao, was presently a stellar hall elder with an awe-inspiring reputation. When performing divination a few days ago, he happened to divine that Jian Hongxiao would be returning within the next few days. So he arranged for his son to wait here. Many years ago, Jian Hongxiao prophesied more than once, saying that Jian Yun would never amount to much. Coming to slap Jian Hongxiao's face, he was naturally delighted to the extreme. Yi Yuan said in surprise when he heard that. "So that's how it is. Then this little brother really had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai." As he said, Yi Yuan even gave a bow toward Jian Yun. Jian Hongxiao's brows furrowed slightly, not knowing what medicine Yi Yuan was selling in his gourd. He still thought that Yi Yuan was intentionally finding an excuse to draw a clean line with him just now. He could understand this. But Yi Yuan's style right now was very unlike him. Jian Yun had a smug look as he said with a smile, "Ho, forget it, you. Following this old fellow, it's also normal that you're inexperienced and ignorant. This young master, I am in a good mood today and will take a look at your destiny." Yi Yuan was delighted when he heard that and said with clasped hands, "Then, thank you very much, young master Jian Yun." Jian Yun also had the intention of showing off. Circulating his cultivation method, he cast the aura viewing art on Yi Yuan. "Ouch, my eyes. My eyes can't see anything anymore. My eyes are blind." Suddenly, he felt a stabbing pain in his eyes like it was being burned. He was already unable to open his eyes anymore. Jian Yun fell to the ground in agony and started rolling on the ground non-stop. The surrounding onlookers turned pale with fright. How could they still care about Jian Hongxiao? All of them were looking toward Jian Yun in curiosity one by one. Jian Hongxiao looked at Yi Yuan dumbfounded with his mouth agape, not expecting that he actually played this act. And this Jian Yun actually really foolishly cast the aura viewing art on Yi Yuan. Wasn't this looking for abuse? Forget about him right now. Even if he was at his prime, he also would not dare to cast the aura viewing art on Yi Yuan. Senior, let's go. Yi Yuan smiled at Jian Hongxiao and said. Jian Hongxiao had a moved look. He knew that Yi Yuan was deliberately causing a disturbance, diverting those people's attention, letting them successfully get away. Jian Hongxiao opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he was interrupted by Yi Yuan. He said, "This place isn't the place to speak, talk." Again later, the two people moved, but Jian Chun was still standing on the spot in a daze. Jian Hongxiao heaved a sigh and turned around and left. Smack! Jian Chen's shoulder was patted by Yi Yuan, making him jump. Sometimes what the eyes see might not be real, but at times what the eyes see is the most authentic. Therefore, don't use eyes to see, use the heart to feel. Think about it. How Senior treated you these few years. Finished talking, Yi Yuan slowly left. Jian Chen's entire body trembled, his gaze revealing a complicated look. Finally, he still gritted his teeth and followed after. Before the bed, an old man was currently diagnosing Jian Yun's pulse. His brows were tightly locked. "Master Buchan, I beg you, you must save me. I can't become a blind person." Jian Yun wailed. "Shut up. Don't disturb Master's pulse reading," Jian Hao said in a solemn voice. Jian Yun indeed did not dare to wail anymore, shutting his mouth sensibly. After a long time, Buchun slowly got up and shook his head slightly. Jian Hao was startled inwardly, hurriedly going up to ask, "Brother Buchan, how is it?" Buchan shook his head and said, "I'm afraid this pair of eyes are crippled." Jian Hao's heart thumped and he said, "How can this be?" Yuner only used the aura viewing art a little and his eyes are crippled. Buchan said, "This is heavenly Tao backlash. Furthermore, it's extremely strong. With this old man's strength, I'm powerless to turn the tables." Jian Hao said in shock, "How can it be? You're the person with the strongest alchemy strength in the city. If even you're helpless, then, oh, right, since it's heavenly Tao backlash, can the bright moon purple cloud pill save him?" Buchan shook his head and said, "With this old man's judgment, I'm afraid that the bright moon purple cloud pill is powerless to turn the tables too, unless one can refine the six-vein stellar pill." Jian Hao took several steps back in the row when he heard that, saying absent-mindedly, "How is this possible? Just taking one look and the heavenly Tao backlash would be so severe." Jian Hao regretted it until his intestines turned green now. He only wanted to let his son go and humiliate Jian Hongxiao, making him beat a retreat in the face of difficulties. Who would have thought that he actually harmed his own son to become a blind person? This level of heavenly Tao backlash was akin to bone-festering maggots. Even if a new pair of eyes were swapped in, it was to no avail too. This problem was the hardest to deal with. Members of the Jian family feared this level of heavenly Tao backlash the most. It was just that Jian Hao could not understand even after cudgeling his brain. Why would it cause such severe consequences with just having one glance? "Thank you, Yi Yuan." Jian Hongxiao looked at Yi Yuan and said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior, don't your Jian family revere the profound secrets pavilion as supreme? What's this stellar hall?" Actually, Yi Yuan did not figure out just what was the stellar hall until now. 2. Jian Hongxiao said, "The stellar hall is where the core of the profound secrets pavilion lies. Those able to enter it are all 1 in 10,000 powerhouses having outstanding strength in the Tao of divination. And the stellar hall's elders, there are only a total of 8. Only the strongest ones can assume the post." Yi Yuan nodded slightly, roughly understanding in his heart. Although the heavenspan world was big, the great imperial capitals that the Jian family occupied were not their own. Those able to enter the stellar hall were all elites among elites, having outstanding talent in the Tao of divination. No wonder Jian Hongxiao back then gave him an unfathomable feeling. Even if his cultivation realm fell drastically, his divination arts were still unfathomable. It was far from what those in the same rank could compare to. A stellar hall, only great imperial capitals have it. Furthermore, in each stellar hall, there's a peak Empyrean spirit treasure, the all-encompassing armillary sphere. The stellar hall's responsibility is to borrow the all-encompassing armillary sphere to deduce heavenly Tao. Each stellar hall elder manages one aspect of the all-encompassing armillary sphere, their responsibilities being enormous. Jian Hongshao continued saying. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "So that's how it is, that Jian Yun has a grudge with you." Jian Hongshao smiled bitterly and said, "Jian Yun's father, Jian Hao, was always suppressed by me back then, because there can only be 8 stellar hall elders, so he was never able to become an elder. As for that Jian Yun, I had once divined for him before and said that he'll never amount to much. So, this father and son pair have always had some resentment towards me." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I'm afraid it's not resentment that's simple. That Jian Hao should be afraid of you snatching his position of elder, right?" Jian Hongshao nodded and said, "With Jian Yun's skill, he can't divine my return. Most likely this matter has Jian Hao's hand involved. But with this play, Jian Yun will likely really become a cripple." As these two people chatted, Jian Chun at one side wanted to speak but swallowed the words back. Yi Yuan suddenly changed the topic and said, "Senior, the urgent matter on hand is that we'd better think of a way to get the pill formula fast." Jian Hongshao said in surprise, "You still want to refine pills for me?" Yi Yuan could not help laughing as he said, "Look at what you're saying. If not for the sake of refining pills, what did I come to extreme luck great imperial capital with you for? But you're also aware I'm the Stellar Hall's sinner," Jian Hongshao said. He even thought that through this incident Yi Yuan probably would not refine pills for him anymore at all. After all, his unsavory past was exposed by people. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually still insisted on refining pills for him. But Yi Yuan gave Jian Chen a glance and said smilingly, "So what? You're the senior that I," Yi Yuan acknowledged, "and you are a friend of mine. You showed kindness to me, Yi Yuan. The rest has nothing to do with me. Even if you become enemies with the world, this pill I'm refining for sure." Jian Hongshao and Jian Chen's faces changed greatly when they heard that. They did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually so loyal to friends. Jian Hongshao was even more touched in his heart, tears already running down his old face. When you stand opposite of everyone in the world and someone stood on your side with a firm determination, that sensation could not be described using words. Actually, about this matter, Yi Yuan had his own judgment. Most likely, Jian Hongshao had some painful topic. It was just that it was hard for him to say it out. Walking all the way to this point, Yi Yuan was no longer some ignorant person anymore. He still had some confidence in discerning people. Jian Hongshao did not seem to be someone who had utter disregard for human life when doing things and facing people, and also did not have too much sinister air. Activating a forbidden art likely had other reasons. Furthermore, this extreme luck great imperial capital city lord still saved Jian Hongshao's life with the bright moon purple cloud pill in the end. This also affirmed Yi Yuan's idea from the side view. If Jian Hongshao really activated the forbidden art for his own selfish reasons, that Empyrean powerhouses most likely would not have done that. "Don't you want to know what in the world happened back then?" Jian Hongshao asked. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If you're willing to say, you'd naturally tell me. If you're not willing to say, why would I need to go and pick at your scar?" Jian Hongshao looked at Yi Yuan and said with a sigh, "Making such a friend, what do I still need? Yi Yuan, from today onward you and I are sworn friends. For life." At this very moment, Jian Hao's fury already burst through the horizon. He could be said to have racked his brain for the sake of this son and even let him enter the stellar hall. But in the end, Jian Yun was actually crippled. To the Jian family's members, eyes being blinded was equivalent to being a cripple. 6 veins stellar pill? Jian Hao never even thought about it. If there was such a medicinal pill, Jian Hongshao also would not have left. Extreme luck, great imperial capital, feeling dejected back then. A medicinal pill that even the city lord could not get. Where would he go to? Get one? Dad. You have to take revenge for me. That old thing and also that punk. They definitely deliberately harmed me. Jian Yun roared. Jian Hao gritted his teeth and said, You rest assured. I'm going to make Jian Hongshao, that scoundrelly thing, utterly disappear this time. Li Sun, bring a few people over for me and detain Jian Hongshao. 3 people over for me. Behind Jian Hao, a 7th firmament true god powerhouse received the order and left. As a stellar hall elder, Jian Hao's status was incomparably venerated. There was naturally no lack of some experts around him. Li Sun picked out a few people and headed over to the inn that Yi Yuan 3 people were staying at. Jian Hongshao, get out for me. You dared to hurt my stellar hall's disciple. You deserve 1,000 deaths. Outside the inn, Li Sun called out in a clear voice. Isn't this Protector Li Sun who's by Elder Jian Hao's side? Who provoked them? TSK. Whoever it is, they will likely lose a layer of skin. I heard that Elder Jian Hao's only son, Jian Yun, suddenly became a blind man. Today, could it have been done by this group of people? Outside the inn, everyone was guessing optimistic about it, all waiting to watch a show. But no one came out and no one answered to. Li Sun's brows furrowed and he called out in a clear voice once more. Fine, since you don't know how to appreciate favors, then don't blame us for not being courteous. The few of you guard outside, don't let them run. Before Li Sun came, he understood the situation long ago. These 3 people were merely 2 first firmament true gods and a celestial deity. Him coming to capture people was bombarding mosquitoes with a cannon, putting fine timber to petty use. But Jiao Hao was currently in a fit of rage. He naturally did not dare to be neglectful. Bang! Li Sun found the 3 people's residence and directly shattered the door with palm. Jian Hongshao, what haughty airs you have. Do you really think that you're still that stellar hall's Elder Suyen? Why are you here? Inside the house, Jian Hongshao was currently drinking opposite an old man, chatting away happily. When Li Sun saw that old man, his expression immediately became very ugly. He was even somewhat stuttering when speaking. This old man was called Jian Suyen, similarly a stellar hall elder. However, Jian Suyen's status was much more venerated than Jian Hao. Because Jian Suyen was an Empyrean powerhouse. Jian Suyen drank a mouthful of tea and said without even turning his head, Back. You go back and tell Jian Hao. Tell him not to have ideas about Hongshao anymore. The city lord wants to see him. Why would the city lord meet him? Furthermore, it's even Lord Jian Suyen going to invite personally? Could it be they are going to let him enter the stellar hall anew? Hearing the news that Li Sun brought back, Jian Hao's thoughts could not help going wild. Indeed, during the period where Jian Hongshao held the position of stellar hall's elder, the city lord thought very highly of him. Meeting Jian Hongshao again this time, could it be that he wanted to call him back anew? If this was the case, it was really quite troublesome. It's not what this lowly one can know, Li Sun said awkwardly. Jian Hao's gaze suddenly turned sharp and he said viciously, What about that punk who caused Yun'er to become like this? Why wasn't he captured here too? He's the prime culprit. Capture him here for me immediately. Jian Hongshao had Jian Suyen protecting him. Jian Suyen was not what Jian Hao could offend. But Yi Yuan was different. Li Sun said with a gloomy face. This lowly one wanted to bring him away too. But Elder Suyen said that city lord wants to see him too. What? What city lord meeting this punk for? Could it be that this punk has some background? When Jian Hao heard this, he could not help jumping in fright. Li Sun thought about it and said, Elder, young Master Yun only took one look at that kid and suffered heavenly Dao backlash. Is it possible that kid really has some aspect that surpasses others? Jian Hao's brows knitted even tighter. He pondered carefully. The more he thought, the more terrified he got. Although Yun'er's aura viewing art is still lacking, he's also a true god. Realm powerhouse. Even if it's the imperial aura, it's also impossible to have such a huge backlash appear. Could it be that kid possesses the Emperor surmounting aura? Furthermore, it's even a powerful existence among Emperor surmounting auras? But how is this possible? Originally, because of Jian Yun's backlash, Jian Hao was burning in rage and did not carefully think about this matter at all. But now, calming down and thinking about it, he immediately detected something amiss. He was a Stellar Hall elder, so how could he not be clear about the situation of the aura viewing art? To talk about making Jian Yun suffer heavenly Dao backlash unless Yi Yuan was carrying some terrifying treasure on him or he was in possession of tremendous destiny. Regardless of which it was, Yi Yuan's background was clearly not simple. But the problem was, where did Jian Hao find this kid, and also what was the objective of bringing him to extreme luck great imperial capital? Furthermore, City Lord even summoned this kid. This matter was likely not that simple. Walking into a vast hall, Yi Yuan felt as if he walked into a vast starry sky. In the center of the starry star, there was an enormous but exquisite apparatus, currently slowly revolving. Yi Yuan sized the instrument up, feeling the powerful undulations coming off of the instrument. He guessed that this should be the all-encompassing armillary sphere. A gray-robed old man sat before it, his body radiating countless pale yellow fine threads, probing into the all-encompassing armillary sphere with 1,001 links. This old man gave Yi Yuan an incomparably deep feeling, just like the starry sky. The other party was clearly not looking at him, but Yi Yuan actually had a feeling of being seen through. After Jian Hongxiao entered this great hall, the expression on his face immediately became respectful, his body also seemingly becoming much stiffer. Clearly, he held that old man in great esteem. No idea how long had passed either. Those fine threads slowly retreated into the old man's body. Jian Hongxiao bowed down rather agitatedly, shouting out, "Sinner Jian Hongxiao pays respect to Lord Sutao." "Oh Hongxiao, long time no see," the old man slowly said. "Yes, in a twinkle. It's been more than 100,000 years." Jian Hongxiao actually had tears running down his old face. The old man's gaze slowly shifted to Yi Yuan and sized him up carefully. "You're called Yi Yuan?" Yi Yuan nodded and said with cupped fists, "I pay respects to Lord Empyrean." The old man's gaze was profound as he said, "Even this old man actually can't see through your depths, indeed well deserving of being Emperor surmounting aura. Looking at it, you likely won't be an ordinary heavenly emperor. Powerhouse in the future." Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Senior is too kind." The old man was calm on the surface, but in his heart he was taken by surprise. Reaching his boundary, he was extremely sensitive to the flow of heavenly Tao. His perception toward danger was God knows how many times stronger than Jian Yun, that kind of rookie. He wanted to employ the aura viewing art to observe Yi Yuan just now, but warning bells suddenly sounded in his heart and actually made him have a feeling of danger. He naturally knew about the matter of Jian Yun being blinded and thought to himself, "Could it be that I would also become like that?" But even if it was the Emperor surmounting aura, with his skill it also would not be to that extent, right? Currently, Jian Sutao was extremely conflicted in his heart. He very much wanted to activate the aura viewing art and take a look at Yi Yuan's situation. But the moment he thought of Jian Yun's outcome, he did not dare to do so anymore. As the lord of a city and Empyrean powerhouse, he could not bear the consequences of becoming blind. Curiosity kills the cat. This kind of situation was still effective when placed on an Empyrean powerhouse. Thinking about it, Jian Sutao still gave up in the end. Once something really happened and he suffered heavenly Tao backlash, this rank 7 powerhouse, did not have the 7-vein stellar pill to save him. At that time, he would be a blind man for life. This kind of result was not what he could accept. Jian Sutao looked towards Jian Hongxiao and opened his mouth and said, "Back. Then, before you left, this Empyrean performed a divination for you and calculated that your path wasn't severed, but didn't think that it's answered here." Yi Yuan was terrified when he heard it. This level of augury skill was simply terrifying. 100,000 years ago, it was actually divined without the slightest error. 100,000 years ago, he was not even born yet. This kind of thing that was foreordained by the unseen. Jian Sutao himself also could not grasp it. But 100,000 years since then, it truly appeared. Jian Hongxiao was also very surprised and said, "Turns out that your Excellency has long calculated for me before. I only calculated that my fate had a turn for the better recently too. Hongxiao, the matter back then was hard on you. Do you still bear a grudge against this Empyrean?" Jian Hongxiao hurriedly knelt down and said, "What's your Excellency saying?" Casting the forbidden art for Fengqi was Hongxiao acting arbitrarily, resulting in causing a terrible calamity, and even almost affected the all-encompassing armillary sphere. "I am the stellar hall's sinner." Jian Sutao heaved a sigh and said, "It's this Empyrean who is useless. The more one is a member of the Jian family, the more helpless they tend to be. Clearly know that the disaster is in sight, but can only watch it happen. Helplessly, I'm afraid. Only reaching Ancestor's realm can one transform the rotten into something magical, right?" Jian Hongxiao also sighed and said, "What I hate the most is having caused such severe consequences, but not being able to stop Fengqi from leaving. So I only hate that Hongxiao is powerless." Yi Yuan listened quietly by the side, guessing in his heart. Sure enough, the matters back then were not that simple. Jian Hongxiao cast the art of defying heaven and changing fate for a person called Fengqi, wanting to avoid a disaster. It was just a pity that, in the end, it caused a heavy loss. Yet Jian Hongxiao was still unable to salvage Fengqi's life. Jian Sutao suddenly looked at Yi Yuan and said, "Junior, you came here for the 6 veins stellar pills pill formula." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Yes, Senior, please grant the pill formula for A. Look, the 6 veins stellar pills pill formula. I can't give you." Jian Sutao shook his head and said, "Why?" Yi Yuan was taken aback when he heard it and said in puzzlement. He could tell that the relationship between Jian Sutao and Jian Hongxiao was not ordinary. Logically speaking, Jian Sutao should hope for Jian Hongxiao's recovery. But Jian Sutao directly refused him. This made him very perplexed. Jian Sutao said coolly, "The pill formula of the 6 vein stellar pill is unique to my Jian family. How can it be easily shown to people?" Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly and he said, "But this medicinal pill, other people don't have much benefits consuming it too. It's only useful to the Jian family's members, isn't it? Even if I look at the pill formula, I'm also using it to save the Jian family's people. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with it, right?" Jian Sutao's gaze turned intent. A wave of anger was released from his body. Yi Yuan immediately felt a tremendous pressure. Jian Hongxiao was alarmed in his heart and hurriedly said, "Your Excellency, calm your anger. Yi Yuan, he is also doing this for the sake of saving me." "Humph! To actually dare rebut this Empyrean, what gall!" Jian Sutao said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan did not give way in the slightest and said, "This junior is just stating a fact. This pill formula being placed in Senior's hands, no one can refine it at all. It can only make the Jian family's people bemoan in the face of it. But put it in my hands, it can save many Jian family's people. What's there to be against it?" When Jian Sutao heard that, his fury was even more apparent as he said in a cold voice, "Heh! Truly a wildly conceited junior. How can my Jian family's rules be gesticulated by you, a junior? Moreover, you want to refine the 6 vein stellar pill just based on that you just entered rank 6? You're looking down on this medicinal pill too much." Yi Yuan looked at Jian Sutao and said coolly, "Give me 5 years and I'll definitely be able to refine the 6 veins stellar pill." Jian Sutao smiled coldly and said, "A toad yawning. What high-sounding sentiments. You think that refining rank 6 divine pills is as easy as eating and drinking? Or is it that you think that you possess Emperor surmounting aura and is invincible under the heavens? If this Empyrean kills you right now, even if you have the potential to cultivate to the realm of Tao Ancestor, it's also to no avail." Finished talking, Jian Sutao's aura really became cold. Clearly, he was genuinely enraged and wanted to kill people. An aura that made Yi Yuan suffocated came in an overwhelming manner. Yi Yuan felt as if the entire starry sky was collapsing, the whole process incomparably horrifying from start to end. Back then, when Yi Yuan was still at the divine vestige realm, he had once faced before the Empyrean realm Lin Chongqing. At that time, he already felt extremely powerless. But that kind of feeling put it now simply paled in comparison with it. This Empyrean in front of him was not what Lin Chongqing, that sort of rookie, could compare to. However, no matter how strong Jian Sutao was, Yi Yuan's brows did not move a bit. His face did not have the slightest change in countenance. Yi Yuan, this person was this stubborn. Cold sweat poured profusely on Jian Hongxiao's forehead. He also did not expect that things would develop to this step. "Lord Sutao, please calm your anger. If you want to kill Yi Yuan, then kill me first," Jian Sutao said in a cold voice. "Humph, do you think that this Empyrean won't kill you on the account of Fengqi's face, is it?" Jian Hongxiao's face changed and he shook his head and said, "Dare not. But Yi Yuan only came here in order to save me. I can't passively watch him die." Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh and said to Jian Hongxiao, If not going to give this pill formula, don't give it then. So what? Other people can create this medicinal pill, so Yi Yuan can similarly create it. It just takes some effort. Senior, let's go." Yi Yuan even created the soul-driving Tao fusion pill, this kind of heaven-defying medicinal pill. He did not believe that he could not create the 6 veins stellar pill. It was just that Yi Yuan currently just broke through to the origin pill realm. He still remained at the deduction and familiarization stage of rank 6 divine pills. Otherwise, he also would not say that he needed 5 years to refine the 6 veins stellar pill. Blackmailing Yi Yuan with medicinal pills, this sort of thing, not many people could do it. Jian Sutao also did not expect that Yi Yuan would actually say such words, and could not help being taken aback. Although his Tao of divination was exceedingly formidable, he could not calculate Yi Yuan's situation. He naturally did not understand Yi Yuan either. Hence, he did not know how formidable Yi Yuan's strength in alchemy was. It was just that this kind of big talk was a little too big, right? One had to know this medicinal pill was jointly developed by Heavenly Emperor, profound secrets and medicine ancestor. There was actually someone in this world who dared to say that they could create the 6 veins stellar pill independently. But Yi Yuan said these words in all solemnity, but it also seemed so credible. Jian Sutao was dazed. More importantly, Yi Yuan was really leaving and did not seem to have the intention of staying. Jian Sutao's face fell and he said in a cold voice, "It's also not that I can't give you the pill formula, but you have to promise this Empyrean a condition." Yi Yuan's figure paused and he involuntarily turned his head back, sizing Jian Sutao up with a smile that was not a smile. Suddenly he realized that turns out Jian Sutao was waiting for this moment. Yi Yuan was also very perplexed. He wanted to save Jian Hongxiao. This was originally a good thing. Why would Jian Sutao still decline with all sorts of excuses? He did not expect that this fellow was actually having ideas about him. "Senior, to the Jian family's people, I'm just an outsider. You used a Jian family's person's life to threaten an outsider. Isn't doing this somewhat immoral?" Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Jian Sutao was shrewd with age, his face being thick as a city wall. He did not feel embarrassed either. He just said coolly, "You will agree." Yi Yuan countered with a question. "Based on what?" Jian Sutao said, "Just based on this Empyrean's divination art." Yi Yuan's pupils constricted and he said helplessly, "All right, you win. Say it. What's the condition?" Yi Yuan understood that Jian Sutao could not divine him, but he could divine Jian Hongxiao. Hence, he knew that Jian Hongxiao would recover very soon. And this was confirmed precisely by him. Yi Yuan was helpless. This feeling of being needed by people he did not like. But he owed Jian Hongxiao. For Jian Hongxiao's sake he would indeed agree. After all, developing a new medicinal pill, this kind of thing, took too much effort. Furthermore, this medicinal pill even mustered the painstaking effort of two mighty transcendent heavenly emperors. How arduous would it be to develop it? The difficulty level was probably not much lower than the soul-driving Tao fusion pill. Furthermore, this was a rank 6 divine pill, the development difficulty would be much greater. Therefore, even though he clearly knew that Jian Sutao's way of doing things was very shameless, Yi Yuan could only accept it. "You help me to enter the ancient god battlefield and retrieve an item," Jian Sutao said. Jian Hongxiao's face changed and he said, "Your Excellency, could it be to retrieve that item?" Jian Sutao nodded his head slightly, equivalent to tacitly acknowledging it. "No way. I'd rather not recover. I can't let Yi Yuan take this risk," Jian Hongxiao said firmly. Jian Sutao said coolly, "Who I'm asking isn't you. It's him. Furthermore, he'll definitely agree." Jian Hongxiao's face changed and he said to Yi Yuan, "Yi Yuan, you can't enter the ancient god battlefield. That place is too dangerous, you'll lose your life." But Yi Yuan looked at Jian Sutao and said, "Okay, I agree. Now can you hand the pill formula to me?" Jian Sutao looked at Yi Yuan rather surprisedly and said, "You're not asking what item this Empyrean wants you to retrieve. And also you're not asking what kind of place the ancient god battlefield is. Since I must agree, what's the difference between asking or not? It's just that senior threatening me with a Jian family's member made this Yi broaden his horizons," Yi Yuan said coolly. The meaning of his words was, "Your esteemed self-shamelessness. This Yi Yuan has seldom seen it in all my life." No matter how good Yi Yuan's relationship with Jian Hongxiao was, Jian Hongxiao was a Jian family's member in the end. As the Jian family's senior, Jian Sutao actually used a Jian family's member to threaten an outsider. This kind of action was truly utterly contemptible. Jian Sutao did not seem to be embarrassed. He just said coolly, "You have the right to choose." Yi Yuan looked at Jian Sutao and said calmly, "Why me?" Jian Sutao said, "It's naturally because you're a child of destiny. Such a monstrous destiny like yours. It's still this Empyrean's first time seeing." Yi Yuan's two eyes narrowed slightly, quietly waiting for him to continue. "The ancient god battlefield is a mystic realm that my Jian family controls. Legend says that very, very long ago, an earth-shaking ancient god war happened before in the ancient god battlefield. The strength of those ancient gods, the weakest was at least at the celestial deity realm. In that unparalleled great battle, there were countless true gods, even Empyrean powerhouses that perished in it. There were even many heavenly emperor-level powerhouses." Yi Yuan was slightly startled in his heart. He did not think that this ancient god battlefield actually even had heavenly emperor powerhouses in it. What kind of heaven-shocking degree did that kind of war reach? Although the present heavenspan world still had endless disputes, it was still relatively calm on the whole, with all kinds of levels very strict. It was very hard for such a terrifying battle to happen. Inside the ancient god battlefield, there are countless soul treasures. Every 10,000 years, Heavenly Emperor profound secrets will personally open up this ancient god battlefield and send a batch of destiny children inside. Those lucky ones can obtain heaven-defying lucky chances, breaking out of the cocoon and becoming a butterfly. They will be soaring to the sky with one leap. Of course, the ancient god battlefield is extremely dangerous. Ancient. Battle souls, ancient grand arrays crisscross inside. Also, there are variant species bred during these countless years. Could be said to be beset with
danger.
Even emperors surmounting auras, those that perish inside each time, were also not in the minority, Jian Sutao explained. In that case, those entering the ancient god battlefield from extreme luck. Great imperial capital. It will not just be me alone, Yi Yuan said. Jian Sutao nodded and said, for 10,000 years, this Empyrean naturally sought out a batch of destiny children. Whether they are entering inside or not, it is also up to their own decision. But this kind of opportunity is hard to come across in 1,000 years. So very few people will refuse. Of course, no one would refuse. Yi Yuan reckoned that those people able to be chosen at least had imperial aura too. People with this degree of destiny, if they did not even dare to challenge a mystic realm, that was also too cowardly. Moreover, although this ancient god battlefield was perilous, massive lucky, chances also went along with it. Once they obtained some ancient relics, their destinies would be more exuberant and their future prospects would also have more room. Perhaps some imperial auras could even break through to the emperor, surmounting aura after entering the ancient god battlefield. These children of destiny were the candidates for future Empyreans and heavenly emperors. Honestly speaking, Yi Yuan was indeed quite moved. What do you want me to help you retrieve? Jian Sutao said. Emperor Beast Divine Bone. Emperor Beast, as the name suggested, was a heavenly emperor-level divine beast. This level of a divine beast, each one was a supreme existence of heaven and earth, their strength being fearsome to the extreme. Even if they had died for many years, the energy contained inside the divine bones was also extremely terrifying. But Yi Yuan was very clear about it. The place where the Emperor Beast Divine Bone was at must be extremely dangerous, far surpassing the limits of his current abilities. Otherwise, Jian Hongxiao also would not be worried for him. It was also no wonder that even Jian Sutao, this level of Empyrean powerhouse, would also be moved by it. More than 100,000 years ago, that batch of Destiny Child entered the ancient god battlefield and accidentally discovered a Qilin Emperor bone. Just too bad that no one could obtain it. Over the past 100,000 years, this Empyrean had sent people inside each time, wanting to obtain this Emperor bone. But sadly, it was all for naught, Jian Sutao said. Yi Yuan looked at Jian Sutao and said with a cold smile, I'm afraid that for the sake of this Qilin Emperor bone, quite a few children of destiny all died. Inside, right? Children of destiny had exuberant destinies? No matter how thriving it was also merely just a reservist force. While that Qilin divine beast was a genuine heavenly emperor powerhouse when it was alive. Even if it died, how could its dignity be what a junior can blaspheme? Jian Sutao did not have the intention of concealing, saying with a nod, the children of destiny who went to retrieve this emperor bone, none of them came back. However, Yi Yuan stopped the other party with a hand gesture and said in a cold voice, you want to say that you feel very optimistic about me, feeling that I can succeed? Hey, are you treating this Yi to be a 3-year-old kid? You rest assured I'll take on this task. But whether it succeeds or not, that will depend on your fortune. Jian Sutao's good fortune was naturally obtaining the Qilin Emperor bone. As for Yi Yuan's fortunes, it was returning alive. Jian Sutao originally thought that at Yi Yuan's age, he should be very easy to control. But he discovered that he was wrong. This kid was shrewd and cunning, not acting in accordance with the scheme that he planned. Time flew by quickly. 5 years passed in a blink of an eye. But inside the world-suppressing steel, 50 years had already passed for Yi Yuan. On this day, the Stellar Hall's powerhouses gathered together. Up to the elders, down to the disciples, no one was absent. Elder Zhonghui, do you know what City Lord called us here for this time? Jian Hao asked an elder. Jian Zhonghui shook his head and said, how can City Lord's thoughts be what the likes of us can guess? But the lineup this time is indeed a little big. And a little too grand. Could it be that some important figure is coming to our extreme luck? Ever since Jian Hongxiao returned to extreme luck great imperial capital Jian, Hao had always been feeling ill at ease. Especially recently, this kind of feeling became even stronger. But he performed a divination for himself but failed to divine anything. Starting from this morning, Jian Hao had been having the jitters all along, the ominous feeling becoming more and more apparent. Right at this time, City Lord suddenly summoned all of the stellar hall's disciples. This made Jian Hao's mood become heavier. At this time, an awe-inspiring voice echoed out inside the hall. Suyen, is everyone here? Jian Suyen gave a bow and said, reporting to City Lord, there's still one person who isn't here. Jian Sutao fell silent for a moment and opened his mouth and said, he should be on his way. Let's start then. Calling you all here today, there's something to announce. Starting from today, the Stellar Hall will add a new elder. So, Jian Hao, I'll have to inconvenience you and have you retire to the protector's seat for the time being. Jian Sutao's voice reverberated inside the hall. But every word that he said was like a clap of thunder, exploding in Jian Hao's ears. His seat of elder was gone just like that. Jian Hao's expression became extremely ugly. He did not dare to fly off the handle and could only bow. He then said, City Lord, inside this extreme luck, great imperial capital, apart from a few stellar hall elders, there shouldn't be anyone whose strength can compete with mine in the Tao of divination, right? Originally there wasn't, but today there is, Jian Sutao said slowly. Right at this time a figure entered the stellar hall. When Jian Hao saw the arrival, he was immediately petrified.
Jian Hongxiao.
How is this possible? The current Jian Hongxiao had an imposing aura. He already reached peak true God realm just like that, and he was even stronger than before he suffered heavenly Tao backlash back then. However, Jian Hao knew that for Jian Hongxiao to want to recover his strength, the 6-vein stellar pill was a must. But in this extreme luck great imperial capital, where to find the 6-vein stellar pill? If one could find it, Jian Hongxiao also would not possibly have holed up in extreme light imperial city for 100,000 years. The question was that what was going on right now in front of him? Inside the stellar hall, quite a few people knew Jian Hongxiao. Each and every one of them was dumbfounded, not quite daring to believe there was this peak true God realm powerhouse before their eyes was really Jian Hongxiao. Back then, after that incident happened, everyone thought that Jian Hongxiao was finished. Who could have thought that 100,000 years later Jian Hongxiao returned to the peak anew and returned to the stellar hall once again, becoming a stellar hall elder? Hang on. Even if there's really the 6-vein stellar pill, he also can't possibly return to his peak state, unless the 6-vein stellar pill can reach divine grade. Jian Hao suddenly recalled something and said in surprise. When everyone heard that, they were even more surprised. The 6-vein stellar pill is a level 9 medicinal pill. It is even high grade, which is very hard to come across. Divine grade. How is this possible? Could it be that he really obtained a divine grade 6-vein stellar pill? Really didn't expect that Elder Hongxiao could actually return to Stellar Hall one day. It had been 100,000 years. Jian Hongxiao had always been staying in a tiny little imperial city, suddenly recovering to his peak this time. Then there was only one explanation. He obtained the 6-vein stellar pill. But this sort of thing happening was really too miraculous. However, they did not know that Jian Sutao, who was beside the all-encompassing armillary sphere, the astonishment on his face was even thicker than theirs. Just yesterday he used the all-encompassing armillary sphere to divine things. He found that the Stellar Hall's elders lineup was about to change, and the person who would join them, it would be Jian Hongxiao. Putting that aside, he naturally knew how Jian Hongxiao recovered. 5 years. It really was only a short 5-year period for Yi Yuan to refine the 6th-vein stellar pill. Was this medicine ancestor possessing the body? A 6-star alchemy god. Furthermore, it was just a first firmament true god. 6-star alchemy god. He only used 5 years and refined the 6th-vein stellar pill. Furthermore, looking at Jian Hongxiao's current condition, he actually seemed to have touched that layer of bottleneck. If it was really the case, Jian Hongxiao might break through to the Empyrean realm at any time. Empyrean realm. How many true god powerhouses sought after it all their lives but were unable to break through to this realm? But Jian Hongxiao actually had a blessing come to him in the disguise of misfortune touching this boundary. Being able to do it and reaching this step, the medicinal pill that Jian Hongxiao consumed was absolutely not an ordinary 6th-vein stellar pill. Just what kind of existence was that kid? Only all the way until today did Jian Sutao seemingly realize that he
underestimated Ye Yuan.
Underestimated him too much. This boy was absolutely not an ordinary emperor surmounting aura.
No wonder.
Even he did not dare to cast the aura viewing art on Yi Yuan too. Returning to the stellar hall anew, Jian Hongxiao was also filled with vicissitudes of emotion. When he failed in casting the heaven-defying and fate-changing art, he thought that his whole life would be like this. Hence, he holed up in a tiny little imperial city with his mind at ease. All the way until one day he divined that his fate had a change. But the future was still so confusing and whirling, because he could not calculate why at all. Later, Yi Yuan appeared in front of him. Everything changed. Today he could finally stand here again. Sinner Hongxiao returns. Jian Hongxiao bowed down toward the depths of the great hall, his mind being agitated. It was silent inside. Only after a long time did a voice slowly say, "Good. That you're back. Retake your seat." "Yes." Jian Hongxiao answered and walked toward the elder's side. Jian Hao was standing here, unable to leave nor stay, being extremely awkward. "Younger brother Jian Hao, it's been hard on you these few years." Jian Hongxiao looked at Jian Hao and said smilingly. The corners of Jian Hao's mouth twitched fiercely. His expression was ugly to the extreme. He wished to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. He worked hard for 100,000 years. In the end, he actually still could not beat Jian Hongxiao. These 100,000 years, he was just a temporary replacement. Now that the real master was back, he was kicked aside with one foot. He was not able to accept it, but he had no choice. In extreme luck, great imperial capital, Jian Sutao's words were the imperial edict. No one dared to defy him. In Jian Hao's view, so what if Jian Hongxiao recovered his strength? He had once committed an unpardonable crime. Could it be that he could be forgiven after 100,000 years had passed? Who would those stellar hall disciples who died find to talk reason with? But Jian Sutao did not seem to have the intention of explaining. Just like that, this matter was decided. Jian Hao was back to being his protector. Truly a joke. Congratulations to Elder Hongxiao's return. Jian Hao gritted his teeth and still moved out of the position in the end. All of the Stellar Hall disciples looked at this scene, not daring to even breathe loudly. It was too awkward for everyone. I never dreamed that I actually still had a chance to step into the Stellar Hall in this lifetime. Yi Yuan, you showed this old man the grace of rebirth. Jian Hongxiao looked at Yi Yuan and said with a multitude of feelings. He deduced his own fate and just faintly felt that change would depend on Yi Yuan. But he did not think that he could return to the Stellar Hall anew for real. Furthermore, it was extremely quick. The 6th-vein stellar pill, he knew that Yi Yuan should be able to refine it. It was just that he did not think that Yi Yuan directly gave him a vast spirit. Divine pill. When he saw the medicinal pill, his entire person was dazed. After eating the medicinal pill, his divine soul was practically about to float out. It was just that, at that time, not only did his strength improve further, he actually even had a deeper level of comprehension towards the profound spirit. Chaos formula, touching the threshold of Empyrean realm. Everyone said give a plum in return for a peach. But now the repayment that Yi Yuan gave him simply made him unable to bear it. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Brother Hongxiao is doing it again, aren't you? Is there still a need to be so courteous between you and me? Ha ha! This old man can't help himself. Oh right, the ancient god battlefield still has a dozen over years before its opening. Those children of destiny will be gathering in Extreme Luck Great Imperial capital very soon. Although your destiny is strong inside this ancient god battlefield, destiny is completely useless. I heard that even Dao ancestor powerhouses had perished there before," Jian Hongxiao said. Yi Yuan's face changed and he said in surprise, "Dao ancestor powerhouse? Aren't they eternal and immortal?" Jian Hongxiao shook his head and said, "As for the specifics, I don't know, either. How can that level of existence be what people like us can try to figure out? I only coincidentally heard Fengqi mentioned it once before very long ago." Presently, Yi Yuan had long learned that this Fengqi was Jian Sutao's daughter, while Jian Hongxiao was Jian Sutao's son-in-law. Back then, Jian Fengqi had a great tribulation in her life. Since then she became confined to her bed and never left it again. Jian Hongxiao loved Jian Fengqi deeply. Hence, disregarding his biological brother's obstruction, he cast the heaven-defying fate-changing art. Who could have thought that apart from it falling short of success at the last stage, it even affected the all-encompassing armillary sphere, sucking the 36 disciples on duty and his biological younger brother all into human jerky. This matter had always been the pain in Jian Hongxiao's heart, so he was never willing to bring it up to people. When Yi Yuan heard this, monstrous waves stirred in his heart. Based on the worldview that Dustless instilled in Yi Yuan, Dao ancestors were eternal and undying existences. They were the apex existences of this world. They controlled the laws in an area, representing heavenly Dao. Who could kill them? But now, someone said that Dao ancestors could die too. This caused a tremendous impact on Yi Yuan's worldview. Jian Fengqi was Jian Sutao's daughter. These words definitely came from him. With Jian Sutao's position in the Jian family, could these words merely be a groundless rumor? Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Jian Hongxiao said with a smile, "Hoo-hoo. Back then, when I heard this, my expression was exactly the same as yours. But thinking about it now, I'm afraid that Lord Sutao also heard about it as a rumor." Yi Yuan also smiled and said, "This ancient god battlefield is rather interesting." The two people were currently chatting away idly when someone from outside reported that Jian Hao brought Jian Yun to request an audience. Yi Yuan and Jian Hongxiao exchanged a glance and smiled. Jian Hongxiao said, smilingly, "Looks like Jian Hao is here to ask for a pill. Should we meet him or not?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "That will have to depend on his sincerity. Leave it to you. I'll avoid him for a bit first." The weary-looking Jian Hao brought the blind Jian Yun and entered the hall. Seeing Jian Hongxiao, Jian Hao hesitated for a moment, but he still gave a bow toward Jian Hongxiao. He said, "I pay respects to Elder Jian Hongxiao." Jian Hongxiao was currently sitting solemnly as a show of respect and did not give a response. These two people contended with each other overtly and covertly for as long as several tens of thousands of years. Back then, when Jian Hongxiao fell into distress, the one who trampled the hardest was also Jian Hao. Now, making him treat Jian Hao with a calm state of mind, it was clearly not that easy. Jian Hao had an awkward look, unable to leave nor stay. He had no choice but to put aside his own pride to come and find Jian Hongxiao. For the sake of his son today, since Jian Hongxiao obtained the 6-vein stellar pill, that meant that there was someone who could refine this medicinal pill. His son's eyes could only be saved by the 6-vein stellar pill. Jian Hongxiao drank his tea as if these two people were air. Back then, he suffered heavenly Dao backlash and was heavily injured, being on the verge of dying. Even though he consumed medicinal pills, he also laid on the bed for several decades, barely managing to preserve his life. At that time, Jian Hao took his place and assumed the position of elder. In fact, he had once advocated for sentencing Jian Hongxiao to death. Banishing to extreme light Imperial City, this matter was also completed under Jian Hao's urging. Now, this bit of reciprocal was naturally considered nothing. Jian Hao gritted his teeth and knelt down with a thud, clenching his teeth. And he said, "Elder Hongxiao, Jian Hao knows that I was unfair to you, but I only have this one son. I don't want him to become a cripple. I beg you to help." Although the Jian Yun by the side was blind, he also knew that his father knelt down. His expression changed greatly as he said, "Dad, how can you kneel down toward him? Shut up. You kneel down for me too and offer an apology to Elder Hongxiao." Jian Hongxiao said fiercely. Jian Yun's face flickered incessantly, making him kneel down toward Jian Hongxiao was simply unprecedented humiliation. He hated Jian Hongxiao, hated him for saying that he would not amount to much. Bang! Jian Hao flicked a finger. Jian Yun knelt down involuntarily. In his ears came Jian Hao scolding, "Unfilial son, Elder Hongxiao is the only person who can save you right now, unless you want to be a cripple for life." Jian Yun was startled and no longer struggled. He did not wish to become a cripple for life. Looking at this father and son pair, Jian Hongxiao slowly opened his mouth and said, "All right, Jian Hao, your apology, I accept it, but Jian Yun's eyes, I can't help you." Jian Hao nodded his head and said, "I understand Elder Hongxiao's meaning. Jian Hao isn't asking for other things. I only beg you to speak in recommendation of me, and let me meet this expert." He did not think that Jian Hongxiao could help him with anything to begin with. Disregarding the relationship between the two of them, how could an expert who could refine such a high-quality six-vein stellar pill be possibly influenced by Jian Hongxiao? The expert behind Jian Hongxiao was at least a 7-star alchemy god. Furthermore, this kind of 7-star alchemy god, his status absolutely would not be inferior to City Lord. It was just that Jian Hao was very confused. Why would such an important person be willing to refine pills for Jian Hongxiao? Jian Hongxiao said, "All right, I'll go and help you ask for his opinion." Finished saying, Jian Hongxiao turned around and left. Before long, he came back and said, "The master agreed to see you guys. Follow me." When the father and son, two people, heard it, they were wildly elated in their hearts. What they were most afraid of was that he would not meet. As long as he was willing to meet, everything could be discussed. Jian Hongxiao was presently a stellar hall's elder. The mansion conferred onto him naturally would not be small. With a few turns, the few people arrived in a courtyard. Jian Hao faced inside and gave a deep bow, opened his mouth and said, "Junior, Stellar Hall's protector, Jian Hao, pays respect to Senior. I beg Senior to bestow my son a 6-vein stellar pill." When Jian Hongxiao heard that, a hint of a smile flashed across his face. This old fogey actually took Yi Yuan to be a senior. But it made sense. Under the circumstances where one was ignorant, probably anyone would also think that the one who refined the pill for him was an Empyrean realm big shot, right? A ridiculously young figure slowly walked out. Jian Hao's expression instantly became extremely ugly. "Jian Hongxiao, you're playing with me?" Jian Hao looked toward Jian Hongxiao and said in a great rage. Jian Hao knew that this young man was the main culprit who caused his son to end up like this. Now that he showed up here, wasn't this intentionally embarrassing him and making fun of him? Who he wanted to meet was the master, not this brat. "Dad, what's wrong?" Jian Yun could not see and asked doubtfully. Jian Hao said furiously, "He's making fun of us, father and son. This isn't some master at all, but that punk who caused you to become like this." "What?" Jian Yun was enraged the moment he heard it. Jian Hongxiao smiled and said indifferently, "He's the master that he wanted to see." Jian Hao did not believe it at all. Waving his hand, he said coldly, "Speaking nonsense. Do you take me for a fool? At this age, forget about being a 6 Star Alchemy God. Being able to learn the basics of alchemy is already pretty good. Even if he's a 6-star alchemy god, the 6-vein stellar pill is also not what the likes of his age can refine. But Jian Hongxiao shook his head and said, I don't have the time to crack this kind of jokes with you. My 6-vein stellar pill was refined by Yi Yuan. I brought him to Extreme Luck Great Imperial Capital in order to find City Lord to ask for the 6-vein stellar pill's pill formula. Otherwise, who else do you think can refine the 6-vein stellar pill in this Extreme Luck Great Imperial Capital? The series of words made Jian Hao calm down. Jian Hongxiao's sudden return was very fishy to begin with. In these 100,000 over years, he had not returned once before. Thinking of how Jian Yun went blind with one look again, could it be that this Yi Yuan really had an extremely exuberant destiny? Linking these events up, it was really very likely. But this brat looked to be only 1,000 over years old no matter how one looked at him. How could he refine the 6-vein stellar pill? This kind of thing was simply too ludicrous. Jian Hao looked at Yi Yuan with an awkward look. Master, don't blame me. It's truly rather hard to believe. Jian Hao said. Yuan said coolly, no worries. Even though Jian Yun was a little domineering, his crime isn't to this extent. Since Elder Hongxiao isn't pressing the case with you guys, I'm indifferent. I can help you guys refine the medicinal pill, but the spirit medicines need you to prepare yourself. Jian Hao was overjoyed when he heard it and hurriedly said, Thank you, Master. The eyes of Jian Hao's family's son were cured. This matter spread throughout Extreme Luck Great Imperial Capital very quickly. Like a gust of wind, those major family clans all went into action without delay, all wanting to inquire about who treated Jian Yun's eyes. At Extreme Luck Great Imperial Capital, there was actually someone capable of refining the 6-vein stellar pill. To the Jian family's members, this 6-vein stellar pill was simply a second life. Among the Jian family members in this city, how many people had suffered heavenly Dao backlash before? Even some powerful people more or less suffered before some hidden injuries. 2. Being unable to eliminate it once and for all up till today. But Jian Hao's family kept a tight lid on their mouths. No one knew how on earth this master was. Right at this time, a piece of news spread like wildfire. It turned out that the one who refined the 6-vein stellar pill was none other than actually that young man who came to the great imperial capital. Together with Elder Jian Hongxiao, one stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. The Jian family members in the city were all incomparably amazed. Their first reaction was that they did not believe it. A ridiculously young youth who just entered True God realm, how could he possibly be the master who refined the 6-vein stellar pill? But thinking carefully, this credibility was really very high. Hence, there began to have people who harbored the mentality to give it a try, and went to Jian Hongxiao's elder manor. In the end, each one returned fully loaded. Those Jian family members with chronic ailments actually all recovered under Yi Yuan's miracle hands. With this, it thoroughly blew up. The people who came to the elder's manor every day were practically trampling the doorway flat. For some time, Jian Hongxiao became the most in-demand elder in this city. Even Master Buchan also personally paid a visit to call on Master Ye's counsel. Just like that, Yi Yuan cultivated as he treated the Jian family members. Heavenly Dao backlash. More than 10 years' time passed. On this day, Jian Hongxiao went to find Yi Yuan. Upon seeing Jian Hongxiao, Yi Yuan's eyes could not help lighting up as he said with a smile, Congratulations to Brother Hongxiao. Seems like Extreme Luck Great Imperial Capital will be adding another Empyrean powerhouse not long after. The current Jian Hongxiao had a full forehead one. The aura of Dao on his body was becoming thicker and thicker. This was clearly the sign of breaking through soon. From a true god to an Empyrean, how many heroes had this step stumped? Just take this Extreme Luck Great Imperial Capital for example. Just the 9th firmament true god powerhouses that Yi Yuan knew about were 20 to 30 people. Those below 9th firmament true god were even more. But so many true God powerhouses, those able to break through to the Empyrean realm, were only Jian Sutao and Jian Suyan, two people. This was also because the Jian family's cultivation method was powerful. If it were other places, this chance would be even lower. Hence, for Jian Hongxiao to be able to take this step, no idea how many true God powerhouses were incredibly envious of him. Jian Hongxiao was all smiles as he said, "Hey, without you, this old man also couldn't possibly have taken this step in this lifetime. Empyrean, even people who possess imperial aura also don't dare to say that they can definitely break through to the Empyrean realm. For this old man to be able to have this today, it's being tainted by your immortal qi." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Brother Hongxiao's talent is extremely good in the first place. Back then, if not for suffering heavenly Tao backlash with the accumulation of these 100,000 years, you'd probably have walked to this step as well." Jian Hongxiao shook his head and said, "There are no ifs in this world. Everything has its destiny. That tribulation back then was Fengqi's tribulation. Similarly, this was my tribulation. If not for encountering you, it's impossible for my destiny to change." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Finding me for something? Lord Sutao made me come find you. He told me to have you go to Virtuous Wind establishment. The ancient God battlefield is about to open. The other children of destiny have already arrived in succession," Jian Hongxiao said. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "Brother Hongxiao's father-in-law's people manipulating art is truly impressive. Disregarding using you to blackmail me into entering the ancient God battlefield, he even deliberately let out the news, making me treat the Jian family's people. TSK, truly exhausting every power of his mind." Jian Hongxiao blushed with shame. He knew that he caused trouble for Yi Yuan. If not for him, Yi Yuan would not have provoked so much trouble, and even had to put his life on the line to enter the ancient God battlefield. Inside the Virtuous Wind establishment, all the people of fame arrived. The moment Yi Yuan entered the hall, he immediately attracted a series of sidelong glances. A young man sitting on the left-hand side sized him up for a while and laughed in spite of himself as he said, "I was wondering who had such airs to actually be the last one to come. Turns out that it's just a rookie who just entered True God realm." Ha ha ha. Everyone guffawed with laughter. Yi Yuan discovered that ever since he broke through to the Origin Pill realm, his cultivation speed suddenly slowed down a lot. It was not that his talent could not keep up anymore, but it was due to the spiritual energy required being too horrifying. In these 10 years, Yi Yuan swallowed quite a number of medicinal pills but did not break through much in terms of cultivation realm. He was still at the initial stage First Firmament Origin Pill realm. Of course, this was just relatively speaking of him. When ordinary people cultivated for 10 years, they would probably also just barely consolidate their realm. Yi Yuan could not be bothered with them. He found a corner and sat down. Sweeping a glance, Yi Yuan discovered that there were a total of 9 people in this hall, including him. That young man sitting on the left-hand seat was the strongest. He actually already reached the initial stage Third Firmament True God realm. The others were all just at the Second Firmament True God realm and late stage First Firmament True God realm, while he was the weakest among these people, being only at the middle stage First Firmament Origin Pill. Reaching True God realm, even if it was just the difference between initial stage First Firmament True God and middle stage First Firmament True God, the strength difference was huge. Hence, that young man's nose was almost pointing to the sky already. It was only to see him slowly standing up, and then he said to everyone, "This humble self is Song Yu, from the Xiwan Great Imperial Capital. Elder Suyen personally used the aura viewing art on me before. I'm at the peak Imperial aura, entering the ancient God battlefield this time. As long as I obtain a huge lucky chance, I believe that stepping into Emperor surmounting aura shouldn't be anything difficult." When everyone heard that, each and every one of them was slightly surprised in their hearts. Jian Suyen was the Stellar Hall's head elder, being the only Empyrean realm powerhouse. With him personally using the aura viewing art, this was a great glory. Seeing the changes on everyone's faces, Song Yu had a smug look. He said, smilingly, "We're all from Extreme Luck Great Imperial Capital. Entering the ancient god battlefield, we should naturally support one another. Why don't everybody do a self-introduction first? Talk about your destiny." The moment Song Yu came up, he suppressed everyone. At this time, no one objected. On his right side, a young man opened his mouth and said, "I'm called Gua Jingyang, from Redleaf Great Imperial Capital, Late Stage Imperial Aura. I'm called Ma Chong, from Windade Great Imperial Capital, Late Stage Imperial Aura." Very soon, it was the turn of a wretched-looking old man next to Yi Yuan. The moment Yi Yuan entered, he quietly sized him up. The rest were all youngsters, only this guy was very old, likely several tens of thousands of years old already. It was very hard to imagine that such a person could actually be chosen to enter the ancient god battlefield. But since he was able to enter the virtuous wind establishment, he would also be Imperial Aura at the lousiest. The wretched-looking old man chuckled, stood up and said, "This old man is
Liu Yi, an itinerant cultivator.
I only barely managed to break through to the initial stage Imperial Aura due to luck. Although this old man is old, I can't compare to all of you young talents. When the time comes, please take good care of me." Liu Yi's attitude was exhibited very humbly and did not take advantage of his seniority because of his age, looking very obediently. But Yi Yuan instinctively felt that this old man was not simple. "Hehe, you could actually break through to Imperial Aura at this age. I'm afraid you stepped on dog shit when you stepped out of the house, right?" As Song Yu said, he burst out laughing. When the others heard it, they also laughed along. Toward Liu Yi, they looked down on him from the bottom of their hearts. Firstly, it was because his appearance was wretched. Secondly, it was because he was already advanced in age. At this age, even if one had an Imperial Aura, it was likely very hard to break through to the Empyrean realm too. Liu Yi himself also started to laugh. He concurred and said, "How did Sir Song know? Hehe, 3,000 years ago, this old man really stepped into a pile of dog shit when I went out of the house. In the end, not long after, I obtained some lucky chances inside a mystic realm. That's how I broke through to Imperial Aura." With him saying so, everyone was even more amused. Song Yu laughed until he could not close his mouth as he said with amusement, "Hoo-hoo, you have self-awareness. After going in, follow me. I'll ensure your safety." Liu Yi chuckled and said, "Then I'll have to thank Sir Song very much." Finished saying, Liu Yi sat down, but his eyes unwittingly flitted toward Yi Yuan. Just now, everyone was jeering at him. Only Yi Yuan did not. Now it was Yi Yuan's turn. But Yi Yuan did not have the intention of opening his mouth. Song Yu looked at Yi Yuan with a smile that was not a smile and said, "Hey, snotty brat, it's your turn." Ever since breaking through to the perfect sixth transformation golden body, Yi Yuan's looks became much younger all at once, as if returning to his youth era. In other people's view, he was just like an immature snotty brat. Ha ha ha. Another wave of loud laughter came. Yi Yuan gave Song Yu a glance and said coolly, "I'm called Yi Yuan. I'm from Heavenly Eagle Imperial City." Heavenly Eagle Imperial City? What place is that? Never heard before. Haha. Puny little Imperial Aura can actually produce an Imperial Aura too? Just now, Liu Yi said that he stepped on dog shit when he stepped out of the house. You wouldn't have eaten dog shit, right? Yi Yuan had not finished talking yet when Song Yu directly verbally abused him. Right in his face. Song Yu had long discerned it. When the others heard his background and destiny, they all already looked up to him for guidance. But Yi Yuan had an aloof and indifferent appearance, not giving him any face at all. Therefore, he did not plan on saving Yi Yuan's face either. Moreover, Yi Yuan only came from a remote tiny little imperial city. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's name He had really not heard of it before. Hey, snotty brat. Eating dog shit, your destiny must be very flourishing, right? What's your destiny? Such a great destiny you can likely become a Tao ancestor in the future, right? Song Yu convulsed with laughter in great delight. Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, my destiny actually, I don't know either. Everyone could not help being taken aback when they heard it. Those able to enter the virtuous wind establishment, they needed to have imperial aura at the least, because only a person with an imperial aura could enter the ancient god battlefield. But Yi Yuan said that he did not know? What kind of situation was this? Don't know? Kid, you're making fun of us, right? Those able to enter virtuous wind establishment are all at least imperial auras that have gone through the approval of the Stellar Hall's elders. You don't even know yourself and you can come in? Or is it that your destiny is too weak and your strength is too low as well? So you're embarrassed to say? Song Yu said with a contemptuous look. Not saying was naturally being embarrassed to say. Most likely, Yi Yuan's destiny was the same as Louis just entered imperial aura. Makes sense, coming from a measly imperial aura. Being able to have an imperial aura was already the limit. That's not it. They all said that I'm of the emperor surmounting aura. But it's all guesses. Because they don't even dare to look, Yi Yuan said coolly. Emperor surmounting aura? Don't dare to look? Haha, it's really getting more and more ridiculous. The Stellar Hall elders' means are all exceedingly formidable. They would not dare to look? Kid, you also have to come up with a draft when you're boasting. All right? Stellar Hall said with a cold smile. He didn't lie. The Jian family members who have used the aura viewing art on him before all went blind. At this time, a voice sounded out from the side hall. Following that, a group of people slowly walked out. They were precisely the Stellar Hall's 8 elders. Elder Hongxiao. Song Yu's face changed, immensely shocked in his heart. It was still his first time hearing that when the Jian family's people used the aura viewing art, they would actually go blind. But these words coming out of Jian Hongxiao's words naturally would not be wrong. That late-stage Imperial Guo Jingyang suddenly said with a look of surprise, blinded? Could he be Yi Yuan, Master Yi? Song Yu was taken aback and said, and Master Yi? He had naturally heard of Master Yi Yuan's name before. The Jian family members in this city simply revered him like a god. Guo Jingyang nodded and said, Brother Song came late and might not have heard before. Back then, Master Yi and Master Hongxiao just entered extreme luck. Great imperial capital. Protector Jian Hao's son, Jian Yun, used the aura viewing art on Master Yi. In the end, his eyes went blind on the spot. Later, it was even treated by Master Yi. When the group of children of destiny heard that, they were all extremely surprised. They had all heard of Master Ye's name and even thought that he was an old fogey. Who would have thought that he was actually this young? No one connected this snotty brat in front of them with that Master Yi Yuan, whose name shook extreme luck. Song Yu's face was full of astoundment. He kept calling snotty brat earlier. Who would have expected that Yi Yuan was actually such a major figure? This face of yours was also too deceiving. Hang on, what did he say earlier? Emperor surmounting aura? Song Yu was speechless. Could it be that this Yi Yuan really had the emperor surmounting aura? Going blind with a look? How powerful a destiny was that? Why did Yi Yuan himself say that he was not sure? If the Jian family suspected that he was of the emperor surmounting aura, couldn't City Lord personally use the aura viewing art on him? With City Lord's strength, he could see through Yi Yuan's actual situation, right? Everyone knew that City Lord understood the mysteries of good fortune in terms of aura viewing art. How could Song Yu know that Jian Sutao wanted to look? But he did not dare to look. Everyone's gazes shot toward Song Yu one after another, making his face incomparably scalding hot. Just as Song Yu was in a daze, the various elders had already taken their positions. An old figure appeared. We pay respects to City Lord. Seeing this old man, everyone hurriedly bowed and gave a salute. Even if it was Song Yu, he also did not dare to be the slightest bit neglectful in front of Jian Sutao. Jian Sutao slowly opened his mouth and said, "You're all the children of destiny that my extreme luck great imperial capital picked. Your future accomplishments are limitless. If you can obtain lucky chances from inside the ancient god battlefield, surpassing this Empyrean in the future is also not impossible. Therefore, I wish you all the best. Alright, the hour has arrived. You all get ready, you're about to set off." On Jian Sutao's body, a dense fog leaped up. It suddenly became incomparably dark inside the entire hall. Dots of stars lit up. A passageway appeared in front of everyone. Song Yu did not hesitate, taking the lead and entering. The rest followed. Closely behind, Yi Yuan was naturally the last one. In the instant he stepped into the passageway, Jian Sutao suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Yi Yuan, don't forget the thing you promised this Empyrean." Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, "Relax. The things that I, Yi Yuan, promised, I'll live up to my word." Finished saying, Yi Yuan did not hesitate, also going into the passageway. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets, who was currently casting a spell suddenly, detected a trace of abnormality. His eyes seemed to be able to see through the void, directly landing on the Yi Yuan inside the passageway. This young man interesting, rather interesting, saying interesting twice in a row for Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets that was absolutely encountering something that made him interested. By the side, a middle-aged man said in surprise, "Lord Father, what thing made you so interested?" Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets smiled and said, "With the ancient god battlefield opening this time, I discovered a very interesting little fellow. Oh, wonder what peculiarity this little fellow has to actually be able to attract Father's attention." He knew that the ancient god battlefield had opened for no idea how many times. Already, his father had never revealed such an expression before. It showed that this little fellow was really very interesting. He understood that after his father reached his present realm, he had already reached the state of mind like an ancient well without ripples long ago. Extremely few things could make his mood have a change. But today his father's mood clearly had a ripple. This made him extremely shocked. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets smiled and said, "It's a little fellow who came from extreme luck great imperial capital. Father actually can't see through his actual situation." The pupils of the middle-aged man shrunk, and he said in surprise, "Father calculates all of heaven's secrets and knows about the matters under the heavens like the back of your hand. There's actually someone that Father can't see through in this world." Profound Secrets shook his head and could not help laughing as he said, "Calculating all of heaven's secrets? That's only what you all think. Father merely lived a little longer and understood a little more about this world than others." Profound Secrets stood with his hands behind his back, turned around to look towards that distant horizon, and said emotionally, "Everyone says that I, Profound Secrets, am omniscient and all-powerful, but they don't know that the moment my Jian family touches calculating rods, Heavenly Tao is laughing. The higher one stands, the more it's akin to treading on thin ice, and the more one feels that Heavenly Tao is unfathomable." The middle-aged man was at a loss after listening. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' words he could not comprehend at all. In his eyes, his father always had everything under control. In this world, there was nothing that he, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets, could not calculate. Even those Tao ancestors who were too lofty to reach were also courteous toward Father. His father was absolutely this heaven-span world's outlier, an existence above worldly considerations. The things that he said, he could not understand at all. Why would Heavenly Tao laugh? What Father said, Yunshin doesn't understand. Hoo-hoo, perhaps one day you'll know. Go and inquire for me about the Background of this little fellow? Profound Secret said with a laugh. Yes, father. Jian Yunshin received the order and left. Inside the passageway, Yi Yuan's brows suddenly furrowed. Senior, I seem to feel that someone was spying on me just now, Yi Yuan said. To Dustless. Dustless was rather surprised as he said, Spying on you? I didn't detect it. Yi Yuan was rather stunned. Even Dustless actually did not feel it? Maybe it's my misconception, Yi Yuan said. Dustless frowned as he thought about it and said, Might not be. Talk about your feeling just now. Yi Yuan said, It was like heavenly Tao's overlooking. It was intangible. Dustless said, This ancient god battlefield's passageway was opened up by Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets with a great divine ability. Sending you all into the ancient god battlefield is also Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' work. Could it be that it was him spying on you? When Yi Yuan heard that, his brows could not help furrowing. Being noticed by such a powerhouse was not what he desired. Although he looked forward to meeting Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets very much, he also knew that this kind of person was too ephemeral. That person was not what the current him could come into contact with. Being noticed by Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was not some good thing. Forget it. It's a blessing if not a calamity. If it's a calamity, it can't be avoided. Just as Yi Yuan was hesitating, Yi Yuan only felt a blur before his eyes. Desolate aura hit him face on. In front of him, it was a boundless land with yellow sand all over the place, unable to see the end with a glance. Suddenly, the winds and clouds changed. Above the horizon, two powerhouses surged with mighty divine essence, fighting fiercely in close quarters, fighting until heaven rend asunder and the earth cracked. Suddenly, an attack dispersed and headed straight toward their side. The faces of Song Yu and the rest changed drastically as they cried out in surprise. Goodness, quickly run. As he said, he turned around and ran. At this time, the young powerhouses in this area were probably no less than several hundred people. When everyone saw this horrifying energy undulation, each and every one of them was scared until their faces were ashen, turning tail and running like Song Yu. But how could they escape? That energy undulation arrived in an instant. However, there was no exploding sound like everyone imagined. It evaporated into thin air just like that. Lifting their heads and looking over again, those two powerhouses also disappeared into thin air. Their traces were no longer there. What the hell? Turns out that it was a false alarm. Damn it. Scared me to death. What's going on here? Don't tell that those two powerhouses just now were both illusions? Those young powerhouses all cursed angrily to no end, clearly feeling like they were made fun of. At this time, Lu Yi suddenly appeared beside Yi Yuan and marveled with admiration. He said, Little brother is indeed not an ordinary person. Facing such a heaven-shocking energy undulation, and your countenance didn't even change. That unexpected turn of events just now, only a small number of people stood in place and not moved. Yi Yuan was one of them. Yi Yuan gave the wretched-looking Lu Yi a glance and said with a faint smile, Playing a pig to eat a tiger. Looks like Brother Lu has mastered the skill to perfection. Lu Yi was surprised in his heart, but he had a wretched look on his face as he said, What's little brother talking about? This Lu doesn't understand. Yi Yuan smiled and said, You and I know in our hearts. That will do. Lu Yi, getting snubbed, went over to the side to hide awkwardly. But for Yi Yuan, he became alert instead. Although Song Yu's strength was strong, Yi Yuan did not take it to heart. He was merely a young master who had not experienced tempering before. In a place like the ancient god battlefield, he would not even know what was going on after being schemed to death by people. But from the very start, Yi Yuan was very vigilant toward this Lu Yi. He instinctively felt that Lu Yi was not simple. An itinerant cultivator like him could actually rise rapidly all the way up, reaching imperial aura at this kind of age. This absolutely could not be summed up with a simple word like destiny. Actually, since entering the ancient god battlefield, Yi Yuan had been
observing Liu Yi.
Sure enough, when everyone turned pale with fright and was running away just now, Liu Yi pretended to look surprised and ran together with everyone. The scared expression on his face was very fake. But at this sort of time, there naturally would not be anyone who would pay attention to him. Even so, he still made such an expression. The depths of his cunningness could be seen. Yi Yuan believed in destiny but did not believe in destiny entirely. Human effort was a decisive factor, defying the heavens and changing fate. This sort of thing was not just a legend. For Liu Yi to be able to walk until today step by step, he definitely did not rely on just luck. Right at this time, a deep voice rang in everyone's ears. The person said, "That isn't an illusion." Who's talking? Everyone turned pale with fright because they could not find anyone at all. That voice sounded out once more. The person said, "Don't need to look for me. This emperor is in a close seclusion in the depths of the ancient god battlefield. You can't find me. This emperor is the ancient god battlefield's guardian. You all entering the ancient god battlefield, this emperor has a few things to warn you about. This emperor, it's a heavenly emperor powerhouse." When everyone heard that, their faces changed color due to feeling terrified. Yi Yuan's heart went slightly cold. This should be the Jian family's heavenly emperor powerhouse. The Jian family was really too powerful to actually use a heavenly emperor powerhouse to garrison the ancient god battlefield. Heavenly emperor profound secrets had lived for far too long. His descendants had also similarly lived for far too long. With his good luck, the Jian family's heavenly emperor powerhouses were likely not a few. This family clan was too terrifying. Yi Yuan even had a feeling that the Jian family might be the Heavenspan, world's #1 major family clan. As Yi Yuan was lost in thought, that voice continued to echo faintly. Shocking. The mind. The place that you all are standing at was hewed open by ancestor profound secrets with a great divine ability. It's the only safe place in this ancient god battlefield. Those two people's great battle earlier was also not an illusion. This heavenly emperor's words poured out easily and fluently, talking tirelessly about this ancient god battlefield's perils. Turned out that inside this ancient god battlefield, there had once been countless powerhouses that perished. Before those powerhouses died, the unwillingness in their chest cut across the long river of history and would occasionally trigger heaven and earth. Spiritual energy playing out the image when they were alive, having a great battle with their opponents again. Those two figures earlier were the battle scene of two heavenly emperor powerhouses when they were alive. Although this battle was not as earth-shaking as when they were alive, it could similarly stir up powerful spiritual energy undulations. Those energy undulations were all real. Once swept by these spiritual energies, one would not even know how they died. The moment Yi Yuan entered, he felt that there was a mysterious energy undulation all around like a barrier. Hence, when those two powerhouses were fighting, he did not move. He believed that those people who did not move were the same as him. They felt this undulation. Those people's comprehensions of heavenly Tao were extremely deep. All of them were going to be troublesome for him. Yi Yuan already secretly remembered these people's faces. When he ran into them again, he would need to be careful. Of course, there was also that Liu Yi. Hearing this heavenly emperor powerhouse's words, each and every one of them, their expressions were all rather ugly. This ancient god battlefield was too dangerous. Now you all can start to seek out lucky chances on your own. You can move collectively and can also work alone. Of course, this emperor advises you all to take action collectively. This way, the chances of seizing treasures will be a little higher. You all have 3 years' time. After 3 years, this barrier will disappear, and you all will stay in this place for as long as 10,000 years. However, if you're afraid, you can also keep staying inside this shield all the way until the passageway closes. finished saying, that voice disappeared. It was as if it had never appeared before. These children of destiny began forming cliques. Of course, these people came from different great imperial capitals. The majority formed alliances with the great imperial capitals as the unit of measurement. Song Yu recovered to that boundless, enthusiastic appearance and opened his mouth and said, "Everybody, are you all planning on moving alone? Or are you going together with me? But I'll say it first. If it's together, you have to listen to my orders. If anyone is half-hearted when the time comes, I'll kill him without the slightest mercy." Song Yu's gaze swept over with a grave look. He naturally had the qualifications to say so, having a third firmament true God's strength even in extreme luck great imperial capital. It was also considered head and shoulders above others. Heh! Who the hell do you think you are? I'm also a child of destiny. Why should I follow you? Farewell. No need. I plan to work alone. Right at this time, a series of arguing sounds came over from not far away. Clearly, these people did not want to move with the majority of the force but wanted to work alone. Although moving alone was dangerous, the lucky chances obtained were all theirs. If there were a lot of people, a bout of snatching could not be avoided when the time comes. Whose hands it would end up in was still unknown. Could say that each path had its own pros and cons. Those who came here were all children of destiny. Each and every one of them were all from imperial capitals or great imperial capitals, pillars of society. How could they be willing to be below others? Hence, some people directly bade farewell and left. This shield's radius was not large. Those few people went out of the circle very soon. With several people taking the lead, more and more people planned on working alone. The few figures gradually moved further away. All of a sudden, the situation changed drastically. Outside the circle, one illusory figure after another condensed. The surging killing intent almost turned corporeal, directly passing through the barrier, making people palpitating with anxiety and fear. Kill! 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 Outside the circle, battle cries shook the heavens. Those few children of destiny that went out first were surrounded very quickly. Everyone's faces changed, looking at this scene in terror. These are the battle spirits that the Emperor earlier mentioned. Earlier, that heavenly Emperor Powerhouse said before that there were battle spirits everywhere in the ancient god battlefield. The strength of the battle spirits varied from the celestial deity realm to the Empyrean realm. These battle spirits were condensed and formed from the divine soul fragments of those powerhouses from countless years ago. The ancient god battlefield's environment was very special. Those powerhouses, divine soul fragments, were unable to enter samsara and could only drift between heaven and earth, finally forming into a new spirit body. Through so many years of development, their strength already became very terrifying. Powerful battle spirits could even reach the Empyrean realm. However, this kind of battle spirit was very, very few. Currently, those battle spirits outside were mostly celestial deity realm. The important thing was that these battle spirits were too numerous. Those few children of destiny were not weak. Most of them had a second firmament true God's strength. Otherwise, they also would not dare to go out themselves. They were very strong, but they could not fend off the numerous battle spirits. Suddenly, someone cried out in surprise, "Not good! There are true God realm existences among these battle spirits." Sure enough, those few children of destiny all encountered their opponents and were tied down by true God realm battle spirits very soon. These battle spirits were all extremely ferocious and did not fear death at all. With the entanglement of true God realm battle spirits, those celestial deity realm battle spirits could play a role. Even if their attacks only caused a tiny bit of damage when accumulated, it was also very terrifying. In the end, under the watchful gazes of everyone, those few children of destiny were actually dismembered by those battle spirits with a flurry of blades. Within the circle, those children of destiny were all ashen, being frightened by this scene. The battle spirit's murderous air was extremely heavy, as if they only knew slaughter. They were being completely unreasonable. Those children of destiny who planned on acting alone quietly turned back. This scene let them deeply experience the danger of this ancient god. Battlefield. But Song Yu laughed coldly and said, "How is it? Does anyone still want to move alone now? You can go, I won't stop you guys." The others did not make a sound anymore. After ruminating for a moment, Guo Jingyang opened his mouth and said, "I'll join too." They were not fools. Being under others was better than losing their lives. Song Yu chuckled and said, "You guys want to join also can. But we have to come to an agreement beforehand. The treasures obtained, I want 50% all to myself." When everyone heard that, their faces could not help changing. Guo Jingyang frowned and said, "Song Yu, you're also too greedy, right?" But Song Yu smiled faintly and said, "Greedy? Just now I advised you all to join. You all harbored ulterior motives. Now, seeing the danger, you want to seek my protection. How can there be such a good thing in this world?" Originally, everyone was on the same starting line. Although Song Yu's strength was strong, everyone gave it no heed. They all felt that as long as they obtained a little lucky chance, breaking through to the third firmament true god would naturally be a cinch. But now, they could not even step out of the door without forming a team. What to do now? Dealing with these battle spirits, with Song Yu's strength, he would naturally exert himself the most. Fighting alone was no different from seeking death. Hence, everyone had to ask Song Yu for help. The situation was naturally different. The expressions on everyone's face was very ugly. Song Yu getting 50% of the benefits alone, this was too wicked. "Heh, since you're not willing, then I'll find others to form a team," he said. Song Yu turned around and left. Guo Jingyang's face changed and he said, "Okay, I agree. I agree too." Song Yu's move of allowing more latitude first in order to get a tighter rein achieved its effect very soon. "Hoo-hoo, since that's the case, then let's set it like this. The treasures obtained, I get 50%. The remaining 50%, you guys distribute them yourselves." Song Yu smiled and said. The others had black faces, clearly feeling very gloomy. The more treasures obtained, the more exuberant one's destiny naturally would be. With Song Yu's talent, if he obtained so many treasures, he might be able to break through to the Emperor surmounting aura in one go. As for Song Yu, he was naturally unwilling to find other people to form a team anymore. Forming teams with the powerhouses of other imperial cities, he naturally could not get so many treasures. Furthermore, he also would not be able to lead the team. These children of destiny would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. How could they be willing to be beneath others? Hence, these children of destiny formed big and small circles. Extreme luck, great imperial capitals, 9 people. There were 7 people who announced to join Song Yu's team very quickly. There was only Yi Yuan and Lu. He left. "Heh, old man, are you planning on going out alone?" Song Yu looked at Lu Yi and said with a smile that was not a smile. Lu Yi gave a wretched smile and said, "How can I'll join Sir Song's team." Song Yu nodded his head and looked toward Yi Yuan with a smile that was not a smile, saying with a mocking face, "This sir with the Emperor surmounting aura shouldn't be joining our team, right?"
Empereur surmounting aura?
That kid is actually of the Emperor surmounting aura. Heh, so what if Emperor surmounting aura? With his strength, even if he has Emperor surmounting aura, it's also dying until not even dregs remain. Based on this, he still needs to beg people. Song Yu's words immediately drew quite a bit of focus. After all, of these children of destiny, imperial auras were plentiful, while Emperor surmounting auras were in the minority. This kind of ratio was roughly the same as Empyrean realm powerhouses and Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouses. Among 100 Empyrean realm powerhouses, there might not be one who could break through to the Heavenly Emperor realm. Toward the Emperor surmounting aura, If their strength was strong, everyone naturally would not say anything. But Yi Yuan's strength was too poor. Everyone looked at him rather interestedly, looking at him being humiliated by the others. This was also considered the mentality of hating and wanting to be wealthy, right? Song Yu sneered coldly in his heart. So what if destiny was high? So what if he knew how to refine pills? In this ancient god battlefield, everything still depended on strength. When he obtained treasures and broke through to the emperor surmounting aura, he would fling this kid far away behind. Arrogant for what? During that time at Virtuous Wind Establishment, his face was utterly lost. At that time there were so many big shots around, so he naturally did not dare to say anything. But now the situation had reversed. Yi Yuan had to look to him for help. Song, you naturally had to need him well. Beg me. Beg me. Whether I agree or not depends on my mood. Song Yu was delighted in his heart. Everyone's gaze was cast on Yi Yuan, wanting to see if he would lower his head. Or not. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "That's right. I'm planning on working alone, you guys go ahead." Everyone was taken back. Working alone? Even if you wanted face, there was also no need to be like this, right? Could it be that those people being dismembered by a flurry of blades earlier, he did not see it? There were a series of question marks on top of everyone's heads, all dumbstruck with astonishment by Yi Yuan's words. Song Yu was stunned first, then immediately laughed in spite of himself and said, "Working alone? Heh, our emperor surmounting aura expert is really domineering. Ha ha ha." The rest also roared with laughter, feeling that Yi Yuan was keeping up appearance to cover up his predicament. As long as he went out, moving alone would definitely die until not even dregs remained, unless he was not planning to go out. Yi Yuan just smiled and did not speak. When Song Yu saw this expression, he felt as uncomfortable as having eaten a fly and said with a cold snort, "I want to see how you act alone. If you have the capability, don't hide in here and not go out." The teams had an outcome very soon. It was mostly grouped with Great Imperial Capital as the factor. But there were also a small number of weaker ones who formed a small team. Hence, one team after another started going out of the circle and heading into the depths of the ancient god battlefield. The moment they went out of the circle, countless battle spirits started surrounding them. However, the strengths of these children of destiny were not ordinary. With them cooperating together, they naturally did not fear these battle spirits. Song Yu gave Yi Yuan a glance and said with a cold smile, "Child of Emperor, surmounting aura, why haven't you gone out yet? Scared? Hey, if you beg me, now, I can consider taking you for a ride." Yi Yuan smiled and said coolly, "Many thanks for Sir Song's good intentions, but there's no need." Finished talking, Yi Yuan leaped and actually went straight out of the circle. The faces of Extreme Luck Great Imperial Capital's people changed, looking at this scene in shock. Being suicidal for face? This was also too impressive, right? This was not keeping up appearance to cover up his predicament. This was wanting to save face to the point it would really be fatal. This kid's brain is spoiled, right? What emperor surmounting aura? Simply a fool. What's the point of this dispute caused by personal feelings? Losing his life in vain. Extreme Luck's people had mocking looks on their faces, very disapproving of Yi Yuan's actions. Only Lu Yi's two eyes were narrowed slightly, staring fixedly at Yi Yuan's figure. No one knew what he was thinking. Suddenly, his gaze turned intent, revealing an astonished look. Not just him, the other people's faces similarly went from sneering to shock. Especially Song Yu, the look on his face was ugly to the extreme. Without the least bit of surprise, the moment Yi Yuan came out, he was surrounded by battle spirits that blotted out the skies and covered the earth very quickly. But Yi Yuan did not have the intention of defending at all. He just walked leisurely like that. When the attacks of those celestial deity realm battle spirits landed on his body, it did not have any effect at all, not even causing an itch. The perfect sixth transformation golden body Yi Yuan had once shattered a true God mystic treasure with one punch. With his perverse defensive power, the attacks of mere celestial deity realm. Battle spirits was nothing to him at all. What's going on? This defensive strength is also a little too freakish, right? Hang on, he's a body cultivator. His fleshy body has already reached the 6th transformation golden body. The attacks of mere celestial deity realm. Powerhouses can't hurt him at all. When the children of destiny who had not let the circle yet saw this scene, each and every one of them was shocked until they could not close their mouths. The defensive power of body-cultivating martial artists were all very perverse. One should not look at how these martial artists cultivated to the true God realm. Their physical bodies might be inferior to celestial deity realm body cultivators. Their defensive power was completely relying on divine essence protecting the body. 1 or 2 celestial deity realm powerhouses naturally would not hurt them. But once the numbers went up and there were even true God realm martial artists tangling, their protective divine essence would be slowly whittled away. Once it was weakened to a certain degree, the attacks of celestial deity realm powerhouses would cause damage to them. Bang! Yi Yuan lightly threw a punch out, directly crushing a true God realm battle spirit to dust. Entanglement? It did not exist. The battle spirit's strength was not up to his level. Could not cause any hindrance to him at all. Sigh, if we had known earlier, we'd have followed me. Facing these battle spirits, body cultivators have too much advantage. Isn't that so? It's too late now. Extreme Lux people had regretful faces. Song Yu's face swelled to the color of pig liver. Yi Yuan walking over was like looking at flowers while riding on horseback. Was too effortless. Very soon, his position went past those squads that went first. While those squads were still caught in arduous struggles, their progress was very slow. Enough crap. Still not moving. The treasures will be snatched by people. Song Yu said crossly. One sentence made everyone startle awake. A group of people also rushed into the battle spirit great army. One squad after another pressed onward ahead and also scattered the battle spirit army. Everyone's speed of progress also became much faster. Yi Yuan came out from the center, but at this time he already walked to the front of the entire squad. The places that he passed by, those teams were all extremely surprised. Of course, they were also very envious. Although the cultivation of a body cultivator was very arduous at this time, it was undoubtedly the most useful. Amen? Yi Yuan's brows suddenly raised up, his gaze sweeping to the earth mound not far away, where more than 10 skeletons were lying scattered. Looking at the appearance, they were the children of destiny that entered in the past. Existences with the potential to become Empyreans died quietly in this place. Just like that, Yi Yuan turned around and walked over towards the earth mound. What is that body cultivator doing? There are quite a number of true God realm battle spirits over there. Yi Yuan's every action had everyone's attention. Someone discovered his unusual action very quickly. The strength of the battle spirits over at the earth mound was clearly a magnitude stronger. There were already quite a lot of true God realm battle spirits gathered. But Yi Yuan did not care. Those were mostly first firmament true God strength battle spirits. They did not pose much threat to him at all. When he came over, he would smash them with one punch. Before long, Yi Yuan arrived at those skeletons that numbered over a dozen. It was only to see him reach his hand out and sweep, collecting the storage rings scattered around the skeletons. The backgrounds of these children of destiny were all very noble. They naturally would have with them some good stuff. Yi Yuan collected them without being courteous. When the various teams saw this scene, each and every one of them was extremely envious. No wonder he was a person with the emperor surmounting aura. This was picking up treasures wherever he went, collecting all the storage rings. Yi Yuan then lifted his hand and punched, blasting out a large hole in the earth mound. Then, flicking his sleeves grandly, he swept those skeletons inside. All of you are also considered pitiful people. I'll lay you all to rest. Yi Yuan gave a sigh and buried these skeletons. Suddenly Yi Yuan's heart stirred. A weak aura was detected by him. These children of destiny clearly know that it's dangerous here, but all run. Over here. There's a problem, Yi Yuan thought. His gaze aimed at the top of this earth mound, even though that side had people's line of sight blocked by countless battle spirits. Amen? What is he trying to do? Everyone was extremely doubtful when they saw Yi Yuan's action. The further one went up, the stronger the strength of the battle spirits. If Yi Yuan went further up, wasn't that courting death? Up there were second firmament true God powerful battle spirits. No matter how strong your defensive power was, could it still resist a second firmament true God? But Yi Yuan went up just like that. Heading up, first firmament true God battle spirits became more and more. Yuan did not care at all, giving a punch for each one, hitting until those battle spirits cried in pain. When the children of destiny below saw this scene, each and every one of them was shocked until they stared dumbfoundedly with their mouths agape. This strength was also a little too fearsome, right? Dealing with a first firmament true God battle spirit, they could achieve it very easily. But a group of true God realm battle spirits, their pressure would be very great. However, Yi Yuan seemed to be completely fine. Yi Yuan's attention was not on those battle spirits at all. His eyes were looking around, as if searching for something. Suddenly his eyes lit up. In the dirt, an inconspicuous battle armor caught his attention. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Right at this time, 3 battle spirits suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Yi Yuan looked at those 3 battle spirits and said with a faint smile, "It's not easy for you all to cultivate. Do you want to dissipate like clouds and mist?" The 3 battle spirits were indifferent. Roaring wildly, they pounced over toward Yi Yuan. These 3 battle spirits were shockingly second firmament true gods. There were also more than 10 first firmament true God battle spirits that pounced over together with them. Far away, when Song Yu saw this scene, he was immediately wildly ecstatic. D. Who asked you to posture? 3 second firmament true God battle spirits. I want to see how you fend off. Roar. A dragon roar surged to the sky, obliterating the 3 second firmament true God battle spirits. Those battle spirits immediately had a large swarm of them dead. Then Yi Yuan laid his hands on that unremarkable battle armor from the earth. Mound. So strong. I really didn't expect that his strength was actually so strong. Those were 3 second firmament true God battle spirits. They were actually obliterated by him just like that. What's he holding in his hand? It looks shabby and tattered. Right at this time that battle armor trembled slightly. The dust on it immediately scattered off. A powerful force immediately appeared before everyone. That battle armor seemed to be emitting a joyous light cry. Song Yu's face changed and he cried out in surprise. This undulation, could it be an Empyrean spirit treasure? Whoosh! That battle armor turned into a stream of flowing light, wrapping Yi Yuan's body up. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, "Qinghong battle armor. Not bad, not bad. Good stuff." No wonder those children of destiny all braved the danger and still wanted to climb up this earth mound. This battle armor was called Qinghong battle armor. It was precisely an Empyrean spirit treasure. Everyone looked toward Yi Yuan with envious looks on their faces. Inside this ancient god battlefield, there were treasures everywhere. Depended on whether you had the lucky chance to obtain it. No one could have thought that Yi Yuan actually obtained an Empyrean spirit treasure so effortlessly. Right at this time, several first firmament true god battle spirits pounced toward Yi Yuan without heed for their lives once again. All of a sudden, a green light radiated brilliantly on Yi Yuan's body. Bang! 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 Those battle spirits were directly blasted into debris by the green light just like that. Yi Yuan did not even take the initiative to activate it, and it actually had such terrifying power. A bright pearl being cast into darkness. seeing the light of day again. Presently, the Qinghong battle armor seemed to have the intention of seeking credit, and it actually took the initiative to exhibit its power. When the others saw this scene, they were all shocked until they could not close their mouths. This luck was also a little too heaven-defying, right? If this battle armor was worn on them, that was simply sweeping away all obstacles. It was just a pity that that belonged to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled slightly, his figure moving, descending the earth mound. Along the way, those battle spirits did not dare to approach him in the slightest at all. With the Qinghong battle armor, it was even more effortless for him to advance. Now, when the rest saw this scene, apart from envy, it was still envy. Except, they did not dare to ease up in the least. Continuing ahead, Yi Yuan even casually picked up quite a number of true god mystic treasures by the roadside. Either way, he was walking in front. Everyone could not keep up with his speed at all. Those children of destiny were all angered until they vomited blood. They were powerless to do anything no matter what. Envy, jealousy, hatred. These were those children of destiny's current emotions. People were casually picking up treasures there, but they had to deal with the endless battle spirits here. This kind of mood was really what the F***ck. But they could not help it. With Yi Yuan obtaining the Qinghong battle armor, it was even more likely that he could enter a place where no one could put up resistance against these battle spirits. Even those first firmament true god existences could not get close to his body at all too. The ancient god battlefield indeed had treasures everywhere. Yi Yuan really picked up quite a number of precious materials, mystic treasures, cultivation methods, secret manuals, and etc. along the way. However, this area was just the outer region of the ancient god battlefield. The majority of treasures were mostly celestial deity mystic treasures and true god mystic treasures. The Qinghong battle armor that Yi Yuan obtained was absolutely an extremely rare item. It was also precisely because of this that everyone was extremely envious of him. These children of destiny were highborn. They normally did not lack true god mystic treasures on them. But Empyrean spirit treasures, even the lousiest Empyrean spirit treasure, single one was also not what they could be entitled to. Empyrean spirit treasures being placed in the outside world, each item was sufficient to cause a stir. Suddenly, the scene before Yi Yuan's eyes changed. There were actually no more battle spirits following around him. Those battle spirits seemed to fear something, all retreating away. Damn it! Finally came out. So many battle spirits. Just how many powerhouses died in that war back then? Who the hell knows? Looking at this appearance, probably just the true god realm powerhouses are in the tens of thousands. One small team after another killed their way out of the heavy encirclement of the battle spirit army, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Even if it was forming teams to do battle, there were also quite a few children of destiny who died inside the battle spirit army. Even on extreme luck side, they also lost 2 children of destiny. Now, counting in Yi Yuan, extreme luck only had 7 people left. Song Yu arrived behind Yi Yuan and said in a solemn voice, "Yi Yuan, hand over the Empyrean spirit treasure." To them, Empyrean spirit treasures were absolutely considered a major lucky chance. As long as Song Yu obtained this Empyrean spirit treasure, he felt that he might have a chance of breaking through to Empyrean spirit treasure. However, Yi Yuan ignored him. Yi Yuan was currently straining his eyes and looking into the distance, brows tightly locked. In front was a stretch of dusky fog. With his visual prowess, he could merely see 1,000 feet away too. Seeing that Yi Yuan had no reaction, Song Yu's brows furrowed. He then said in a cold voice, "I'm talking to you right now, didn't you hear?" Right at this time, there were several more figures that slowly walked over, surrounding Yi Yuan in the center. These were all third firmament true god powerhouses. Emperor surmounting aura is also not a big deal. Hand over the Empyrean spirit treasure, said a handsome young man with well-chiseled features to Yi Yuan. Entering the ancient god battlefield, destiny is useless. strength is number 1, another effeminate middle-aged man said. Although Yi Yuan performed extremely eye-catching inside the battle spirit army, in the eyes of these third firmament true gods it was nothing at all. With their strength, even by themselves, they could barge through this battle spirit army too. The might of a third firmament true god was far from what second firmament true gods could compare to. Yi Yuan turned around slightly, sweeping a glance over everyone's faces, and said with a faint smile, "Want the Empyrean spirit treasure? Come and take it. Yourself. Think that you're of the Emperor surmounting aura you can be condescending? This place doesn't have just you, one Emperor surmounting aura. I, Zweremo, am one too," said that handsome youth disdainfully. "Just an Emperor surmounting aura. I, Feng Shaotian, am also one. Therefore, are you planning on making us take action?" said the effeminate man. Counting in Song Yu, there were 4 people surrounding Yi Yuan at present. They were all third firmament true gods. No matter how one looked at it, Yi Yuan did not have chances of victory either. The rest were all quaking, clearly not expecting that these 2 people were both people with Emperor surmounting auras. Possessing an Emperor surmounting aura and their own strength was even this strong. This was the capital to be arrogant. Meanwhile, in their minds, Yi Yuan was somewhat overestimating his own ability. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Really so much nonsense. If you're not making a move, I'll be taking action." His voice had yet to fade when the color of the sky suddenly turned dim. A powerful stellar power suddenly appeared around Yi Yuan. Stella Vabana. When the 3 people saw the situation, their faces could not help changing drastically. Empyrean spirit treasure. It's another Empyrean spirit treasure. Zuo Montag cried out in surprise. This kid actually has 2 Empyrean spirit treasures. Feng Shaotian similarly cried out in surprise. However, it was already too late for them to cry out in surprise. Yi Yuan, who had already reached Origin Pill Realm when he used the stellar war banner again, the power already could not be mentioned in the same breath. It was only to see him point the war banner, directly smashing over toward Song Yu. That horrifying stellar power made Song Yu's countenance change visibly. He did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent, immediately mustering up all of his divine essence to stop the stellar war banner's power with world power. Zweremo and the rest were also swift when the opportunity arose, giving a loud roar. Attack together. The other 3 people unleashed attacks toward Yi Yuan without thinking. 3 terrifying energy undulations charged straight over toward Yi Yuan. This was a method of relieving the besieged by besieging the besiegers, wanting to force Yi Yuan to pull back and save himself. It was not that they wanted to save Song Yu, but the strength which Yi Yuan exhibited made them rather terrified. Losing a companion, their combat power would naturally be greatly discounted. However, Yi Yuan did not have the intention of defending at all. It was only to see rays of verdant rainbow emit off Yi Yuan's body, directly protecting him inside it. Bang! 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 Under the stellar war banner, Song Yu was akin to being struck by a sledgehammer directly flying out backward. Meanwhile, the other 3 attacks landed right on Yi Yuan's body. The verdant light could not hold on very soon and dissipated. Yi Yuan's figure was shaking until he retreated more than 10 steps in a row, before barely managing to stabilize himself. How is this possible? Is it real or fake? He's actually completely fine. The 3 people looked at Yi Yuan, shocked until it could not be any greater. The joint attack of 3 great third firmament true god powerhouses, Yi Yuan actually forcefully withstood it. There was not even a hint of injury on his body. Even if he had an Empyrean spirit treasure, this defensive power was also too perverse, right? One had to know Empyrean spirit treasures were not a panacea. If the offensive power was strong enough, one would also be shocked to death. Under the teamwork of 3 third firmament true gods, even if a second firmament true god used an Empyrean spirit treasure, they should also have been shocked to death alive. But Yi Yuan was actually completely unscathed. Although third firmament true gods were strong, Yi Yuan's perfect sixth transformation golden body's defensive power was perversely strong to begin with. Now adding on the Qinghong battle armor for third firmament true gods to want to hurt him, it was really very difficult. Unless they could keep on dragging it out and then deplete Yi Yuan's divine essence. Otherwise, there was no chance at all. More importantly, Yi Yuan would not give them the chance at all, because Yi Yuan still had another Empyrean spirit treasure in his hand. He had the stellar war banner. Song Yu struggled to crawl up, already sustaining considerable internal injuries. He looked at Yi Yuan with an apprehensive look. 2 Empyrean spirit treasures, this was a setup that made him jealous until it drove him crazy. Yi Yuan patted the dust on his body and said with a cold smile, "What? Didn't eat rice? Just this bit of strength, and you also want to obtain an Empyrean spirit treasure?" The 4 people's faces turned grim, practically dripping water. Isn't it just relying on the power of an Empyrean spirit treasure? What ability can that even be considered as? Zhuo laughed coldly with a look of disdain. They were naturally unconvinced in their hearts. Putting aside the spirit treasure, Yi Yuan was not their match at all. What kind of ability can that even be considered as, with him relying on foreign objects? Of course, if these treasures landed in their hands, they absolutely would not say so. Yi Yuan swept them a glance and said coolly, "I have Empyrean spirit treasures. I'm bullying you all." Still not convinced. Finished talking, Yi Yuan did not say a word. The stellar war banner was waved once more. When the 3 people saw the situation, their faces could not help changing. Witnessing the stellar war banner's power, how could they still dare to be neglectful? All mustering up their strength, the 3 people joined hands to resist. Bang! 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 Rumbling sounds shook the heavens. Yi Yuan relied on the power of the stellar war banner and did not defend himself at all. He just pounced on the 3 people crazily. Completely a bullying style of play. Zhuo 3 people were beaten until they were practically about to vomit blood. They had yet to have fought such an aggrieved battle before. They could only take a beating and could not fight back. Fighting back was still okay, but they could not budge him even a little. Their attacks did not have any effect when landing on Yi Yuan's body. Fighting until now, Yi Yuan was completely fine. Rather, it was them who were beaten by the stellar war banner until their innards were in upheaval, divine essence being in disorder. This kind of fighting style was simply unreasonable. Stop! Quickly stop! We don't want the Empyrean spirit treasure anymore. Feng Xiaotian shouted repeatedly. This kind of battle he did not want to continue fighting anymore. Their divine essence was already somewhat losing steam. Looking at Yi Yuan on the other hand, he was completely fine. Was this guy really a first firmament true god? Could it be that his divine essence was endless? This kind of fighting method was too shameless, but they could not help it at all and could only admit defeat. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's figure abruptly stopped. Zhuo 3 people heaved a sigh at the same time. But currently, the 3 of them were panting heavily for air, clearly tired out badly just now. At this very moment, the gazes that these children of destiny looked at Yi Yuan with were full of alarm and fear. No wonder he was of the emperor surmounting aura. Being just a first firmament true god, and he actually already had 2 Empyrean spirit treasures on him. Furthermore, these 2 Empyrean spirit treasures had both offensive and defensive ability, and could actually let him jump realms to overpower 3 third firmament true gods. This kind of destiny could be rated as heaven-defying. Various Lord Emperor surmounting auras, if you need Empyrean spirit treasures, you're welcome to come to take it at any time. Yi Yuan had a proud appearance due to having spirit treasures, as he said with a grin. The few people's faces were very ugly. Zhuo gritted his teeth and said, "Consider yourself ruthless. Let's go." Finished talking, he brought his own squad into the fog. He seriously could not stay in this place anymore. The rest also slunk away. Originally, Everyone harbored the mentality of watching a show. But no one could have thought that the few strongest children of destiny were actually suppressed completely by a first firmament true God. They finally knew that Yi Yuan's strength was already the pinnacle-most existence among these children of destiny. At this time, a handsome youth suddenly walked up and said to Yi Yuan with clasped hands, "Brother Yi is indeed skillful. I'm from pure source great, imperial capital. My strength is just all right. I wonder if I can form a team, together with Brother Yi." With his taking the lead, many children of destiny who boasted that their strength was decent all wanted to form a team with Yi Yuan. For some time, Yi Yuan became a hot property. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Sorry about this, but this Yi doesn't have the intention of forming teams with people. If there are any fortuitous encounters, everyone each relies on their own abilities." As he said, Yi Yuan also strode straight into the fog. He was neither kith nor kin with these children of destiny. He did not have the duty of being their protective umbrella. Previously, when Zhuo the few of them came to find trouble, these people were all harboring the mentality of watching a show. Now they wanted to come and find him. How could there be such a good thing in this world? But Yi Yuan did not notice that a gaze in the crowd was staring fixedly at him, all along without leaving. Upon entering the fog, Yi Yuan's eyesight could only reach several hundred feet far. Yi Yuan immediately perked his spirits up 120%. He had a feeling that starting from here it would be considered entering the truly dangerous region. Were those battle spirits outside strong or not? Very strong. But those battle spirits, not one actually dared to approach this fog. Clearly indicated that this place was very dangerous. This damn place. I can't see anything at all. How to search for treasures? Damn it. I can only see several dozen feet away. This place is too peculiar. Everyone follow closer. Inside the fog, those children of destiny were all depressed to the extreme. Their eyesights were not as good as Yi Yuan, so they could only see several dozen feet away. For a true God realm powerhouse, this was no different from being a blind person. This feeling made them very depressed. Yi Yuan discovered that after entering the fog, the various teams became much more scattered. It was not like the group of battalions previously. Everyone also knew that while this place was dangerous, there would probably be quite a lot of good stuff. However, Song Yu and Zhuo's two squads chose the same direction as Yi Yuan, without prior agreement. Of course, they actually completely did not know that Yi Yuan was not far from them. Amen? No, wait. Having just turned around, Yi Yuan suddenly felt that something was amiss. Turning his head around again, he looked toward Song Yu's squad. With this look, he could not help shuddering with fear. They entered from extreme luck great imperial capital. There were a total of 9 people. Excluding him and those 2 who died, there should still be 6 people remaining. But why were there 7 people in the team currently? The people that came together, Yi Yuan had an impression of them. Sweeping a glance over, Yi Yuan discovered that there was something wrong with the last person. He followed closely behind the last person before him, just like a specter. About that last person, Yi Yuan had an impression. He was called Qian Feng, a peak first firmament true God powerhouse. But right at this time, that specter-like person's fierce eyes actually looked over toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan felt shocked. This guy could discover him. Could it be that this mist was useless against him? Qian Feng, careful behind you. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan immediately warned Qian Feng loudly. At the same time, his figure shot out explosively, moving toward that specter. Behind Qian Feng, they came out from the same great imperial capital after all. Yi Yuan did not wish to see something happen to Extreme Luck's people. When Song Yu's squad heard Yi Yuan's yell, each and every one of them was baffled. But they all instinctively turned to look at Qian Feng. Qian Feng himself was also stunned, having a baffled look on his face. He instinctively wanted to turn around, but already did not have the chance. He felt a stabbing pain behind his neck. Then his entire person shriveled up, at a speed visible to the naked eye. When Song Yu and the rest saw this scene, each and every one of their pupils constricted. Right at this time Yi Yuan arrived. The stellar war banner swept out without the slightest hesitation. Bang! However, that figure was faster than him. With a whoosh, it dove into the fog, disappearing. Arg! 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 At the same time, a series of miserable screams sounded out inside the fog, giving people a hair-raising feeling. When Yi Yuan rushed over, Qian Feng was already sucked dry. And all this happened in just an instant. Song Yu and the rest looked at Qian Feng's corpse. All of their faces were deathly pale. If that ghostly thing was following behind them, and if Yi Yuan did not discover it in time, the consequences were too dreadful to contemplate. This speed of sucking blood was too fast. They actually could not react at all. Furthermore, this guy followed by their side for so long, and yet they actually did not notice it at all. It was just that, how did Yi Yuan discover it? They did not see Yi Yuan at all just now, and Yi Yuan could actually discover the ghostly thing following behind them. How did this guy do it? Everyone was anxious and doubtful, looking at Yi Yuan with a flustered face. Yi Yuan, did you see clearly what that thing was? Song Yu's complexion was somewhat pale as he asked. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I couldn't see clearly. I only saw a green shadow. Its speed is too fast. After saying this, he inspected Qian Feng's dead body and discovered that behind his neck there was a very fine puncture, like it was poked by a needle. As for others, there were no other wounds. Currently, the other teams also encountered similar situations, all having someone being sucked dry. Some teams even had several dead already before it was discovered. But until now, no one saw what that was at all. For some time, everyone felt imperiled. Suddenly, Gu Jingyang said to Yi Yuan, Why Yi Yuan? Why don't you join our team? Yi Yuan, previously it was all our fault. But everyone came from extreme luck, great imperial capital. I hope that looking on the account of being from the same hometown, you don't leave us in the lurch. Ma Chong also said with a terrified look. They had long seen through that Yi Yuan was absolutely not as simple as he looked on the surface. Along the way, many problems were already demonstrated. He possessed 2 Empyrean spirit treasures on him and could rival 4 great Third Firmament true God powerhouses. His defensive power was virtually without any weakness to exploit. Now, that green entity which others all could not see, Yi Yuan was the first to discover it and saw it. If not for Yi Yuan discovering it, when that green monster continued sucking one by one, it was likely that they would not realize it. Seeking sanctuary with Yi Yuan was the wisest path currently. With these 2 people taking the lead, the remaining 3 people, including Lu Yi, also spoke up one after another, hoping for Yi Yuan to join. Song Yu, who was by the side, his expression was ugly to the extreme. He was this team's leader. Now, he was actually overlooked by the entire team. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. This Song Yu made things difficult in every way. Actually, he did not want to join a team. But in the end, everyone came from extreme luck, great imperial capital. If they all died here, he indeed could not justify it. Furthermore, Yi Yuan could feel that inside this fog was indeed full of danger. If they grouped up together, it would be relatively safer. Thinking up to here, Yi Yuan could not help looking towards Song Yu. Song Yu's expression was like a chameleon currently, changing non-stop. Brother Song, you also saw the situation earlier. If Yi Yuan can join us, we'll be akin to adding wings to a tiger. This ancient god battlefield is much more dangerous than we imagine. An additional person is also an additional portion of strength, isn't it? Gu Jingyang urged. Song Yu knew that if he still did not agree, these people would probably be leaving with Yi Yuan. At that time, he would become a loner. Heh! Even if I agree, will he be willing to agree? Song Yu said with a cold smile. Him saying these words was equivalent to giving himself an out. As long as Yi Yuan loosened his mouth, this matter would be considered a done deal. Seeing Song Yu's appearance of wanting face even in death, Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Yeah, I don't plan on joining Brother Song's team. Moreover, right from the beginning, Brother Song also didn't plan on bringing me. Isn't that so?" Finished saying, he turned around and left. "You want face? Why should I give you face?" Song Yu's face turned to the color of pig liver. Seeing that everyone's faces were unfriendly, Song Yu hurriedly shouted, "Brother Yi, wait. Please join our team. After all, everybody came from the same place. The matter previously, it was all my fault. Brother Yi, please, don't mind it." This was considered an apology. Song Yu practically used all the strength in his body to say out this sentence. When had he, Song Yu, admitted his mistake to others before? But right now he was riding on a tiger's back and found it hard to dismount. Not apologizing would not do either. In this present situation, he did not have any confidence in himself. Yi Yuan gave Song Yu a glance and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Want me to join also can. But this method of dividing treasures will have to change." Song Yu's face changed, but he became depressed very quickly and said, "How? Does Brother Yi want to change it?" Yi Yuan said, "Whoever puts in more effort gets more treasures." When the rest heard it, they were overjoyed in their hearts. This method of distribution was clearly much fairer. Song Yu nodded his head and said, "I have no objections." At this time, it was also no longer his turn to object. Settling the storm, everyone continued advancing. Along the way, everyone finally knew Yi Yuan's prowess. Each one of them managed to get quite a few treasures. At times, the treasure was clearly very far from them, but Yi Yuan saw it with one glance. Clearly, Yi Yuan could see much further than them. Recalling when in the Battle Spirit's army, they did not even pick up a strand of hair. This treatment was simply a world of difference. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's distribution was also very fair. Practically everyone got a share. The treasures that their squad obtained were several times those of other teams. The intestines of these people were currently green with regret. If they had long followed Yi Yuan, how great would that be? Furthermore, they discovered that screams would frequently sound out inside this fog, indicating that the other teams were still continuing to be attacked. Only their team was without incident all the way. That damn green thing never came to find them again. Brother Yi is indeed well deserving of having an emperor surmounting. Aura. Not even those monsters dare to come close to us. Yeah. Previously, it was all us who had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai to actually look down on Brother Yi. In the current situation, each and every one of them was very satisfied and also did not stint with their praises toward Yi Yuan. However, Yi Yuan was not as optimistic as them. The calmer it was, the more intense the uneasiness in his heart. "Everybody, be more careful. This fog is full of perils. There absolutely won't be just this bit of danger." Yi Yuan warned them. As if in order to affirm his words, several black things suddenly shot toward them, the speed swift to the extreme. Yi Yuan was naturally the first to discover the problem. His face could not help changing as he cried out in surprise, "Everybody, be careful. Brother Song got it." Song Yu answered in a solemn voice. In the team, the two people's strengths were the strongest and naturally blocked at the forefront, and the rest supported through coordinated actions. This was also the best way of fighting that they discussed beforehand. 7 to 8 afterimages arrived with a howl. Yi Yuan utilized the stellar war banner without the slightest hesitation. Bang! 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 Those 7 to 8 afterimages were directly sent flying under Yi Yuan and Song Yu's attacks. However, they had yet to have time to be happy yet when those black shadows charged forward once more as if they were not affected at all. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he said, "Such powerful defense. Everybody, be careful." Bang! 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 Yi Yuan and the rest unleashed all of their means, bombarding that cluster of black entities indiscriminately. But those black entities did not get the least bit of wound. This time Yi Yuan saw clearly. This cluster of black entities looked like a group of black apes, black hair growing all over their bodies, with their mouths revealing sharp tusks. They were neither human nor ghost, being hideously horrifying. Furthermore, the defensive power of these guys was extremely formidable. Just now, he utilized the stellar war banner and it actually did not leave behind any marks on their bodies. Black corpse. Song Yu looked at that group of black things, his complexion deathly pale as he said. Yi Yuan frowned and said, "Black corpse? What's that?" Song Yu's expression was ugly as he said, "After martial artists die, their corpses will undergo all sorts of unusual changes under some special environments. This kind of black corpse is the hardest to tangle with. Defensive power is extremely fearsome. It is akin to a wall of bronze or iron, being impervious to swords and spears, as well as virtually immune to divine essence attacks." Yi Yuan only came to a realization after he heard that these black corpses were also around Second Firmament True God realm, but their defensive power could virtually rival him. Encountering this sort of thing was indeed very troublesome. Furthermore, the speed of this thing was extremely fast, unable to shake off at all. A hint of a smile suddenly flashed across Yi Yuan's face. Competing on the physical body. Hoo-hoo. Suddenly, Yi Yuan put away the stellar war banner and said to Song Yu, "You, protect them. Leave these guys to me." Song Yu was stunned and said, "Leave them to you?" He knew that Yi Yuan cultivated the body and martial arts concurrently. But Yi Yuan's fleshy body power was also merely comparable to First Firmament True God. So how was he to fight with so many black corpses? Just as Song Yu was in a daze, Yi Yuan already shot out like an arrow that left the bow. Bang! It was only to hear a dragon roar sound out. A black corpse in front of him was blasted until it flew straight out backward. A woo! The black corpse let out a shrill scream, extremely ear-piercing in this fog. Song Yu and everyone's pupils constricted, looking at this scene in great astonishment. Bang! 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 Yi Yuan's fists were unleashed like the wind, each punch hitting the flesh, unfolding a fierce close-quarter fight with 7 to 8 black corpses. From time to time, those black corpses emitted shrill screams, making people shudder with fear. Inside the fog, extreme Lux people were long already dumbfounded with amazement looking at the blurry shadows. How can his fleshy body actually be so fearsome? Guo Jingyang said. Yeah, his fleshy body is clearly only comparable to a First Firmament True God, but this combat power is actually able to thrash those Second Firmament True God black corpses. No wonder when he was among the battle spirit army, those battle spirits could not get close to him at all. Ma Chong also said in surprise. This fleshy body strength already completely exceeded their imaginations. On combat power and defensive power, Yi Yuan far surpassed same rank powerhouses, and he was even a magnitude stronger compared to a Second Firmament True God. They reckoned that even if Yi Yuan did not borrow the power of Empyrean spirit treasures, violently thrashing Second Firmament True Gods was also nothing difficult. In the crowd, Lu Yi's gaze suddenly turned intent. As if recalling something, he cried out in surprise, "It's the perfect sixth transformation golden body." Yi Yuan must have cultivated the perfect sixth transformation golden body. What? Perfect sixth transformation golden body? How is this possible? Song Yu cried out in surprise. Everyone knew how difficult cultivating the perfect sixth transformation golden body was and how dangerous it was. This sort of thing was practically impossible to happen. However, apart from the perfect sixth transformation golden body, they could not find any reason to explain everything before their eyes. Yi Yuan fighting 1 versus 8 actually beat until these black corpses wailed in pain. This combat power was simply off the charts. However, just as everyone was in shock, they did not detect that danger was already quietly closing in. Ever since Yi Yuan reached the grand completion of Tao realm, his divine soul was much stronger than those in the same rank. Suddenly, he had a foreboding feeling well up in his heart, and he could not help yelling loudly, "Careful! There's danger!" When Song Yu and the rest heard that, they could not help being startled. Inwardly, immediately going on alert. But it was already too late. Swoosh! 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 8 green shadows arrived in front of them like ghosts. Song Yu's expression changed drastically. There was no time to think much. He suddenly hacked out more than 100 streaks of sword lights. But the speed of each of those green shadows was too fast. He was actually unable to lock on. Bang! 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 There were 3 green shadows who were directly bombarded flying away. But there were still 5 green shadows that rushed into the squad. The other few people also each used their means wanting to resist. But their strength was ultimately much worse off compared to Song Yu. "Ah! Save me!" A scream came over. One of the people was directly hauled away by the 5 green shadows, having no time to even resist. "Explode for me!" Right at this time, a roar suddenly came over. The power of stars suddenly unleashed, and it actually reached first despite launching later. Those 5 green shadows were directly blown up by Yi Yuan's stellar war banner. It turned out that Yi Yuan had already finished off those 8 black corpses, and arrived in the nick of time to save people. So stinky! All of a sudden, a fishy stench came over. Those green monsters that were blown apart had green juices flowing all over the ground. Yi Yuan held his breathing and asked, "Hu Fei, are you alright?" The current Hu Fei was still suffering from the shock. Only after hearing Yi Yuan's words did he suddenly startle awake. Shaking his head, he said, "I am fine, thank you, Yi Yuan." Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "Since all of us are companions, there is no need to be too courteous. These monsters come and go like shadows inside the fog. It's impossible to guard against them entirely. Everybody be more careful." Song Yu similarly had not recovered from the shock yet. Just now, the speed of those green monsters, each one was too fast. If not for his strength being above the average person, he would likely have been hit already too. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he said, "I got it! Yi Yuan, these are green corpses." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he said, "Green corpses?" Song Yu nodded and said, "Green corpses are also a kind of corpse variant. What it likes the most is to suck human blood. These green corpses' whereabouts are strange, making us unable to guess. Can even transform into a human form, but its greatest weakness is that its defensive power is very weak. The one who sucked Qian Feng's blood dry previously was likely a green corpse." Yi Yuan frowned and said, "Black corpse then green corpse. This place really has strange things of every variety." Song Yu's expression suddenly changed, and he said, "Not good! The blood of green corpses is poisonous. Hu Fei he." When everyone heard that, their faces all changed, looking over at Hu Fei. "Hu Fei, you!" Gu Jingyang cried out in shock. Hu Fei was also stunned and asked doubtfully, "What's wrong with me?" His face already started rotting, becoming incomparably hideous. But he seemed to be completely clueless. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he roared loudly, "Hu Fei, open your mouth!" At this point, Yi Yuan already quietly replaced Song Yu's position, becoming everyone's backbone. In his one sentence, Hu Fei instinctively opened his mouth. Whoosh! A medicinal pill flew straight into his mouth, melting the moment it entered his mouth. Then, everyone saw that the places that were rotting on his face and body were actually recovering frenziedly. One side was rotting, one side was recovering. 2 overbearing forces crossed swords fiercely inside Hu Fei's body. Hu Fei screamed miserably. He fell to the ground and he started rolling about, in agony. A heart-wrenching yell made everyone feel palpitations. This kind of yelling persisted all the way for close to an hour. All the way until the end, Hu Fei was already exhausted and could not even make a sound. "Cured. It's actually cured. I heard that the poison of a green corpse is completely incurable. But now he's actually cured. Song Yu cried out in surprise. Although Hu Fei already had no strength, the rotting flesh on his body was currently recovering. Clearly, Yi Yuan's medicinal pill won against the green corpse's poison. Everyone looked at this scene with astonished faces, full of disbelief. In that sort of situation just now, it was obvious that the green corpse's poison was extremely strong. Even if there was medicine, it would be very difficult to treat too. But Yi Yuan's medicinal pill actually forcefully dragged Hu Fei back from the palace of hell. Brother Yi is well deserving of being hailed as a master. Such means is simply inconceivable. Gu Jingyang exclaimed with admiration. This is truly superb medical skills that can revive the dead. Brother Yes means, I've had a taste of it. Ma Chong praised sincerely. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I also didn't know whether this Nourish Clear pill was useful or not. Under that kind of situation just now, I could only give it a shot. When Song Yu heard that, his pupils could not help constricting as he said, What? Nourish Clear pill? This is just the Nourish Clear pill. Not just him. Everyone was filled with shock. The Nourish Clear pill was just the most common rank 6 detoxification pill. Its refining difficulty was just level 1. In terms of medicinal effect, it was unbelievably weak. They all thought that what Yi Yuan fed Hu Fei was some miracle elixir. But who knew that it was just the most common streetwear, the Nourish Clear pill? For the Nourish Clear pill to be able to have such terrifying medicinal effects, what grade did that have to be? Purple Spirit Divine grade? Void Spirit Divine grade? As for Vast Spirit Divine grade, they did not even dare to think about it. They had never seen before a rank 6 Vast Spirit Divine pill. Yi Yuan nodded and said, The spirit medicines of Extreme Luck Great Imperial Capital's Myriad Treasure Tower are limited. They don't even have some precious spirit medicines, so there's no way to refine some detoxification pills with good effects. I can only use the Nourish Clear pill to make do with it. Yi Yuan did not understand their astonishment. The Nourish Clear pill was truly too easy for him. He casually refined and it was peak Vast Spirit. Except Song Yu and the rest exchanged glances, and they were immediately rendered speechless. This kind of accomplishment was also a little too frightening, right? Just the Nourish Clear pill had such terrifying effects. Then if let him refine some high-level medicinal pills, how dreadful would it be? Right at this time, Hu Fei slowly woke up. I'm not dead yet, Hu Fei said somewhat dazedly. Hu Fei, you have to thank Brother Yi properly. If not for his medicinal pills, you'd probably already be a pile of white bones now, Gu Jingyang said. Hu Fei suddenly recalled Yi Yuan's yell, making him open his mouth. He hurriedly bowed to Yi Yuan and said, Many thanks, Brother Yi. This kindness, this who will never forget for life. Brother Yi is a true gentleman, repaying ingratitude with kindness. This who is ashamed. Those who ridiculed Yi Yuan previously, Hu Fei was naturally one of them too. But now he was filled with regret. Yi Yuan smiled and said, No need to be courteous. It's just a matter of lifting a finger. Let's continue moving forward. After traveling for more than half a month, they did not encounter any more danger. Now, even Song Yu did not have any temper toward Yi Yuan too. As for the others, they had long already regarded Yi Yuan as the backbone. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's figure stopped. Song Yu raised his brows and asked, Brother Yi, are there any discoveries? They all knew now that Yi Yuan's visual prowess was much stronger than theirs. He could always discover some things that they could not discover. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said with a smile, I didn't expect to actually be able to see the profound heaven single breath fruit in this place. Profound heaven single breath fruit. Song Yu's pupils constricted as he cried out in surprise. It's actually the profound heaven single breath fruit. That thing, as long as you swallow one, it will match up to 1,000 years of bitter cultivation, Gu Jingyang said with a look of excitement. The others were extremely excited. A profound heaven single breath fruit was sufficient to let them break through one or even two minor realms. How could they not be agitated? Brother Yi, how many of this profound heaven single breath fruit are there? Song Yu asked rather nervously. If there was only one, then he would have rejoiced too soon. This spirit fruit could only be owned by Yi Yuan alone. This kind of heaven and earth spirit fruit did not enter the ranks. It was even more useful than 100 medicinal pills. Its value simply could not be measured using divine essence stones. Two small realms of true God realm, if really cultivating according to the normal routine under the circumstances of swallowing a medicinal pill, there was absolutely no chance without 1,000 years. With the profound heaven single breath fruit, it was equivalent to saving 1,000 years of bitter cultivation. Yi Yuan said, 3. Discuss the matter of distribution later. There's a black corpse guarding beside the profound heaven single breath fruits. This black corpse isn't simple. I'll go and lure it away. Song Yu, you bring them to harvest it. Song Yu's face was full of excitement. If there were 3, he could definitely get one. This way, him breaking through to the 4th firmament true God realm would virtually be a sure bet. Okay, you be careful, Song Yu said with a smile. Yi Yuan nodded his head and slowly headed over there. The black corpse had clearly discovered Yi Yuan too, but it did not immediately launch an attack. Instead, he used a pair of black hole-like eyes, staring fixedly at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's brows raised up, and he said in surprise, "This black corpse seems to have already given birth to a trace of spiritual wisdom. This is truly inconceivable. Looks like it's the effect of this profound heaven single breath fruit." He approached the black corpse unhurriedly just like that. The aura on that black corpse's body grew stronger and stronger. Its entire being was accumulating momentum, awaiting release, just like a startled tiger. Finally, when Yi Yuan walked closer and reached 100 feet in front of him, the black corpse could not endure it anymore, suddenly attacking Yi Yuan. Bang! A fierce clash. Yi Yuan and the black corpse each retreated more than 10 steps, evenly matched in strength. But even if Yi Yuan had the Qinghong battle armor protecting, his innards were already in an upheaval state now. Peak initial stage, rank 6. Yi Yuan was alarmed in his heart, finally knowing this black corpse's strength. He previously already felt that this black corpse was not simple. Now, after exchanging blows, it was indeed the case. The power of one's fleshy body was the integration of heavenly Tao laws into the flesh and blood. The naked eye could not perceive it. Only when using vital energy erupting with power could one see through the actual situation. A peak initial stage rank 6 was equivalent to a 3rd firmament true God. It was just that this black corpse's fleshy body power was clearly much stronger than a 3rd firmament true God, while Yi Yuan had merely just entered the 6th transformation. By relying on the perfect 6th transformation golden body, Yi Yuan's strength was comparable to 2nd firmament true gods. Coupled with the Qinghong battle armor, Yi Yuan's defensive power approached 3rd firmament true God. But matching up with this black corpse, Yi Yuan could not gain the slightest bit of advantage. However, Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the least bit, directly launching a 2nd round of attacks. Bang! 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 Clashing 3 punches in a row, Yi Yuan finally could not resist spurting out a mouthful of blood. When that black corpse saw the situation, he pounced over toward Yi Yuan fiercely. His intellect was limited in the end, and he was wary of Yi Yuan previously. Now, discovering that Yi Yuan was not a match, he immediately chased after. Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest, turning tail and running. Song Yu, got it! Song Yu was long prepared, rushing at the profound heaven single breath fruit. Like an arrow that left the bow at this time. The other few people followed closely behind and also pounced toward the profound heaven single breath fruits. However, just as they were about to touch the profound heaven single breath fruits, an abnormality suddenly occurred. Immobilize! A voice suddenly sounded out, Song Yu 4 people's figures were actually forcibly immobilized in midair just like that. Yes, only 4 people. Because there was one other person who was still moving. Louis. It was only to see a yellow talisman in his hand turn into a myriad of fine threads, dissipating into the wind. One chaos origin immobilizing talisman exchanging for 3 profound heaven single breath fruits. It really is worth it. Louis looked at those 3 profound heaven single breath fruits greedily, an excited look on his face. With these 3 profound heaven single breath fruits, he would be able to break through to the middle stage true God realm within a very short time. How could this sort of good thing be shared with others? The pupils of Song Yu and the rest constricted. None of them would have thought that the Louis who was always wretched and low profile would actually rise in revolt at this time. And the moment he took action, it was earth-shaking. They currently only felt that their bodies were bound by countless profound power of laws, unable to break free at all. Louis, you actually dared to scheme against your own companions? Song Yu said in a great rage. If you dare to touch the profound heaven single breath fruits, Yi Yuan won't let you off. Guo Jingyang similarly said with a look of sullen anger. In this team, the one that they looked down on the most was Louis. Along the way, Louis was extremely low profile, causing his sense of existence extremely low. But it was such a person who actually remained hidden with tricks up his sleeves. At this time, the wretched expression on Louis's face was swept clean. The indescribable sharpness in his gaze made people stunned. At this moment, they all understood that turns out this fellow was simply playing a pig to eat a tiger. I even used the Chaos Origin immobilizing talisman. So do you think I dare to touch the profound heaven single breath fruit or not? Not only am I going to touch the profound heaven single breath fruits, but I'm also even going to Talking up to here, Lu Yi's gaze turned cold, revealing a fierce killing intent. He was actually going to kill off all witnesses. The Chaos Origin immobilizing talisman was coincidentally obtained by Lu Yi inside an Empyrean's ruins. There were a total of 5. This thing was incomparably profound and mysterious. Forget about 3rd firmament true gods, even 4th firmament true gods also had to stop for several breaths of time. And these several breaths of time was sufficient for him to kill his opponent. In the past, in order to snatch good stuff, he already used 2. This was the 3rd. And this Chaos Origin immobilizing talisman was his, Lu Yi's, greatest reliance. It was also by relying on precisely this Chaos Origin immobilizing talisman that his destiny soared all the way up, breaking through to become an imperial aura, having the qualifications to enter this ancient god battlefield. Playing a pig to eat a tiger had always been his style. Each time they teamed up to enter mystic realms, he would be like this, often rising in revolt at the critical moment. Furthermore, as long as he succeeded, he would eradicate all of his teammates. He was incomparably vicious. The expressions of Song Yu and the rest changed drastically. Song Yu desperately wanted to break free of that power of law constraint, but he could not break free at all. The space around him seemed to have been solidified while he was experiencing, as if he was being welded into concrete. He was unable to even move a muscle. Lu Yi put away the 3 profound heaven single breath fruits and said with a laugh, stop wasting your energy. With your strength you can't move at all within 100 breaths. Now this old man will send you all on your way. Lu Yi, you dare. Yi Yuan definitely won't let you off. Song Yu roared. He was genuinely afraid. He did not expect that he would actually succumb. Here. Louis chuckled and said, if Yi Yuan didn't leave, I really wouldn't have dared to take action. That kid is too wily. I can't grasp him at all. But now, I have to thank that black corpse. In this team, the only one that Lu Yi was apprehensive of was Yi Yuan. The secrets on Yi Yuan were too many. His means were also far too many. Walking along the way, Lu Yi had always been observing Yi Yuan. But the more he observed, the warier he got. Louis also understood that Yi Yuan was also constantly guarding against him. Hence, he had always been very low profile, not daring to overstep in front of Yi Yuan. Lu Yi's gaze turned cold. A small and exquisite axe appeared in his hand. Was shockingly an Empyrean spirit treasure. Song Yu few people's eyeballs were almost popping out. This Lu Yi actually had an Empyrean spirit treasure too. Heh, are you very surprised? In the past, I obtained an Empyrean's complete legacy Empyrean spirit treasure, chaos origin immobilizing talisman, and cultivation method. It was all derived from that Empyrean. Do you all think that only your proud sons of heaven? Laughable. Toward Song Yu, these few flowers that grew up in a greenhouse, Lu Yi was full of disdain. He had today by relying on his own abilities, walking over step by step. But Song Yu they all? These young masters who had golden spoons in their mouths while growing up, enjoyed the best cultivation resources since young. Lu Yi suddenly raised the axe and hacked down toward Song Yu. But right at this moment a powerful aura drew close from afar, the speed extremely fast. Lu Yi's face changed, and he said in a solemn voice, "Consider yourselves lucky." Finished talking, his figure moved, diving into the fog, disappearing. Yi Yuan's speed was extremely fast, arriving nearby in a blink of an eye. Seeing everyone's state as well as the Lu Yi who disappeared, Yi Yuan instantly understood. Yi Yuan Lu Yi he. Song Yu said remorsefully and angrily. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said with a sigh, "I've been constantly guarding against Lu Yi, but I didn't expect that this black corpse was so troublesome, so I was a little late in coming back here." Song Yu was struck with terror, only then knowing that Yi Yuan had long noticed Lu Yi. It was only the few of them that brought along Lu Yi foolishly and even counted money for people after being sold. "Since you knew, why did you still bring him along?" Song Yu asked puzzledly. Yi Yuan said, "This Lu Yi, I couldn't see through him and was afraid that he'll do something in his desperation, so I've never exposed him. But I already warned him when inside the circle. I didn't expect that he actually really dared to make a move." Right at this time, Song Yu felt that the power of laws around him loosen up. He pulled hard, those law threads directly crumbled apart. It turned out that this guy obtained before an Empyrean powerhouse's complete inheritance. He used the chaos origin immobilizing talisman and immobilized all of us. Song Yu gnashed his teeth in hatred and said. Yi Yuan was surprised as he said, "I didn't expect that he actually still had such means. I really underestimated him." Yi Yuan daring to leave was only because he originally also felt that Song Yu could contain Lu Yi. After all, not everyone was like him, able to cross two realms to battle. But clearly Yi Yuan underestimated Lu Yi. With this chaos origin immobilizing talisman, it would likely be hard for even middle-stage true gods to escape his murderous scheme. Song Yu suddenly recalled something and asked Yi Yuan, "Oh, right, what about that black corpse?" Yi Yuan said, "Driven away by me, it shouldn't dare to return for the time being." Song Yu was taken aback and said, "Driven away?" That was an existence whose fleshy body rivaled peak initial stage 6th transformation golden body. It was actually driven away by Yi Yuan? It seemed like Yi Yuan's means were even more formidable than he imagined. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Because I felt that there was a hint of strange undulation here, so I employed some means. This black corpse is indeed formidable. It's still beyond my power to want to kill him." Kill? Song Yu was immediately rendered speechless. If it were him, he would have long ran until he disappeared. Yi Yuan actually still wanted to kill that black corpse. Sigh, like drawing water with a sieve. All these were in vain. That damn Lu Yi, the next time I see him, I'll definitely show him some colors. Song Yu said with a depressed look. The profound heaven single breath fruit was an extremely rare heaven and earth spirit fruit. Could save a lot of cultivation time. This was too important to martial artists. The others also had resentful faces, clearly all being extremely aggrieved. Sigh, he better be careful. Don't let me run into him again, Guo Jingyang said. Everyone turned around and prepared to leave, but Yi Yuan suddenly said, Hold on. Amen? Brother Yi, do you still have something? Song Yu asked puzzledly. Yi Yuan did not speak, but walked to the profound heaven single breath fruits. Plant, bent down and carefully pried aside the dirt, revealing the root portion. Everyone was very perplexed, not knowing what Yi Yuan was planning to do here. Yi Yuan cleaned the dirt on the root and pulled out the root without damaging it, saying with a smile, although the profound heaven single breath fruit is gone, this tree root is also good stuff. Tree root? What use does the tree root have? Song Yu asked doubtfully. Yi Yuan said, because the profound heaven single breath fruit is too heaven defying, it's totally unable to integrate with other spirit medicines to form medicinal pills. But the profound heaven single breath pill's tree roots is the core ingredient to refine the profound heaven single breath pill. Although the effects of the profound heaven single breath pill can't compare to the profound heaven single breath fruit, it can also let the person who consumes it have a great improvement in strength. When the four people heard it, they all had looks of wild elation. Yi Yuan was a master-level alchemist, him saying this sort of words that naturally meant that there was some assurance. There's actually still profound heaven single breath pill, this sort of thing. That's really great, Ma Chong said in pleasant surprise. However, Song Yu's brows suddenly furrowed and he said, but where to gather the other spirit medicines in this sort of place? Yi Yuan smiled and said, I just happen to have the other spirit medicines on me. I'm only lacking this core ingredient. Now it can be refined. As he said, Yi Yuan immediately took out the Shenlong cauldron. One spirit medicine after another emerged and was sent into the medicinal cauldron by Yi Yuan. When Song Yu and the rest saw the scene, they could not help being shocked. Inwardly, why would Yi Yuan bring along so many spirit medicines on him? Could it be that he had foreseeing abilities and knew that he could run into the profound heaven single breath fruit this time? One had to know, rank 6 spirit medicines were not street-side cabbages. Even if one was a 6-star alchemy god who had already been famous for a long time, it was also impossible to bring so many spirit medicines out on their person. Song Yu and the rest were all people with vast experiences and knowledge. They knew that these supplementary medicines were all some very precious spirit medicines. They did not know that Yi Yuan was the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's head elder. These spirit medicines were nothing to him. Fortunately, the other core medicines and supplementary medicines that the profound heaven single breath pill required were all not very rare.
Ye Yuan
Could just easily gather them and bring all of them along with him. Currently, Yi Yuan not only had heavenly Empyrean immortal groves inheritance, he even had the sacred ancestor high priest's powerful inheritance. Regarding some obscure pill formulas, he grasped a lot of them. This profound heaven single breath pill was one of them. With him refining pills on the spot, a profound and inscrutable power of law revolved around the medicinal cauldron and spread out. They all knew that Yi Yuan was an alchemy master, but observing Yi Yuan refining pills in close distance still shocked these proud sons of heaven. Their family clans and great imperial capitals did not lack 6-star alchemy gods, but the 6-star alchemy gods that they had seen were simply not even fit to carry his shoes when put in front of Yi Yuan. This kind of disparity, even if they were laymen, they could also feel it distinctly. A medicinal fragrance that gladdened the heart and refreshed the mind spread out. Song Yu and the rest could not suppress the wild elation in their hearts. The profound heaven single breath pill was formed. Brother Song, this is yours. Yi Yuan reached his hand out and beckoned. The medicinal pill flew straight for Song Yu. Song Yu received the medicinal pill and took a look, and he could not help sucking in a cold breath as he said, "Tea to this vast spirit divine pill." He finally knew now the reason why Yi Yuan would be held in esteem by the entire extreme luck great imperial capital with a mere first firmament true God's cultivation. This kind of pill refining skill was simply inconceivable. When Guijingyang and the rest heard, "Vast Spirit Divine Pill," for words, each and every one of them were shocked speechless. Yi Yuan nodded and said to the others, "You all stand guard over Brother Song. I'll continue refining pills." There were many profound heaven single breath fruits root hairs. It was sufficient to refine 5 to 6 people's share of profound heaven single breath pill. Those that were there naturally had a share. After several hours, Guijingyang 3 people each received a profound heaven single breath pill and were agitated until their faces flushed red. People should not look at how each and every one of them was children of destiny, proud sons of heaven. Concerning this vast spirit divine pill, it was still their first time taking it in all their years of living. Furthermore, it was even such a heaven-defying profound heaven single breath pill. Right at this time, Song Yu's aura suddenly changed and actually broke right through the bottleneck of fourth firmament true God. When the 3 people saw this scene, their faces revealed wild joy. Originally, Song Yu was only an initial stage third firmament true God. Just by consuming a medicinal pill, he actually broke right through to become a fourth firmament true God. This medicinal pill was heaven-defying. Incredible! Incredible! This profound heaven single breath pill's effect is not too off compared to the profound heaven single breath fruit too. Hu Fei exclaimed with admiration. Brother Yi, I, Guijingyang, have never admired anyone before in this life. Today, I'm really prostrating on all fours in admiration of you. Guijingyang praised with admiration. At this time, with Song Yu breaking through successfully, his face did not conceal the look of wild joy in the slightest. He really did not think that this profound heaven single breath pill could actually directly let him break through to be a fourth firmament true God. The gap of one minor true God realm boundary was massive. It was already very impressive for ordinary medicinal pills to be able to make up for 1/1000th of the cultivation time. But this profound heaven single breath pill actually directly let him cross the large bottleneck of initial stage true God realm and middle stage. So how could this not make him pleasantly surprised? He bowed all the way down toward Yi Yuan and said sincerely, Brother Yi, the incident previously was all I, Song Yu, being a scoundrel. I hope that you don't take it to heart. From today onward, you and I are sworn brothers in life and death. He really felt regret for the incident before now. If it were others, even if they pocketed the whole of these profound heaven single breath fruits plant, they would also have no temper. But Yi Yuan actually contributed his own spirit medicines and helped them to refine such a heaven-defying profound heaven single breath pill, repaying ingratitude with kindness. How could he not be moved in his heart? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Hoo, Brother Song doesn't have to be courteous. Didn't everyone already say that we're brothers long ago? The words made everyone extremely moved. Along the way, Yi Yuan shared treasures, saved Hu Fei, resisting powerful adversaries, and had long already become their backbone. At this point, they already took Yi Yuan to genuinely be a sworn brother in life and death. Following this, with Song Yu and Yi Yuan standing guard, the others each refined the medicinal pills to break through. This profound heaven single breath pill's effect was extremely heaven-defying. Hu Fei's strength was the weakest, being only at the initial stage second firmament true God realm. After consuming the medicinal pill, he broke right through to become a late stage third firmament true God, directly crossing more than a minor realm. As for Guijingyang and Ma Chong, 2 people, they broke right through to be peak third firmament true gods. Furthermore, they could feel that the fourth firmament true God realm was already not far away. Finally, it was Yi Yuan's turn to refine the medicinal pills. The other 4 people each had a medicinal pill. Yi Yuan still had 2 profound heaven single breath pills on him. Yi Yuan directly swallowed both medicinal pills without the slightest hesitation. Terrific fellow. Brother Yi swallowing 2 medicinal pills in one go, isn't he scared of being stuffed to the point of bursting? Guijingyang said in surprise. Heh. Brother Yi is truly an eccentric. He's different from others from head to toe. Relax, he's not a fool either. So how could he possibly commit
Suicide?
but for him to be able to digest two profound heaven single breath pills? His cultivation method likely far surpasses ours. Song Yu looked at Yi Yuan and said, we consumed a profound heaven single breath pill and directly broke through a minor realm. Brother Yi directly ate two, he can likely soar straight to be a third firmament true God, right? Hu Fei said. When the others heard it, they had looks of approval. This medicinal pill's medicinal effect was so good. With Yi Yuan's talent, breaking through two minor realms shouldn't be anything difficult. But Yi Yuan did not do as they wished, directly breaking through to be a third firmament true God. It was only all the way until the end did Yi Yuan suddenly burst through the bottleneck, reaching second firmament true God. Two profound heaven single breath pills actually only barely managed to break through to second firmament true God. Brother Yi, what's going on here? Song Yu said in surprise. Yi Yuan smiled and said, the cultivation method that I cultivate is somewhat special. The spiritual energy quantity it requires is too great. These two profound heaven single breath pills were barely able to let me break through to be a second firmament true God. The few people exchanged glances, being extremely shocked. This cultivation method was a little too perverse, right? Yi Yuan suddenly clasped his hands at the few people and said, all right, brothers, let's part here. The four people's expressions changed. Song Yu frowned and said, why this, Brother Yi? Could it be that we did something overboard? Yeah, Brother Yi. If you feel that the treasures we get are too much, we can take a little less. Guo Jingyang said without the slightest hesitation. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, everyone, no need to think too much. The place that this Yi is going next is too dangerous. This Yi might not be able to make a full retreat myself. Everyone is best not follow. When the few people heard that, their expressions were strange. They were very clear about Yi Yuan's strength. He currently broke through his realm and actually still did not have confidence in making a full retreat. Could be imagined how dangerous that place was. Hu Fei suddenly said, since that's the case, I, Hu Fei, have to go even more. My life was saved by you. Now, I also obtained your profound heaven single breath pill. If this Hu doesn't forge ahead because of fear, what difference is there from an animal? Hu Fei's words made the others all surprised inwardly. Song Yu said, Brother Yi, you saying this is not treating the few of us as brothers. We'll share weal and woe together, no matter how dangerous the place you want to go is, we'll follow you. Guo Jingyang and Ma Chang also each made their stand, saying to follow Yi Yuan. Over. Yi Yuan was moved in his heart and said with a nod, all right, since you're willing to go together, then this Yi won't be melodramatic either, let's go together. Looking at the bones that spanned all over the mountain, Song Yu's expression changed slightly as he said, Brother Yi, the place that you want to come is actually the Bone Devil Ridge. The Bone Devil Ridge was a rather dangerous place in the peripherals of the ancient god battlefield. The children of destiny that entered the ancient god battlefield in the past, as long as they stepped into the Bone Devil Ridge, barely any could come out alive. When the few people saw those dazzlingly white bones, they suddenly felt their hair stand on end. Yi Yuan nodded and said, this Yi owes Jian Sutao a favor. He made me enter the ancient god battlefield to help him retrieve an item. It's in this Bone Devil Ridge. Jian Sutao? City Lord? Isn't he asking for your life? Song Yu said in
surprise.
Yi Yuan was helpless as he said, this old punk is a hypocrite. I was also compelled against my will. The few of you have to think clearly. There's still a chance to retreat now. If you really enter the Bone Devil Ridge, it will probably be too late for you guys to want to retreat. Song Yu said in a solemn voice, Brother Yi, what are you saying here? Would I, Song Yu, be someone who clings to life and fear death? Regarding Song Yu's performance, Yi Yuan was greatly surprised. His impression of Song Yu previously had never been very good. He did not expect that, after experiencing difficulties together, he became gutsier. Clearly knew that the mountain had a tiger, yet moved towards the tiger. Mountain, this was not what anybody could do. It seemed like this guy was just used to being arrogant and imperious, but in reality his nature was not that bad. Hoo-hoo, since that's the case, then let's challenge this dragon chasm and tiger.
Dean.
Yi Yuan said with a smile. Upon entering the Bone Devil Ridge, Yi Yuan felt like he entered another world. In the depths of the Bone Devil Ridge, a powerful to the extreme undulation faintly passed out, giving him a feeling of palpitation. Yi Yuan thought about it. Could this be the Qilin Emperor Bone? The party carefully headed towards the depths of the Bone Devil Ridge. Suddenly, a strong undulation came from in front. Song Yu said in surprise, "There's actually someone who beat us to it. Could it be that there's someone who's the same as us also thinking about getting the Qilin Emperor Bone?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "It's not impossible. Since there's someone who brought the news to Jian Sutao, then there will naturally be people who could bring the intel to other city lords. Come, let's go over and take a look." The few people concealed their tracks and carefully scooted over. The line of vision gradually became clear. Ahead, 7 to 8 people were surrounded tightly by a group of bone devils, falling into a bitter fight. The ancient god battlefield was an enormous space. The deeper in, the stronger these life forms. The Bone Devil Ridge was already a very dangerous place in the peripherals of the ancient god battlefield. The strength of these bone devils actually had a few that were fourth firmament true god strength. The rest also had third firmament true god realm. However, among those 7 to 8 people there were actually 2 that were fourth firmament true god, giving Yi Yuan a shock. It's Mo and Feng Xiaotian, they actually broke through, becoming fourth firmament true gods. Song Yu cried out in surprise. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "They are all in possession of Emperor surmounting Aura, encountering some lucky chances in this ancient god battlefield, and breaking through to be a fourth firmament true god is also not strange." Song Yu nodded his head but secretly sighed at his luck in his heart. If not for Yi Yuan, just based on his imperial aura, it would likely still be quite a bit off to want to break through to be a fourth firmament true god. In fact, with a misstep, dying at Lu Yi's hands was also not impossible. Thinking up to here, Song Yu became even more grateful toward Yi Yuan. Strange. Why do I feel that these bone devils seem to have gone mad? Hu Fei suddenly said. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, discovering that it was indeed the case. Those bone devils all had astonishing momentum, like humans who were enraged, each move aiming for the vitals. The few people exchanged a glance and said in unison, "There's a treasure." Yi Yuan observed for a while and made a hand gesture to Song Yu as he said, "Come, we'll circle around." That group of bone devils chased Mo and his party. Clearly they chased. After all the way, Yi Yuan brought his own party and acted cautiously. Very soon they saw a cave. Inside the swarthy black cave, several rays of dim light actually faintly seeped out. "Let's go in to check it out." Yi Yuan brought everyone and entered the cave cautiously. Those few rays of dim light became stronger and stronger. Everyone's hearts pounded heavily, being aware that the treasure was right in front. Due to Mo and the rest drawing the bone devils away, it was currently completely empty inside the cave. They did not run into any dangers. Suddenly, the line of sight became clear. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent. He then said in pleasant surprise, "This is the remains of an Empyrean." Even if the Empyrean had already died for no idea how many tens of thousands of years, his remains were still radiating golden light, emitting an extremely profound energy undulation. This golden bone was indestructible and imperishable. What powerful energy undulations! This Empyrean was likely already approaching the heavenly emperor realm when he was alive, Song Yu said with terror in his heart. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said in approval, Those bone devils were likely bone under the influence of this Empyrean's remains, and they also grew up under his Tao Skanda, resulting in reaching today's realm. Hence, Zwamo they, all wanting to get this Empyrean's remains resulted in driving those bone devils mad. Guijingyang chuckled and said, they lured all those bone devils away, which benefited us. The Tao Skanda and energy contained inside this Empyrean's remains is sufficient to let us break through quite a few realms. This Empyrean's remains had a lot of spirituality. Furthermore, it contained tremendous energy. Using it to cultivate and using it to comprehend heavenly Tao would both yield twice the results with half the effort. What was called a massive lucky chance. This was it. This was called a massive lucky chance. In this ancient god battlefield, no idea how many major powers had once perished. Even if just obtained a tiny bit, it was also sufficient for them to benefit for life. I feel that the remains of this Empyrean should be owned by Brother Yi. Along the way, without him, we might have been long dead, Hu Fei said. A hint of unwillingness to party flashed across in Song Yu's gaze. But he struggled for a while and still nodded and said, what you said is right, Brother Yi. The remains of this Empyrean belongs to you. The treasure being in front, saying that they were unmoved was fake. But they were also clear in their hearts. If not for Yi Yuan, they could not walk until here at all. Along the way, Yi Yuan exerted the most effort, but he distributed the treasures to everyone. Yi Yuan smiled and said, those who see it have a share. What's the deal with me pocketing it all by myself? This Empyrean's remains. Everyone shares them equally. Song Yu was taken aback when he heard that and said, Brother Yi isn't joking, right? This Empyrean's remains are likely even harder than ordinary Empyrean spirit treasures. How to split? Yi Yuan smiled and said, we can't divide it, but somebody can divide it. Everyone was uncertain what it meant. While they were in a daze, Yi Yuan already walked over toward the remains. It was only to see him picking up the Empyrean's remains. He actually directly started to refine it on the spot. Buzz! Right at this time, an immensely powerful soul force suddenly emerged from the Empyrean's remains. Ha ha ha! This old man was trapped for countless eons. Today I finally get to see the light of day anew. Kid, in order to repay you, become this old man's fleshy body. Seeing this old figure, the faces of Song Yu and the rest all changed drastically. Empyrean's residual thought. This Empyrean powerhouse actually sealed a wisp of his residual thought inside the remains. Song Yu cried out in shock. Be careful, Brother Yi. Guijingyang and the rest had looks of terror on their faces as they shouted. The aura that this Empyrean's residual thought exhibited was too powerful, making their divine souls quiver. Empyreans were existences standing at the summit of this world. Their might, mortals were completely unable to understand it. In front of this Empyrean's residual thought, they could not give rise to any thought of resisting at all. Yi Yuan did not have the intention of running at all. Looking at the Empyrean's residual thought, he smiled and said, Senior, I'll have to trouble you to divide this into 5 portions. The Empyrean's residual thought was just immersing in the wild ecstasy of breaking free. But hearing Yi Yuan's words, his laughter abruptly ceased. Could it be that this kid was a fool? Right now, this old man is about to seize possession of you. Not just him, even Song Yu, they all were also shocked, speechless. What was Yi Yuan doing here? The script shouldn't be like this. Could it be that Yi Yuan was scared silly by this Empyrean's residual thought that suddenly came out? Kid, this Empyrean is going to take possession of you right now. Don't you understand? The Empyrean's residual thought looked at Yi Yuan with a puzzled face. This brat did not look like a fool no matter how one looked at him. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I'm asking you to divide the remains. Don't you understand? Fool. Absolutely a moron. At this moment, the Empyrean's residual thought was incomparably certain that this was absolutely a moron. Forget it, indeed a fool. I'll free you afterward, and you'll thank this Empyrean. The Empyrean's residual thought felt very bored. He felt that at this time Yi Yuan should be trembling and kneeling on the ground, begging him for mercy. But the script did not develop according to his expectations. He wanted to seize possession of Yi Yuan, but Yi Yuan actually wanted him to divide the remains. Back then, after a great battle, he was heavily injured on the verge of death. He was unresigned to it and wanted to revive. Hence, he refined his lifetime cultivation all into a bone of his. Then, he directly sealed a wisp of his remnant thought inside this bone and fell into an endless slumber. As long as someone obtained these remains and attempted to refine them, they would be able to open the seal and let him come out to seize possession and revive. Now, someone refined it, so he came out. He thought that the world would quiver because of it, but Yi Yuan did not. Rumble. The Empyrean's residual thought turned into a cloud of black smoke and attempted to directly tunnel into Yi Yuan's body. Careful, brother Yi. The faces of Song Yu and the rest changed drastically, wanting to rush forward, but their feet could not move at all. But right at this time, an even more horrifying aura erupted from Yi Yuan's body. An enormous soul vortex was like a limitless black hole, and it actually took the initiative to welcome the Empyrean's residual thought. Arg! Empyrean spirit treasure. Damn it! The Empyrean's residual thought that originally had an imposing momentum suddenly cried out strangely. That cloud of black smoke desperately wanted to break free of the vortex's suction. But how could Dustless possibly let him escape? The soul-suppressing pearl was precisely these soul bodies' jinx. Back then, the soul-suppressing pearl's spiritual energy was virtually drained, dry by heavenly Empyrean immortal grove. But after Yi Yuan's so many years of nourishing the soul-suppressing pearls, vital energy already recovered 60% to 70%. This 60% to 70% strength was naturally inadequate to deal with genuine Empyreans. But dealing with a mere remnant thought was sufficient. That Empyrean's residual thought unleashed all of its abilities, wanting to escape the soul-suppressing pearl's suction. But he was currently like having fallen into a quagmire, unable to extricate himself at all. His mood gradually went from surprise to fear. Little brother, this old man knows that he is wrong. Let this old man off, all right? This old man really knows that he is wrong. How did the Empyrean's residual thought still have that insufferable arrogance? From earlier, his words even carried weeping. He was really scared. The threat that this kind of soul-type Empyrean spirit treasure posed to him was too great. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I can let you go, but you must divide the remains into 5 portions. How could the Empyrean's residual thought still dare to say a word of no? He hurriedly said, whatever little brother says is what it is. Don't talk about 5 portions, even 50 parts. This old man will divide for you too. Yi Yuan nodded his head. The soul vortex instantly dissipated. The pressure on the Empyrean's residual thought's body suddenly eased up, revealing his figure once more. Except, his figure was clearly much fainter compared to before. The expression on his face also appeared very weary. Clearly, he sustained considerable damage. Song Yu and the rest looked at this scene blankly. Each and every one of them was shocked until they could not close their mouths. There was still this kind of strategy? A stream of soul force crept out. The remains actually started melting from the middle. Finally, it was divided into 5 portions. The Empyrean's residual thought was currently like an aggrieved little wifey, not daring to even breathe loudly. He slumbered for countless tens of thousands of years, but what he waited for was actually such a result? Even thinking about it felt aggrieved. Getting a share of the remains, Song Yu said very contentedly, Heh, Brother Yez means really emerged in endless streams. The song has broadened his horizons. However, the shock in his heart could not be described using words. He could guess that Yi Yuan definitely had a divine soul-type Empyrean spirit treasure on him. Would he freaking give it a rest already? stellar war banner, Qinghong battle armor. Now, there was also another, extremely rare divine soul-type Empyrean spirit treasure. When did Empyrean spirit treasures become common streetwear too? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Thank me for what? Want to thank someone, you naturally have to thank this senior." He put in painstaking effort and sealed his lifetime power into the remains for so many years, waiting for future generations to come. He is very noble. Pooh work. The Empyrean's residual thought almost spewed out a mouthful of old blood. Don't make fun of people like this. Song Yu and the rest had smiling faces, treating it as a joke. The Empyrean residual thought said with a bitter face, Little brother, you. Look, the remains are already given to you. So can you raise your hand high up, in mercy, and let this decrepit old man go? In this short while, his term of self-address changed several times. He first went from this Empyrean to this old man, finally becoming this decrepit old man. At this time, he already became incomparably humble in front of Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, "What's the hurry? You've already slept for so many years and finally managed to come out. We have got to chat more, right? I don't know what the F***ck to tell you. Hoo-hoo. I wonder what little brother wants to chat about? This decrepit old man has slumbered for too long and already doesn't remember many things." The Empyrean's residual thought revealed a smile that was even uglier than crying. Yi Yuan was secretly surprised. This guy already slumbered until his memories dissipated away. How long did he sleep? 50 million years? 100 million years? 1 billion years? Yi Yuan said, "What's your name?" The Empyrean's residual thought was thinking about it, but then he shook his head and said, "Can't remember clearly anymore. This old decrepit self remembers that. They all seem to have called me Doubtless back then." Doubtless? Hoo-hoo, as your name implies, Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. This guy sealed his remnant thought inside the remains. It was clearly harboring the thought of harming people. Presumably, he was also not some good person when he was alive. Except, encountering Yi Yuan now, he could not stir up any waves no matter how formidable he was. Doubtless' expression was rather ugly as he said with a bitter smile, "I've incurred little brother's ridicule." Yi Yuan said, "Let me ask you, just what kind of place is this ancient god battlefield?" Doubtless' brows furrowed together, seemingly thinking hard. But in the end, he shook his head and said, "It's been too long, so I really can't remember clearly anymore. This old decrepit self only remembers that this battle back then swept the entire heavenspan world into action. Virtually, no powerhouse could stay out of it." Although Doubtless' words were flat, when Yi Yuan and the rest heard it, they felt struck with terror. A war that was unequaled by contemporaries that swept throughout the entire heavenspan world. How tragic and spectacular was that? It seemed like too many peerless powerhouses had fallen back then in this ancient god battlefield. No wonder it was so dangerous. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly as he said, "I heard that Tao ancestor powerhouses have perished here before. Was there such a thing?" After another bout of brain-racking, Doubtless nodded and said, "That great battle, no one was able to detach themselves from it. Even Tao ancestors could not as well. Not only did Tao ancestor powerhouses die in battle, but there were also even more than one. Impossible. Tao ancestor powerhouses are undying and imperishable, so how can they possibly die? Humph. You also don't come up with a draft when lying." Song Yu's expression changed slightly, and he said with a cold snort. But Doubtless shook his head and said, "I didn't lie. The terror of that war isn't what you can imagine at all." Doubtless' complexion was somewhat ashen, as if those blurry memories made him very afraid. The few people's complexions were very ugly too. It was still their first time hearing that Tao ancestor powerhouses would actually die. Tao ancestor powerhouses were existences that obtained the recognition of the laws of a region. They were equivalent to the representatives of heavenly Tao. So who could kill them? Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, "Looks like this heaven-span world is far from as simple as we imagine." Although Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove was formidable, he was also just an Empyrean in the end. He was not even a Heavenly Emperor. Heavenly Emperor powerhouses, that was another world, another circle. They might have some connection with a certain Tao ancestor and would also, naturally, know things that many people did not know. As for Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove, he had not entered that circle yet. So the things that he knew were also very limited. All these required Yi Yuan to go and fumble himself around. Regarding that war, how much do you still remember? Yi Yuan asked again. Daolis shook his head and said, "I can't remember clearly anymore. This old, decrepit self was also just a small fry in that war. I only remember that. Later on we called that war Doomsday Battle." Yi Yuan's face changed and he said, "Doomsday Battle, what a terrifying name. Did the entire heavenspan world come close to dying out? Then who were your opponents?" Daolis frowned and said, "I can't remember too clearly anymore. I only remember that it was a race war." Race war? Could it be the human race and fiend race? Or demon race? Yi Yuan frowned and said, "It was not any of them. I can't remember anymore. I only remember that that race was very terrifying. Very terrifying. They were too strong." When saying this, Yi Yuan could feel the tremors in Daolis' heart. Clearly, he really feared that race immensely. Alright, no matter what race they are, they already don't exist in the heavenspan world anymore at present, Yi Yuan said helplessly. Hearing these two people's conversation, the shock in Song Yu four people's hearts practically could not use words to describe. They seemed to have heard the greatest secrets of this heavenspan world. It turned out that Tao ancestor powerhouses would die too. It turned out that an apocalyptic war had happened to the heavenspan world. Before, turned out that it was just a shame that Daolis' memories were too incomplete. Otherwise, they would definitely be able to know even more things about the Doomsday Battle. Little brother, this old decrepit self has already told you everything that I know. See, can I go? Daolis said with an ugly expression. Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Go? Ho, you even wanted to take possession of me. Do you still hope for me to let you go? Daolis said gloomily. That was all a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. A misunderstanding? I don't feel that it was a misunderstanding. You deliberately planned to seal yourself inside the remains. Wasn't it in order to seize possession of people? If I let you out, are you planning on finding a suitable fleshy body, and then finding me to take revenge again? Daolis' expression was ugly as he said, How is that possible? Yi Yuan waved his hand and said coolly, Don't need to say any more. Letting you go is impossible. I give you two options. It is either you follow me, starting today, or you die. I'll submit to you. Although Yi Yuan said it casually, like discussing it with Daolis, he knew that Yi Yuan was not joking with him. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, I'll take you in right now. Don't resist. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself. The corners of Daolis' mouth twitched slightly. He was very unwilling in his heart. He, an exalted quasi-emperor level powerhouse, actually ended up as a little fellow slave. How to make him accept this? Except, being under people's roof, there was no choice but to lower one's head. At this time, it was not up to him anymore as well. Finally managed to come out of the seal, but the result was such an outcome. He was unwilling. Right at this time, a profound energy was directly absorbed by Daolis, disappearing. There was dustless suppressing inside the soul-suppressing pearl, so Yi Yuan naturally did not need to worry. He was originally planning on directly wiping Daolis out. But on second thought, although this Daolis lost all of his memories, he was after all a powerhouse in the ancient era. Perhaps one day Yi Yuan could use him. Brother Yi, let's hurry up and leave. Those bone devils aren't weak. If they return, We likely can't avoid a tough fight too, Song Yu reminded him. Yi Yuan nodded his head and brought everyone away. Who could have thought that as soon as they came out of the cave they ran into a few people head-on? Who could they be if not Zhuo Mo, Feng Xiaotian, and the others? But currently, those weak children of destiny around him already disappeared. Most likely they had already fallen. The moment Zhuo Mo and Feng Xiaotian saw Yi Yuan and the rest, their faces immediately changed. Taking a look at the cave behind Yi Yuan and the rest, Zhuo Mo said in a solemn voice, "Why are you guys here? Could it be that Empyrean remains have already been taken by you all?" Feng Xiaotian's pupils also shrunk slightly, but what he paid attention to was different from Zhuo Mo. "Song Yu, you actually broke through." "No, wait, you all of you broke through." Feng Xiaotian discovered that not only did Song Yu break through to become a fourth firmament true god, but the others also made great progress in strength. Apart from Yi Yuan breaking through more than a minor realm, each and every one of them was practically almost breaking through to be a fourth firmament true god already. Just what kind of heaven-defying lucky chance did these guys encounter to actually be able to break through collectively? With Feng Xiaotian saying so, Zhuo Mo also noticed it. This shock was by no means insignificant. He and Zhuo Mo, two people, were both in possession of the Emperor surmounting auras. Previously, they had also each encountered a great lucky chance before, barely managing to break through, becoming fourth firmament true gods. As for the others who followed them, they were not so lucky. But Song Yu's squad actually collectively broke through. This kind of fortuitous encounter was simply fantastical. Song Yu was merely an imperial aura. This made Zhuo Mo and Feng Xiaotian actually somewhat look down on him. But who knew that Song Yu, this group of people, actually caught up with his footsteps without making a sound. "Heh, are you very surprised? Having a mere imperial aura, actually kept up with the cultivation speed of you all. These emperor surmounting auras." Song Yu said with a smug face. Feng Xiaotian had a gloomy look, clearly being choked badly as he said in a solemn voice, "Let me ask you, was the Empyrean's remains taken away by you all?" Song Yu said with a cold smile. "So what if yes?" A cold light appeared in Zhuo Mo's eyes as he said in a cold voice, "Hand it over and I'll spare you guys from death." He currently broke through to the fourth firmament true god realm, making his confidence overflowing. With Feng Xiaotian's cooperation, he did not believe that Song Yu could still stir up any waves. As for Yi Yuan's strength, although it was troublesome, they already broke through to middle stage true god realm. The power span in the middle was massive. Even if Yi Yuan had Empyrean spirit treasures, it's simply impossible to be their match anymore too. Heh heh. What high-sounding sentiments. If you have the ability, come take it yourselves. Song Yu said with a cold laugh. Humph. Reckless and blind thing. Westbound moon treading. After he was done talking, Zhuo Mo did not say a word. Raising his hand, it was an incomparably swift and fierce sword move. Song Yu was not careless either, raising his sword and advancing. The two people clashed together. Breaking through to the middle stage true god realm, the two peoples' commotion was tremendous, more than a magnitude stronger than before. By the side, Feng Xiaotian's figure moved and was about to join the battle, fighting 2-on-1. Suddenly, a figure blocked in front of him and said coolly, "Your opponent is me." Feng Xiaotian looked at Yi Yuan and said with a sneer, "Punk, do you really think that you're invincible by having 2 Empyrean spirit treasures?" Yi Yuan was still indifferent as he said, "You can give it a try." Feng Xiaotian's face fell and he said with a cold snort, "Fine, then I'll let you take a look at the might of middle stage true god realm." Bang! The moment he released a powerful world power, everyone's faces could not help changing. Feng Xiaotian's strength was more than a level stronger than when fighting with Yi Yuan before. There was a massive gulf between fourth firmament true god realm and third firmament true god realm. Still the same moves, but the power already could not be mentioned in the same breath. Heh, as long as I kill you, I can similarly obtain a massive lucky chance. The Empyrean spirit treasures on you are mine. 9 Firmament Jade Dragon. Sword, go and die. Feng Xiaotian laughed loudly, the swift and fierce sword light chopping over towards Yi Yuan. This time Yi Yuan did not take out the stellar war banner. He slowly shut his eyes, his body becoming deathly still. He looked just like a dead person. Just as Feng Xiaotian released that ray of sword light, Yi Yuan's eyes suddenly snapped open. Life and death seal. Life and death. 2 completely different kinds of concepts interweaved and emerged, turning into an extremely powerful seal, meeting Feng Xiaotian's sword light. Bang! Feng Xiaotian's figure was directly struck, flying out backward, flying straight for several hundred feet before barely managing to stabilize his figure. He looked at Yi Yuan with an astonished face, full of apprehension in his eyes. How did this guy know such a powerful seal? Using this seal with second firmament true god strength, he actually fought to a draw with him? What seal is this? It actually gave me a feeling of being enlightened. This seal actually gave me a composure that sees through life and death. Turns out that this kid's divine essence martial technique is actually so strong. Brother Yi really keeps things to his own self. I didn't expect that he actually still had this kind of inconceivable seal. Regardless of whether it was the people on Zhuo side or the people on Song Yu's side, their gazes when looking at Yi Yuan currently was incomparably shocked. They all thought that Yi Yuan relied on the power of Empyrean spirit treasures to be so arrogant, but now they all knew that they were wrong, absurdly wrong. Even without utilizing Empyrean spirit treasures, Yi Yuan's own strength was also powerful until it was sufficient to rival fourth firmament true god. This life and death seal was precisely the second seal art of the 3 lives.
Nirvana seal.
Living 2 lifetimes, Yi Yuan's comprehension of this set of seal art was far stronger than others. This kind of epiphany after experiencing life and death was not what these children of destiny could compare to. After breaking through to the origin pill realm, Yi Yuan's divine essence was already adequate to display the second seal. Exhibiting it now, the power was indeed extraordinary. Facing off against the fourth firmament true god Feng Xiaotian, he actually faintly suppressed him. Still want to fight? Yi Yuan looked at Feng Xiaotian and said with a smile. That was not a smile. Over there, Song Yu and Zhuo also stopped. The reason why Zhuo chose to take action was that he was certain that Song Yu's side was not a match for him. There was only him, a fourth firmament true god. But who knew that Yi Yuan only used the life and death seal and actually overpowered Feng Xiaotian? This result seriously greatly exceeded his expectations. Zhuo looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "This Empyrean's remains was discovered by us first. We even lured away the bone devils from this place, but you all took forcible possession of it. Where's the logic? Couldn't beat." Started to talk about reason. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "You saw it and it's yours? Saw you now, I want to take you as my slave. Will you be or not?" Eft. Everyone guffawed with laughter. Zhuo was enraged until his expression was livid, and he said in a solemn voice, "Yi Yuan, don't you be rampant. Could it be that you're really planning on fighting it out to the bitter end?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Fighting it out to the bitter end? You also need to have the ability to do so first. If we really continue fighting, who lives and who dies is still not known. Moreover, you all are also aiming for that Qilin Emperor bone, right? Don't talk about having a life and death struggle. If you get injured in this bone devil ridge, I want to see how you snatch that Emperor bone." Zhuo and Feng Xiaotian's expressions choked up, not expecting that Yi Yuan was actually also aiming for the Emperor bone. With this, it was troublesome. At that time, a fierce struggle could not be avoided. Yi Yuan looked at Zhuo 2 people and said with a smile that was not a smile, Moreover, me keeping this Empyrean's remains is also considered saving your lives. If not, you Zwar Mo probably wouldn't be Zwar Mo anymore now. Zwar Mo thought that Yi Yuan was deliberately mocking him and said in a great rage, "Punk, don't show off your cleverness after coming off cheap." But the Songyu by the side sneered and said, "Who's showing off after coming off cheap? Yi Yuan didn't bluff you. This Empyrean's remains is simply a hoax. That Empyrean powerhouse sealed a wisp of his remnant soul inside the remains. As long as you refine the remains, that Empyrean powerhouse will come out to seize possession. Consider yourself lucky that you didn't get the remains." Zwar Mo and Feng Xiaoyan's faces changed when they heard it. Clearly they had not thought that there was still such a thing. But very soon, Zwar Mo recovered and said with a cold smile, "Since that's the case, why are you guys completely fine?" Songyu smiled and said, "How can Brother Ye's means be what you can surmise?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Talk to them about these for what? Let's go." Finished talking, Yi Yuan brought Songyu and the rest, and left straight away. Zwar Mo and Feng Xiaotian, two people, exchanged a glance, but they still did not make a move in the end. Just as Yi Yuan said, the Emperor Bone was the end goal. If they expended too much effort here, no one could obtain the Emperor Bone in the end. They might even endanger their lives. The more one went into the depths of the Bone Devil Ridge, the more soul stirring the undulations coming from the inner area that the person would experience. Along the way, Yi Yuan's party also encountered quite a number of powerful bone devils and even suffered the besieging of a group of bone devils. But, under Yi Yuan and Song Yu's powerful strength, the perils were turned into safety. But they also discovered that the deeper in, the stronger the bone devils. These bone devils were very hard to deal with. Their defensive power was extremely strong, being comparable to the sixth transformation golden body. Once tangled by a group of bone devils, it would also be too much for a middle-stage true god realm to bear. Fortunately, the strengths of Yi Yuan, Songyu, and the rest were all at the top among those in the same rank. Along the way, there were more scares than dangers. "Brother Yi, why do I feel like there seems to be something controlling these bone devils?" Songyu suddenly said. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "Even the Empyrean's remains were that troublesome, let alone the Emperor Bone. I feel that these bone devils might be controlled by the Emperor Bone." Song Yu's expression changed slightly, and he said, "The bone devils that we're encountering now are basically all first firmament and second firmament. True god realm strength already. Advancing further, we'll probably run into middle stage true god realm bone devils." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "This is also something that can't be helped. Middle stage true god realm bone devils will definitely be encountered. What I'm worried about now is whether or not there will be late stage true god realm, even Empyrean realm bone devils. If that's the case, it will be troublesome." When everyone heard that, their expressions changed slightly. If there were Empyrean realm bone devils, they probably would not be able to even escape. But this kind of thing no one knew as well. Circling around a patch of jagged strange rocks, the line of vision suddenly became widened. The faces of Yi Yuan and the rest suddenly changed, being dumbstruck with shock by the scene before their eyes. On the flat ground ahead, countless bones piled up together, and they actually piled into an enormous mountain. At the top of the mountain, where one's vision could reach, a thick and large golden bone displayed on it. The aura emitting off of that bone made Yi Yuan's heart palpitate too. This? How many powerhouses skeletons pile up to form it? Song Yu's expression changed slightly as he said, "Even if they were all powerhouses of a region, seeing this spectacular sight that made people's hair stand on end, they still could not resist being somewhat shocked. One had to now, those that died in the ancient god battlefield, the lowest was also celestial deity realm martial artists. Among these skeletons, no idea how many celestial deity realm powerhouses and how many true god realms powerhouses there were. Or how many Empyrean powerhouses there were. You all wait here. I'll go take a look, Yi Yuan said. Song Yu's expression changed, and he said, No way, it's too dangerous for you to go over alone. Let's go together. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, No need, you all coordinate with me here. If there are any sudden turn of events, everybody must run immediately. Don't hesitate. Finish talking. Yi Yuan leaped and galloped at full speed toward that bone mountain. This ancient god battlefield was a very peculiar place.
Ye Yuan spécial.
Shift could not be used at all. Hence, he could only walk by feet. His speed was extremely fast, arriving at just several tens of thousands of feet away from that bone mountain in a blink of an eye. This distance was merely a matter of a twinkling of an eye to the origin pill.
Realm Ye Yuan.
But right at this time, an abnormality suddenly occurred. The Emperor Bone at the top of the mountain gave off a faint golden light. Then, a scene that made people's countenance change occurred. Countless skeletons crawled up from the ground, forming into a bone devil army. In virtually a blink of an eye, the strength was these bone devils were extremely formidable. The weakest also had peak celestial deity realm strength. Not good. This is a trap. That Emperor Bone was waiting for people to go over. Song Yu's face changed drastically as he turned pale with fright and said, However, it was already too late. Yi Yuan was currently in the center of this open field. Even if he wanted to run, he could not run at all. In a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan was engulfed by the Bone Devil army. This Bone Devil army was different from the Battle Spirit army previously. Their strength was more than 10 times stronger. Observing with a slight glance, Song Yu discovered that there were quite a few middle-stage True God Realm Bone Devils. This lineup practically made people despair. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect it. Really didn't expect it. This brat, actually, served at the vanguard and fell into the Bone Devil army. I want to see whether this brat dies or not this time. Right at this time, a burst of loud laughter sounded out behind Song Yu. Was Zhou Mo and the rest who just happened to arrive. Seeing Yi Yuan fall into the Bone Devil army by himself, he and Feng Xiaotian were simply delighted. Amidst the Bone Devil army, although Yi Yuan was startled, he did not lose his bearings. With the stellar war banner erupting, it immediately shattered a group of bone devils to dust. Even third firmament true gods were no exception either. With Yi Yuan's present divine essence strength, the power when controlling the stellar war banner was more than a level stronger than before. Third firmament true gods were completely incapable of lasting a single exchange with him. The true threat were those fourth firmament true god bone devils. But Yi Yuan was not worried. Relying on 2 Empyrean spirit treasures, even fourth firmament true gods would also find it hard to get close. Yi Yuan was different from the rest. His divine essence was incomparably pure. His ability to have prolonged battles was extremely strong. This degree of consumption was nothing to him. But Zhou Mo and Feng Xiaotian did not think so. Seeing Yi Yuan demonstrate his invincible might with the stellar war banner, they only smiled coldly in response. Heh! Relying on the power of a spirit treasure to linger on with your dying breath, but the consumption of spirit treasures on divine essence is tremendous. I want to see how long you can sustain. Zhou Mo smiled coldly. It was just that the sour note in his words could not be concealed no matter what. 2 Empyrean spirit treasures. He was incredibly envious. According to this degree of consumption, at most an hour and his divine essence will be exhausted. At that time he can only be at other people's mercy. Feng Xiaotian also said. While the 2 people spoke, the shock in their hearts was not any bit less. There were at least 5 or 6 fourth firmament true god bone devils around Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan actually did not reveal the slightest hint of defeat. Under the combined attacks of so many bone devils, this kind of strength was already sufficiently shocking. One had to know when Yi Yuan was facing these 5 to 6 fourth firmament true god bone devils, he still had to deal with countless bone devils at the Same time, by the side, Song Yu's expression was very ugly. That endless skeleton army had no end in sight. If it were him, he would likely have long been dismembered at this time. Zuoremo looked at Song Yu and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Song Yu, weren't you implacable enemies with Yi Yuan? Now, seeing that he's about to die, you should be happy." Song Yu gave a cold snort, gritted his teeth, and said to Guojingyang and the rest, "Do the few of you want to charge inside together with me?" Hu Fei immediately answered without another word, "My life was given by Brother Yi. So what's the problem if I return it to him? Brother Ye's high morality reaches the clouds. How can we watch by the side? Charge inside," Guojingyang said. Ma Chong nodded his head and said with a decisive look, "I'll go too." "Okay, follow me." Finished talking, Song Yu took the lead and directly charged into the Bone Devil army. When Zuoremo saw this action of Song Yu and the rest, he could not help getting a big shock. Were these guys mad? Just what kind of bewitching soup did Yi Yuan give these guys? Inside mystic realms, who was not self-centered and selfish? Why would there be anyone who would go and risk their lives for their companions? Saying that they were companions, everyone was merely cooperating out of interest. Really reaching the juncture of life and death, they would abandon their companions without the slightest hesitation. In reality, they had done so too. Along the way, their companions got fewer and fewer. There were quite a few who were directly abandoned by them. But now, Song Yu, these few guys actually rushed into the Bone Devil army for Yi Yuan's sake without heed for their lives. Good heavens! They didn't know without exchanging blows. The moment they exchanged blows, even Song Yu, this fourth firmament true god, also felt the pressure skyrocket. The surrounding Bone Devils were too many. They were simply unable to deal with the enemies. There were blade lights and sword images everywhere. Even if Song Yu's strength was formidable, he was also teetering on his feet, let alone the others. The few people pushed into a distance of several hundred feet and could not charge in anymore. Matching up against a fourth firmament true god Bone Devil, Song Yu still had to deal with other Bone Devils, and he could only retreat as he fought. In the end, Song Yu and the rest were actually forced out. These Bone Devils did not pursue relentlessly. After exceeding a certain range, they would return once more. The expressions of Song Yu and the rest were extremely ugly. Only at this time did they know how powerful Yi Yuan's strength was. He could actually deal with so many Bone Devils on his own. Zuoremo and the rest were also extremely alarmed when they saw there was no damage without a comparison. He fought with Song Yu before and knew that Song Yu's strength was not much worse than his. If he went down, he naturally could not gain any advantage either. But Yi Yuan could actually remain safe and sound being besieged by so many Bone Devils. One had to admit that his strength was formidable. Later, Song Yu and the rest attempted to charge several more times. But each time they were forced back. There were even quite a number of wounds left on the few people's bodies. In a twinkle, an hour passed. The expressions on Zuoremo and Feng Xiaoyan's faces became more and more interesting. They kept on harboring the attitude of gloating over others' misfortune, waiting for Yi Yuan's divine essence to be exhausted. But until now, Yi Yuan did not show any signs of his divine essence drying up. This 1 hour, Yi Yuan actually charged out a distance of several thousand feet and was already not too far away from the borders. Is this guy still a human? Such a great expenditure and he's actually completely fine, Zuoremo said with a look of disbelief. Feng Xiaoyan's expression was also very ugly as he said in a solemn voice, "Just what kind of cultivation method does this punk cultivate? Even if it's a heavenly emperor inheritance, it's also impossible to not have any reaction to this degree of consumption, right?" They were really unable to understand just how much divine essence was stored within Yi Yuan's body. Could it be that it was inexhaustible in supply and would never be used up? Song Yu and the rest already gave up on charging in. They also discovered Yi Yuan's anomaly and had excited faces. "Ha ha ha! Didn't you guys say that Yi Yuan's dead for sure? Open your dog eyes and take a look. Is he dead? Song Yu said with a big laugh. Zuo was triggered by these words, immediately turning bright red as he became angry from embarrassment and said, he didn't die, so could it be that you also won't die? Brother Feng, let's join hands and exterminate the few of them first, what do you think? Yi Yuan failing to die caused Feng Xiaotian to be in a bad mood. He said in a solemn voice, I have precisely that intention. In reality, they had long wanted to take action, but they had been harboring the mentality of watching the show all along. That was why they did not make a move. Now, Song Yu's one sentence thoroughly infuriated these two. The two people did not say another word, directly squaring off with Song Yu. This group of people had been constantly making wisecracks by the side. Song Yu was long pissed by it. He immediately raised his sword and stepped forward, fighting 1 versus 2. But Song Yu was not Yi Yuan. Fighting 1-on-2 was clearly very taxing. Zuo and Feng Xiaotian were not some rookies. They were people with top-notch strength among peers. The remaining Guojingyang and the rest, although their numbers were not many, their strengths were a great deal stronger than the other party. Both sides had fire pent up. This fight was fought very fiercely. Yi Yuan there felt something. Seeing Song Yu and the rest get surrounded and attacked, he was also greatly anxious. But the bone devils around him were too many. He simply could not break through in a short while. Song Yu fighting 1-on-2 became more and more strained, with danger arising incessantly. Song Yu, you're at any rate 4th firmament true god too to actually willingly be a dog for Yi Yuan. Zuo said with a loud laugh. F***ck your mom's dog fart. Us and Yi Yuan are friends. People like you will never understand. Song Yu let loose a torrent of abuse. Friends? Heh. Put your life on the line for Yi Yuan then. Brother Feng, you come and hold him back. I'll prepare for a bit and annihilate this fellow, fulfilling this guy's friendship. After he was done talking, the aura on Zuo's body skyrocketed. Everyone's expressions changed. Zuo's body seemed to have become a blazing sun, shining with boundless radiance. That horrifying energy undulation, even the same rank Feng Xiaotian also suddenly changed colors. The power of this move was extraordinary. The color on Song Yu's face changed too. That horrifying power gave him an extremely strong feeling of danger. His moves suddenly turned intense, wanting to force Feng Xiaotian back and get away from him. But how could Feng Xiaotian let him get his wish? Feng Xiaotian urged world power to the limit and latched onto Song Yu firmly, not giving him any chance. Both parties' strengths were roughly on par. It was easier said than done to want to get away within a short time. The imposing momentum on Zuo's body became stronger and stronger. His entire person even turned into a sun, illuminating the entire wilderness. At this moment he was akin to a god. This kind of big move that needed a long time to accumulate heaven and earth. Spiritual energy tended to have immense power. It was just that this kind of move was not practical. In a real battle, who would give you this kind of chance to launch your move? But now he was fighting 2-on-1 with Feng Xiaotian. This created the opportunity for Zuo. At this very moment, with Zuo as the center, temperature suddenly rose to a horrifying degree. It was as if it was going to burn everything into nothingness. At this time, Zuo slowly opened both eyes, but he looked in Yi Yuan's direction and said with a loud laugh, Yi Yuan, do you feel very powerless? You can only watch your companion die helplessly, and you can't do anything about it. Once this grand blazing sun is unleashed, it's absolutely invincible in the same rank. Ha ha ha. Horrifying flame power of law reverberated between heaven and earth. Song Yu's expression suddenly changed due to the threat of death hitting head on. Thanks for the trouble, Brother Feng. Leave the rest to me, Zuo said, overbearingly. Feng Xiaotian gave a big laugh and suddenly pulled away from Song Yu. Heh! Brothers' move is impressive, Feng Xiaotian said. Zuemo smiled proudly, his palm suddenly pushing. That horrifying blazing sun actually hurtled towards Song Yu. Song Yu wanted to escape, but the surrounding space was already wrapped up by endless flame laws. He seemed to have fallen into a quagmire, being unable to budge an inch at all. That blazing sun got closer and closer. Song Yu's complexion turned white as paper. Having him resign himself to death, that was impossible. But due to time constraints, he could only use his strongest sword move. However much he could ward off was the only thing he could do at this moment. He mustered up all the divine essence in his body, bursting forth in full strength instantly. 7 absolutes, unended sword. Song Yu gave a loud cry and suddenly swung a sword out. Seeing this scene, Zuemo laughed coldly and said with disdain, "Mantis, blocking the cart? Go and die with peace of mind." Although Song Yu's sword was strong, he was completely unable to mobilize too much heaven and earth spiritual energy in a haste. His move naturally could not compare with the grand blazing sun. In front of the grand blazing sun, Song Yu executing the 7 absolutes. Unended sword was like a child brandishing a sword. Song Yu had a look of despair on his face. He discovered that this sword of his could not shake the grand blazing sun in the least bit at all. In that instant, the grand blazing sun and 7 absolutes unended sword were about to collide. A horrifying to the extreme sword intent approached from afar, arriving in an instant. Bang! The earth quaked, mountains swayed. Even a true God realm powerhouse like Song Yu also could not stand firmly. Those bone devils were even scattered, flying everywhere by this powerful wave. Zuemo was the first to bear the brunt. It was only to see him spew a mouthful of fresh blood wildly, with his figure flying out backward, directly knocking onto that mountain behind him before stopping. He looked at the Yi Yuan who walked over from amidst the bone devil's pile with a look of astonishment, full of disbelief. This sword was unleashed by Yi Yuan? What's going on here? What a powerful sword! Yi Yuan unleashed his sword from so far away and actually reached first, despite launching later. Not only did it extinguish the grand blazing sun, it even severely wounded Zuemo. How is this possible? Feng Xiaotian similarly looked at that figure with incomparable shock. This sword releasing actually directly cleaved out a path from amidst the bone devil stack. Yi Yuan's speed was extremely fast and already rushed to the borders of the bone fiend army. Song Yu had not walked out of the shock of this sword yet. The joy of surviving a calamity had not appeared yet. The sword move stunned him. Yi Yuan slowly walked over. Looking at the heavily injured Zuemo, he said coldly, "Treating other people's mercy as weakness, you're really laughable. Powerless to do anything? Invincible in the same rank? I really don't know where your confidence came from." Zuemo's expression was ugly to the extreme. No one knew whether it was because his injuries were too severe or because of shame. He was so high and mighty just now, feeling that no one could save Song Yu. But with a backhand, Yi Yuan gave him a slap. That sword seemed to have come from beyond the heavens, being powerful to the extreme. One had to know, in between this sword was still separated by those countless bone devils. After this sword killed countless bone devils, it could still seriously wound him when it reached here. How great was its power? How could a second firmament true God possibly unleash such a shocking and peerless sword? His opponent was a 4th firmament true God. In reality, it turned out that Yi Yuan had never been serious at all until now. Truly laughable. Along the way, I was just disdainful to stoop to your levels, but you guys really took yourself to be somebody important. A genius? Geniuses of your level are worthless in front of me. Killing you is as easy as blowing off dust. Yi Yuan's words cut incisively, saying until Zuemo did not even dare to breathe loudly. Indeed, it was as easy as turning over his hand to want to kill Zuemo. But what Zuemo did not know was that this sword also virtually drained Yi Yuan's divine essence dry. Yi Yuan already comprehended 5th firmament spatial law not long ago, and created this sword move inside the death cultivation space called Sword, Hollow Etch, the sixth firmament that fused Spatial Law Sword Dao and the fifth firmament. Spatial Law, its power was immense. While the grand blazing sun was powerful in front of Sword Hollow Etch, it was not worth mentioning at all. If Yi Yuan displayed this move with fourth firmament origin Pill Realm 100, Zuo would also die. It was just that this move's expenditure was too great. Even with Yi Yuan's pure divine essence, he could merely use one sword too. After displaying it, that was really closing one's eyes and waiting for death. So unless there was no other alternative, Yi Yuan did not wish to use this sword. Just now, if not for Zuo pressuring hard, it was also impossible for Yi Yuan to utilize Sword Hollow Etch. After all, if he relied on two Empyrean spirit treasures, slowly breaking through was still achievable. Yi Yuan's words made everyone feel ashamed of their unworthiness. Those able to enter the ancient god battlefield, which one was not a proud son of heaven, existences possessing great destinies? But in front of Yi Yuan, they were nothing. Genius? That was just in order to serve as a stepping stone to show Yi Yuan was more gifted. Song Yu looked at Yi Yuan, a look of surprise on his face. He suddenly recalled Jian Hongshao had once said before in the Virtuous Wind establishment, the people from the Jian family who had seen before Yi Yuan's destiny all went blind. Hence, no one dared to look and could only speculate that Yi Yuan was emperor. Surmounting aura. Looking at it now, the emperor surmounting aura on Zuo and Feng Xiaoyan's bodies simply paled in comparison to Yi Yuan. Perhaps Yi Yuan's future accomplishments were not limited to just the realm of heavenly emperor. The whole place was silent. Zuo's side was even silent like cicadas in winter. Yi Yuan's combat power far exceeded their imaginations. That sword move earlier might not be able to deal with fifth firmament true god powerhouses, but it was absolutely enough to one-shot fourth firmament true gods. Who among them was Yi Yuan's match? This, brother Yi, it's a misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding, Feng Xiaotian said with an awkward look. Yeah, all a misunderstanding. Brother Yi is magnanimous. Don't haggle over it with the likes of us. With Feng Xiaotian taking the lead, the others also followed suit and apologized. They were all frightened silly by the sword move executed by Yi Yuan. So how could they still dare to oppose Yi Yuan? Yi Yuan swept a glance over everyone and said with a cold smile, "Misunderstanding? Is it also a misunderstanding that you guys wanted to kill Song Yu?" Feng Xiaotian had an awkward look as he said, This is also Zuo. It was him that detested the sight of brother Yi, so he deliberately led us astray." Zuo's face changed and he said angrily, "Feng Xiaotian you?" Feng Xiaotian sneered and said, "I told you long ago, don't oppose brother Yi. His talent isn't what you can compare to at all." Poo work. Zuo was angered by Feng Xiaotian, spurting out another large mouthful of blood. Yi Yuan was amused when he heard this. He then said with a smile, "So that's how it is. Then you kill Zuo now and I'll forgive you." Feng Xiaotian was first taken aback. Then immediately his eyes revealed a hint of viciousness. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Okay." Zuo's face changed and he said furiously, "Feng Xiaotian, you dare." Feng Xiaotian smiled coldly and said, "Sorry about it, brother Zuo. Want to blame that you shouldn't have offended brother Yi." Whoosh! A streak of swift and fierce sword light arrived in an instant. The current. Zuo was severely wounded, so how could he block this swift and fierce sword? Just one sword and Zuo's head was decapitated. Dead until he could not be any more dead. A peerless genius who possessed an emperor surmounting aura fell just like that. When Song Yu saw this scene, he also felt satisfied in his heart. Just now, when Zuo unleashed the grand blazing sun, he really thought that he was dead for sure. Although Yi Yuan made a move and saved him in the end, that kind of despair in the face of impending death still made anger rise from his heart. He was somewhat uncertain why Yi Yuan did not take action himself but wanted to make somebody else do the work. With Yi Yuan's strength, even killing Feng Xiaotian was also merely thus. How could he know that Yi Yuan could not unleash a second sword at all? Currently, earlier, before Yi Yuan returned, he already swallowed quite a few divine essence recovery medicinal pills, and he was currently frenziedly recovering strength. One had to admit this Qinghong battle armor still had a benefit, that was being able to conceal his actual situation. His divine essence was currently depleted, but others could not tell at all. The reason why he did so was merely buying time. But Song Yu was long already dead set on Yi Yuan now. Although he was doubtful, in his heart he did not say it out loud. Killings were mo with a sword, Feng Xiaotian said with a fawning smile. Wonder if Brother Yi is satisfied. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, At least you have sincerity. This matter is considered dropped. Feng Xiaotian's heart eased up and he said, Brother Yi, this Emperor Bone can actually summon so many powerful bone devils. What should we do? Yi Yuan shut his eyes and said coolly, Wait. Feng Xiaotian was uncertain. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said, The ones coveting this emperor likely aren't just the few of us. Wait for the others to come over and rendezvous. We'll charge over together. As for who can get the Emperor Bone, that will depend on their own means. Regarding this, Feng Xiaotian naturally did not dare to say a word more. He could only laugh dryly twice and retreat to one side. Indeed, as Yi Yuan expected, in this following half a month, quite a few people arrived at the Bone Devil Ridge in succession again. Song Yu discovered to his surprise that the ones who obtained lucky chances were not just their party alone. There were plenty of people who broke through to be fourth firmament true gods. There was even someone whose strength had already reached the peak fourth firmament true god realm, being only a step away from becoming a fifth firmament true god. Although some people's strength did not increase too much, they likely attained quite a few powerful treasures too. Otherwise, they also would not dare to easily step foot into Bone Devil Ridge. The lucky chances left behind in this ancient god battlefield were seriously too many. Of course, the squads that came out first already became incomparably scattered now. There was no need to ask around. Those weak ones were now likely already became part of the ancient god battlefield forever. Even Zuermo, this emperor surmounting aura powerhouse, died. Let alone these imperial auras? After having learned about the situation here, those powerhouses all stopped. At this time, it was clearly the time to band up together. Only with everyone pooling their efforts and being of one mind could they pass through this Bone Devil army. Of course, there were people who felt that this was exaggerating things to raise an alarm. They did not believe that the situation was quite dire. The result was naturally being torn to pieces by the horrifying Bone Devil army. After a month, the powerhouses that gathered here were roughly 50 to 60 people. Already, these 50 to 60 people, their strengths were no idea how many times stronger compared to during the past before they entered this battlefield. At this time, a young man in azure robes came to the center of everyone and said in a clear voice, In my view, the people who want to compete for the Emperor Bone should be pretty much all here. With our strength, it should be sufficient to break through the Bone Devil army. Why not everyone give it an attempt together now? How about it? This azure-robed young man was precisely that peak fourth firmament true god powerhouse called Zhou Yu. His original strength was not conspicuous among the group of geniuses. But just several months' time had passed and he was already standing at the summit. Zhou Yu's tone had some high and mighty flavor, clearly putting himself on the seat of this group of people's leader. Hey, you say go and we go? This young master, I still want to go after a few days. Can't I? Stop putting up a front here. Who the hell do you think you are? At this time, a very disdainful voice sounded out, not giving Zhou Yu face at all. One sentence attracted everyone's gazes. A good show came. This person who replied was called Li Xian. He was also a fourth firmament true god. Toward Zhou Yu's attitude, he was clearly very displeased. The moment Zhou Yu heard this, he laughed. Swoosh! his figure suddenly moved, with his speed being swift to the extreme. At the same time, the sound of tearing through the air arrived with a howl. For Li Xian to dare retort, he was clearly prepared, immediately raising his sword to meet the enemy. Bang! A huge bang came over. Li Xian's sword broke with a clank, and his head was also directly smashed into pulp like a watermelon. Everyone was silent like cicadas in winter. That rod is an Empyrean spirit treasure. Not only that, but his strength is also so formidable. Looks like the lucky chance this Zhou Yu obtained really isn't small. All around, there was a series of exclamations. Clearly, they were surprised by this swift and fierce rod. That Li Xian's strength naturally went without saying. Being a fourth firmament, true God already indicated he will be a problematic opponent. But under Zhou Yu's rod, he actually did not even withstand one move. Yi Yuan kept on watching this scene quietly. Seeing this rod, his gaze turned, slightly austere. This Zhou Yu's strength was very strong. Zhou Yu put away the stick and stood upright, saying coolly, "Who else has objections? Who else would have objections still?" Everyone stood up one after another and gathered together. Clearly, they were preparing to rush the Bone Devil army. In reality, the people that came these few days got lesser and lesser. Could be assumed that there would be less and lesser people coming if they wait around. Continuing to wait was simply wasting time. Amen? You people over there still not coming over? Could it be that you have objections? Zhou Yu saw that Yi Yuan did not move and his brows could not help furrowing. He did not expect that now that he already established awe, there were actually still people who did not know what was good for them. With Yi Yuan not moving, Feng Xiaotian did not dare to move either. Zhou Yu was formidable, but Yi Yuan was also formidable. He did not know who between Zhou Yu and Yi Yuan was more powerful, but without a doubt it was as easy as flipping his hand for Yi Yuan to want to kill him. "B brother Yi, you look, shouldn't we go over too?" Feng Xiaotian asked, carefully. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, "Wanna go, you go. I'll wait a while more." Feng Xiaotian's expression turned stiff, gloominess on his face. "Ego. Would I dare to go? Already offended you, grandfather, badly before. If I were to really go over, and you give me a slash from behind, wouldn't I still have to meet King Yama? But not going, wouldn't I offend Zhou Yu, this great murderous god?" Feng Xiaotian had a difficult look on his face, standing there awkwardly. When Zhou Yu saw that Yi Yuan ignored him, he was immediately greatly enraged. But when he saw that Feng Xiaotian was actually so cautious toward a second firmament true god, he was rather surprised in his heart. Looking at the expression of Song Yu and the others, this squad actually seemed to have Yi Yuan as the center. "Kid, I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me?" Zhou Yu looked at Yi Yuan and said in a solemn voice, "This Bone Devil army isn't easy to clear. We should wait for a while more. An additional person is an additional portion of strength," Yi Yuan said coolly. He had personally rushed before the Bone Devil army, and he naturally knew how troublesome this Bone Devil army was. People should not look at how he killed his way in and out alone, because not everyone had such thick divine essence like him. Facing so many fourth firmament true god Bone Devils, once divine essence was exhausted, it would be the outcome of waiting for death. Furthermore, these Bone Devil strengths also varied. Weak ones, Yi Yuan could kill them with one move. Strong ones, even he felt very troublesome to handle them. Although Sword Hollow Etch was powerful, he could only unleash one sword move. Not reaching the last resort, he naturally would not use this move. Except Zhou Yu did not know these. With Yi Yuan not speaking, Feng Xiaotian naturally did not dare to say things. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Zhou Yu's face fell, and he said in a cold voice, "Looks like there's still someone who doesn't know what's good for them. Forget it. Since the deterrent force earlier isn't enough, then let's have another." This Zhou Yu was clearly someone who was decisive in going for the kill, attacking straight away, directly turning into an afterimage and rushing over life and death seal. Yi Yuan was long prepared. the life and death seal suddenly rumbled out, meeting Zhou Yu's astonishing rod. Bang! The two people each retreated several dozen steps before barely managing to stabilize their figures. Zhou Yu's expression changed greatly. He did not expect that a puny little second firmament true god actually received his blow. He knocked a fourth firmament true god dead with one blow earlier. How can this kid be so strong? Zhou Yu was secretly startled. The other people's faces changed one after another. They thought that this blow landing Yi Yuan would definitely be beaten into pulp too. But who knew that Yi Yuan would be safe and sound? Of course, they would not think that Zhou Yu only had this bit of strength. This blow he definitely held back somewhat. But even if it was somewhat held back, it was also not what ordinary fourth firmament true gods could withstand. Now, it was actually easily resolved by a second firmament true god. They finally understood why Feng Xiaotian was cautious in all respects. Zhou Yu's expression was very ugly. He originally wanted to kill people to establish awe. But who knew that he ran into a tough character to actually receive his blow effortlessly. Punk, you're good. Since you want to wait here, slowly wait then. When we get the Emperor Bone, see what you'll use to be arrogant, Zhou Yu said in a cold voice. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Go ahead. Zhou Yu gave a cold snort, but turned his head to look at Feng Xiaotian and asked, You, going or not? Feng Xiaotian's face changed and could not help looking at Yi Yuan, but he discovered that Yi Yuan already walked to one side. Zhou Yu clearly saw through already that Feng Xiaotian and Yi Yuan were not together. I'll go. Feng Xiaotian gritted his teeth and said. He had never been so oppressed before in his life. But he was scared. He was afraid that Zhou Yu would smash his brain into a pulp with a rod. That was an Empyrean spirit treasure. This thing in Zhou Yu's hand had much greater power than the things in Yi Yuan's hand. After all, Zhou Yu's realm was more than 2 minor realms higher than Yi Yuan. Humph! At least you're sensible, Zhou Yu said with a cold snort. Just like this, Zhou Yu brought 40 to 50 people and rushed right into the Bone Devil army. Song Yu looked at this group of people and said with a cold smile, A bunch of blind and reckless people. They think that by obtaining a bit of lucky chance, they are now undefeatable. Look at them. They would not even know how they do they really think that the Emperor Bone is so easy to get? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Can't be forced, so let them be. Just nice for us. Let's make use of this chance for us to refine the Empyrean's remains a little. It will more or less increase our strength. There were too many people previously. They also could not take the Empyrean's remains out to refine. Now that everyone was gone, they did not have any misgivings. Just like this, the 5 people started refining the Empyrean's remains. The few people's strengths were also growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Daolis refined all of his strength into the remains. Although countless years had passed, and the energy inside the remains also dissipated significantly, to them, several martial artists who just entered True God realm, it was still a great tonic item. 2 days later, Yi Yuan's realm reached the late-stage second firmament origin. Pill realm, causing his strength to increase significantly once more. As for the others, their refining speed was a little slower, but they also advanced by leaps and bounds. Rather, it was Guo Jingyang who actually broke through to the 4th firmament True God realm in one go. Their squad added another middle-stage True God realm. Originally, over 50 people went. Now, less than 40 returned. Fortunately, those remaining were all elites. They were basically all 4th firmament true gods. These people all had injuries on their bodies, with their expressions showing extreme regret. If they had known long ago, they would have listened to Yi Yuan. Recalling those ferocious and berserk bone devils, these people all felt a chill run down their spines. You're courting death. Zhou Yu gave a cold yell and dealt a rod blow toward Song Yu. Life and death seal. How could Yi Yuan let him do as he wished? Waving his hand, it was a life and death seal. Bang! Yi Yuan did not budge an inch, but Zhou Yu shot backward, a mouthful of blood, spraying wildly. Zhou Yu was greatly alarmed in his heart. He did not see Yi Yuan for 2 days, but Yi Yuan's strength actually strengthened this much? One had to know the two of them were still evenly matched in strength. Previously, now he was actually suppressed by the other party. Although his consumption in the Bone Devil army was tremendous, the power of this rod just now was not weaker than that rod before. The same move he was suppressed, it could only say that the other party's strength was stronger. Already overworked for 2 days and still have the energy to throw your weight about. If I were you, I'd be a bit more obedient. Although Song Yu's words were unpleasant to the ears, he did not say the wrong things. I urged you before, but it was you who acted arbitrarily, harming everybody's lives. Yi Yuan said coolly. The others were silent like cicadas in winter, but they deeply felt the same way about Yi Yuan's words. Zhou Yu's eyes spewed fire as he gritted his teeth and said, "You're very good. After I recover divine essence, let's settle the score again." Yi Yuan said coolly, "I'll accompany you anytime." The following few days, everyone was recovering vitality. Although Zhou Yu let out harsh words and was also extremely displeased with Yi Yuan, he also understood that Yi Yuan's strength was sufficient to be placed in the same category as him already. Yi Yuan's strength was very useful for breaking through the Bone Devil army. Whatever grudge, wait until after this Bone Devil army before talking. Sure enough, the following 2 months' time, some more people came again one after another. The numbers recovered to 50+ people again very quickly. And these people that came later, each and every one of their strength, none was not weak. These people were only delayed for so long because they had fortuitous encounters. Their strength was naturally powerful. But Yi Yuan did not have the intention of charging in. Only all the way until another 2 months passed, the numbers breaking through to 70 over people did. Yi Yuan slowly stand up. "I'm going to challenge this Bone Devil army. Who's willing to go together?" Yi Yuan said in a clear voice. Zhou Yu did not move, he just smiled coldly and said, "Heh, the one who said not to go was you, the one who said to go is also you. Now there's merely just a dozen over more people and you dare to rush the Bone Devil army." Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "I'm different from you." Zhou Yu's face fell and he said with a cold smile, "In what way are we different? Do you really think that your strength surpasses mine? Everyone, don't listen to him. He's at best on par with me. If I couldn't clear it, could it be that he can clear it?" The others also exchanged glances, not knowing how to decide. After all, those people who had entered once all had psychological traumas. Seeing the other people's expressions, Zhou Yu had a cold smile on his face. "I want to see how you play." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Rushing this Bone Devil army, our squad will take the lead. The others can just follow behind and support with coordinated actions." The moment he said this, the others were startled. When Zhou Yu brought them to rush the Bone Devil army, it was all having the others spearhead and attack. Although his strength was the greatest, the effort that he exerted was actually not considered the most. Those children of destiny who were killed by bone devils were the ones who exerted the most strength. They drew most of the firepower. But now, Yi Yuan was actually going to spearhead the attack himself. That was also to say that he would be facing the most bone devils and also have to face the strongest bone devils. Would this kid be so good-hearted? His strength is decent, but it's also not to the extent of putting himself in danger, right? This wouldn't be a scheme or a plot, right? Hearing Yi Yuan's words, everyone's first reaction was that there was a problem. After all, this kind of selfless thing nobody would go and do. Yi Yuan was naturally also not some goody two-shoes, willingly putting himself in danger. It was just that, if he did not lead the attack, no matter how many the people, it was also impossible to charge through. This point he had long waited before. The deeper in, the stronger those bone devils. Even if his divine essence was thick, it also could not bear this kind of consumption. After all, the numbers were too many. If not because of this, he would have long gone to clear it himself. By the side, Feng Xiaotian was overjoyed and hurriedly said, Brother Yi, I'll follow you. Yi Yuan nodded his head and did not say anything. Pretending for what? Would you be so kind-hearted? Wouldn't be harboring some malicious motive, wanting to entrap everyone, right? Zhou Yu said with a cold smile. Song Yu answered with a cold smile and said disdainfully, Brother Yi had once slaughtered his way back alone from a place several tens of thousands of feet away. If even he can't clear this bone devil army, then nobody can clear it. One stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. What? Alone? From somewhere several tens of thousands of feet away. This is impossible. Even if it's a fifth firmament true God, if they fell into a heavy encirclement, it's also certain death, right? Everyone's first reaction when hearing this was that it was nonsense. Although fifth firmament true gods were strong, they also could not withstand the exhaustion of so many fourth firmament true gods. You all don't need to doubt. I saw this with my own eyes. Brother Yi He indeed killed his way out from the bone devil army by himself. Missing this chance, nobody can get the emperor bone. Feng Xiaotian spoke up at the appropriate time. At this time, the people in Feng Xiaotian's team already all died, leaving only him, a lone general without an army. To want to obtain the emperor bone, depending on Yi Yuan, was his only choice. Just as everyone was still doubting, Yi Yuan brought Song Yu and the rest and arrived at the borders of the Bone Devil army. That Bone Devil army crawled out of the ground once more, each and every one, bearing their fangs and brandishing claws. Extremely ferocious. Yi Yuan said in a clear voice, without everyone's help, I don't have confidence in being able to charge through. But I'm only attempting this once. If it fails, I'll give up on the emperor bone. At that time, everyone must think of another way then. Now, those who want the emperor bone, keep up. As he said, Yi Yuan's stellar war banner suddenly rumbled out, directly, blasting open a bloody path. Then, he brought Song Yu and the rest, charging into the Bone Devil army, without even turning his head back. Empyrean Spirit Treasure. 2 Empyrean Spirit Treasures. So that's how it is. Brother Yi is already leading his men to charge through. What are we still hesitating for? Charge. Done talking, there were immediately over a dozen people who followed after. The figures of Yi Yuan and the others were gradually going further away. So, they already did not have much time to hesitate. Yi Yuan's words, flashing out Empyrean Spirit Treasures, coupled with leading his men in a charge, already conquered the vast majority of the people. Compared to Zhou Yu, Yi Yuan was clearly much more credible. He did not force everyone to join and was even in the forefront, leading his men. In comparison, the level was immediately established. The people who hesitated became fewer and fewer. Everyone followed after like tidewater. Zhou Yu's expression flickered incessantly. He wanted to be the leader taking the initiative, but in the end he messed up. Now, making him follow Yi Yuan, he was unwilling from the bottom of his heart. But based on him alone, it was absolutely impossible to break through the Bone Devil army. In the end, he gritted his teeth and charged into the Bone Devil army. With Yi Yuan leading the charge, the team's advancing speed was extremely fast. In places where the stellar war banner arrived at, there were piles of broken bones. Those people who entered with Zhou Yu before, they felt like the situation was completely different. It was too easy along the way. Although it was still very dangerous, it was way too different compared to the last time. With Yi Yuan overpowering the enemies all the way, the pressure that went on to every person's body did not have much left. With 74th firmament true gods, this force was absolutely powerful enough, practically advancing unreasonably all the way. If we knew long ago, we'd have waited a while and entered with Brother Yi. Brother Ye's strength is really too terrifying. Doesn't he know fatigue? Ha ha ha, awesome. We were pursued badly by this bunch of skeletons the last time. This time, I can finally hold my chin up high. In the last battle, Zhou Yu wanted to use others as shields and naturally refused to charge in front. Hence, everyone was the point of attack. Those bone devils attacked without discrimination. They naturally collapsed in disorder. But this time Yi Yuan attracted the vast majority of the firepower. They only supported through coordinated actions from the sides. It was naturally much easier. In addition, this time the strength in numbers had a very large increase compared to last time. Hence, they naturally did not feel much pressure all the way until now. At the back of the team, Zhou Yu's rod was brandished like the wind, but the shock in his heart was unable to be described using words at all. In the beginning, he harbored the attitude of gloating over others' misfortune. This degree of consumption Yi Yuan could not hold out for very long at all. But more than 2 hours passed in a blink. Yi Yuan still seemed like he was on stimulants. He seemingly was at his peak state, without the slightest sign of declining at all. Zhou Yu was aware of this. If he continued this level of fighting, he could not sustain for such a long time at all. Was this fellow still human? However, it was also not smooth sailing along the way. The further in, the stronger the bone devils. Fourth firmament true god bone devils became more and more. By then, some bone devil strengths were already extremely close to fifth firmament true god. Even Yi Yuan also felt rather strained. The speed of the team's advancement slowed down. Casualties also slowly started appearing. Those children of destiny also did not have the composure from before anymore. In the end, Yi Yuan simply gave up on the stellar war banner and directly fired out one life and death seal after another. Although the stellar war banner was an Empyrean spirit treasure, it was unable to unleash its true power in Yi Yuan's hands at all. His realm was too low. In terms of power, the power of the life and death seal was a great deal stronger. Of course, the life and death seal's consumption of divine essence was also enormous. Even with his divine essence purity, it was still somewhat struggling to make ends meet. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately swallowed several divine essence recovery medicinal pills. Everyone, don't hold back anymore. Hurry up and use whatever moves you have. Otherwise, we'll all have to die here. There's only a distance of several 1,000 feet away from the Bone Mountain already. Everyone, double up.
Yeah.
Yuan said in a clear voice. He understood in his heart that apart from their squad, this team were all
Harboring ulterior motives.
Many people did not use their full strength at all. They were still saving their killing move, waiting to snatch the Emperor Bone at the end. A quick glance around, they already rushed to the foot of the Bone Mountain. The surroundings were virtually all fourth firmament true god bone devils. It was already impossible to want to turn back. In their current states, there was no divine essence to let them kill their way back at all. No path to retreat. Then there was only advancing. Those one life and death seal after another of Yi Yuan made everyone stare, dumbfounded with their mouths agape. There was actually still such a play? When everyone fought, they normally would not release big moves unless it was an absolute last resort. But Yi Yuan threw out one big move after another like it was free. The key thing was that Yi Yuan could actually really release so many. Was this guy really a second firmament true god? Ah! 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 Tragic screams rose and ebbed. The casualties in the team were exacerbating. The speed that the team was advancing became slower. The bone devils that they had to face naturally became more and more. Furthermore, the strength of the bone devils got stronger and stronger. Many people could not bear it. Even Yi Yuan also gradually started to despair. He did not think that the strengths of these bone devils at the back were actually powerful to such an extent. Even if he used sword hollow etch, it was also impossible to eradicate clean all at once. What to do, brother Yi? Song Yu forced back a bone devil and gritted his teeth and asked, "What else can we do?" "Continue charging," Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice. This distance of several hundred feet in front of them was simply as far as the horizon despite being so near. It was just that, so what even if rushed up the Bone Mountain? Could it be that these bone devils would not chase after? After reaching on top of the Bone Mountain, it would be even more hopeless. 100 feet, 90 feet, 30 feet, 20 feet, 10 feet. Yi Yuan's divine essence was being rapidly depleted. Finally, he suddenly fired out a life and death seal, directly blasting away the bone devils in front of him. Ahead was the bone mountain. Yi Yuan suddenly dashed, rushing straight out of the bone devil army, and climbing up the bone mountain. But he did not go up the mountain himself, but turned around and fired out a few more life and death seals, helping Song Yu they all to charge out. Assist everyone, Yi Yuan said without thinking after saving Song Yu. Yi Yuan was not a goody two-shoes, but he had his own principles. Without these people, he could not barge through this bone devil army by himself too. Now that he stormed over himself, he naturally could not stand by and not rescue those in danger. Following that, one child of destiny after another charged out. After the last person charged out, Yi Yuan already made the preparations to make one last desperate effort. Who knew that at this time that endless bone devil army actually scattered into piles of bones at this time? The originally incomparably noisy wilderness suddenly became incomparably quiet. This transition from commotion to quiet was extremely sudden, making everyone extremely not used to it. But very soon, everyone's faces revealed looks of wild elation. Ha ha ha, we finally cleared it. Damn, I even thought that I'd be dead for sure. This time, isn't that so? Facing many same realm bone devils at the same time, this kind of battle is really exhilarating. All thanks to Brother Yi. If not for him resisting the vast majority of the bone devils by himself, we'd probably have long died out. They faced quite a few alone, while Yi Yuan practically faced more than a dozen or even more by himself. He kept on charging at the forefront. It was equivalent to being a sharp blade. The enemies encountered were naturally also the most. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's fighting style without regard for his life also repelled a large group of bone devils. It was because of this that there were only some remaining bone devils left for the others to handle. The pressure naturally reduced significantly. Everyone understood in their hearts that if not for Yi Yuan, they would have long been completely annihilated. No one could think about getting out alive. There was a wave of laughter and gaily chatting. But Yi Yuan did not smile. On the contrary, he had a solemn look on his face right now. What's wrong, Brother Yi? Song Yu asked. He was currently rejoicing, but then he saw Yi Yuan's solemn look, immediately reigning in his smile. Yi Yuan frowned and said, "These bone devils were clearly controlled by the Emperor Bone. If this is his last measure, he should stop us at all costs. But this bone devil army completely scattered." One sentence made everyone's heart turn cold. And right at this time, on top of the bone mountain, another skeleton slowly stood up. Yes, just one. But everyone's eyes immediately became wide saucers. The feeling called despair was spreading in everyone's hearts. Empyrean Bone Devil. How can this be? Before their eyes, there was just one bone devil. The undulation emitting off of this bone devil made everyone feel terror. What was this if not an Empyrean-level bone devil? No one could have expected that going through all kinds of hardships and difficulties to arrive at the opposite shore, what awaited them was an Empyrean-level bone devil. No wonder this Emperor Bone was never taken by people despite being placed here for so many years. Crack, crack, crack. The Empyrean bone devil walked toward everyone step by step. Each step it took was like stepping on everyone's hearts, making people palpitate with fear and anxiety. That might which blotted out the skies and covered the earth made everyone almost suffocate. Run! Finally, someone could not resist and turned around and ran away. That child of destiny even used his strength to suckle, his speed swift to the extreme. Yi Yuan did not move, staring fixedly at the Empyrean bone devil. It was only to see the bone devil's skeleton claw slowly raise up, and then lightly flicked. A streak of light blue flowing light tore across the night sky, accurately hitting that child of destiny who fled. Bang! The child of destiny directly exploded in the air, leaving not even residue behind. Everyone sucked in a mouthful of cold air, being shocked speechless by this scene. Strong. Too strong. This was the strength of an Empyrean-level bone devil. It made people unable to give rise to the slightest thought of resisting at all. There was no chance of escaping. As for joining hands to deal with this Empyrean bone devil, don't joke around. Even if put everyone together, it was also not enough to fill the crevices between his teeth. Right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly spoke up. Senior, we came for the Emperor Bone. I wonder how we can get the Emperor Bone. The Empyrean bone devil turned its head rather mechanically, looking toward Yi Yuan. The other people's hearts leaped to their throats. Was this guy seeking death? He still wanted the Emperor Bone at this time? Being stared at by the bone devil's pair of holes. Although Yi Yuan was startled, he did not panic. He discovered that this bone devil had its own intelligence. If it was the same as those bone devils previously, this Empyrean bone devil would have long annihilated them all. Why would it wait until now? To this Empyrean bone devil, this was merely a matter of raising a hand. Hence, he asked boldly. The bone devil's pitch-black eyes stared at Yi Yuan and did not speak either. The air seemingly solidified. Suddenly, the bone devil opened that skeleton mouth. The lower jaws moved, using a dry voice to say, as long as there's someone who can receive 3 of my sword moves, they can take away His Excellency's remains. Hiss! Everyone drew another mouthful of cold air. Receiving 3 of your sword moves? Who could still survive? Forget about 3 sword moves, even 1 sword move could not be received. Either. This joke was too much. Yi Yuan looked at the bone devil and asked again. Is it that if we can't receive these 3 sword moves, we can't leave? Everyone's faces turned intent, thinking of that guy who was instantly killed. Just now, they could not help feeling a chill in their hearts. Who knew that bone devil shook its head and said, as long as you block 1 sword move, you can leave. These 3 sword moves, I'll suppress my strength to the same realm as you. The bone devil seemed to have found the feeling, becoming much smoother when talking. And when the group of children of destiny heard this, they immediately heaved a big sigh in relief. If it unleashed the sword with Empyrean realm, then no one needed to play anymore. Then, if there are several people at the same time who receive seniors 3 sword moves, what then? Yi Yuan asked again. This time, the bone devil replied very quickly. First come, first serve. Everyone's eyes lit up. Someone immediately stepped forward and said, I'll go first. This person's strength was not weak. He was also a middle-stage 4th firmament true god powerhouse. They were all children of destiny, avowed that their strength stood head and shoulders above all others. At least, they would not lose to same-rank martial artists. Idiot! Zhou Yu could not resist scolding under his breath. The Empyrean bone devil did not say much, directly pulling out a bone from its rib. Then, the shape of that bone actually started transforming, finally turning into a bone sword that was neither short nor long. Empyrean spirit treasure. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted slightly as he cried out in surprise. The others had clearly seen the actual situation too. Just now they completely did not feel it. They did not expect that, in a blink of an eye, this Empyrean bone devil actually magicked out an Empyrean spirit treasure. That child of destiny's pupils also shrunk slightly, revealing a solemn look. Receive 3 sword moves, then this Empyrean spirit treasure will also belong to the person. I give you all 3 days' time to recover divine essence. 3 days later, I'll attack. The bone devil said nonchalantly, then immediately sat down cross-legged on the spot. 3 days' time arrived in a twinkle. Everyone swallowed medicinal pills. Their divine essence also pretty much recovered. The bone devil and that child of destiny stood facing each other. The bone devil opened its mouth and said indifferently, now this Empyrean is drawing his sword. The moment his voice faded, he stabbed the bone sword in his hand out. Indifferently, swish, the air emitted a whistling sound. A horrifying undulation closed in on that. Child of Destiny. The Child of Destiny also made his move. The long spear was akin to a long rainbow cutting across the sky, flying straight for that sword. There was no fierce divine essence collision like imagined. The long spear in the Child of Destiny's hands turned into a pile of dust under this sword. Then, his entire person was also sliced into countless chunks, dissipating. With the wind, his entire person seemed to have been weathered away. Everyone's pupils, including Yi Yuan's, all shrunk. They knew that this Empyrean sword move would be very strong. But they did not expect that it would be strong to such an extent. That Child of Destiny also stormed over together with them. Not saying that his strength was extremely strong, but it was at least not considered weak among this group of people. However, he could not even block the Empyrean Bone Devil's one-sword move. The power of this sword move absolutely far surpassed the standard of a fourth firmament true god. Even a fifth firmament true god was likely also completely not a match. This was still just the first sword move. Then the second sword move and third sword move, how terrifying would they be? Everyone could not help feeling a chill run down their spines. This Empyrean Bone Devil's strength was too horrifying. Next, the Empyrean Bone Devil clearly did not plan on giving everyone time to be afraid and directly wanted to start the next round. This time no one jumped out. No one dared to go and receive this sword. If there's no one, this Empyrean will pick, the Empyrean Bone Devil said. Coolly. Everyone's faces changed but saw the Empyrean Bone Devil extend his bone finger, and then he pointed at one of the Children of Destiny. That Child of Destiny immediately felt his scalp tingle. The others also slightly heaved a sigh in relief. That Child of Destiny stood there, his feet seemingly rooted to the spot, unable to even more, not accepting the battle, directly annihilate. The Empyrean Bone Devil went straight to the point. That Child of Destiny's face changed. Directly being annihilated, that was annihilating with the strength of Empyrean realm. If that was the case, he had even less of a chance. Bracing himself, he stepped forward. Then, the result did not have the least bit of surprise. He was obliterated with one sword move. Following that, the Empyrean Bone Devil started picking several more people. But no one could receive a single move of his. These fourth firmament true god proud sons of heaven were as feeble as tofu in front of this sword. There were roughly close to 40 people who made it through the Bone Devil army. The remaining were virtually all elites among elites. But in a blink of an eye, another 7 to 8 died. The Empyrean Bone Devil's finger was just like a death-hastening talisman. Whoever it pointed to, they died. After the Empyrean Bone Devil annihilated a Child of Destiny, his finger pointed, landing on Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu's face changed, toughening his scalp and stepping out of the ranks. Zhou Yu's complexion was somewhat pale. No one knew whether it was because he was somewhat nervous or because he was afraid. Walking in front of the Empyrean Bone Devil, Zhou Yu took out that Empyrean spirit treasure and drew a deep breath. Suddenly, he swung his rod horizontally, with the aura on his body suddenly changing. A profound power of law wrapped around him. What powerful law undulations! It turned out that this is his true strength. Those people previously are far too lacking compared to Zhou Yu. Maybe he can really block this sword. When experts make their move, the genuine and the fake would become clear at a glance. Although Zhou Yu was still accumulating momentum, the law undulations on his body clearly far surpassed those powerhouses of the same rank. Him striking a powerhouse of the same rank dead with a blow, what he relied on was not just an Empyrean spirit treasure. When fighting with Yi Yuan previously, he did not use his full strength either. The Empyrean Bone Devil still stabbed indifferently, sweeping away all obstacles in the way. Zhou Yu gave a loud cry and suddenly slammed his rod out. At the places where the rod passed by, fine cracks would appear in space. One staff questioning the heavens. Two formidable forces collided together directly, immediately stirring up a horrifying air billow, blowing until everyone's face hurt. A muffled groan came out of Zhou Yu's mouth as if being hit by a sledgehammer, directly being struck to the ground. He was wildly spewing out a mouthful of fresh blood. Zhou Yu's complexion was white as paper, already sustaining heavy injuries. However, he did not have despair on his face. Instead, he had a look of joy. He blocked this sword, completing this impossible task. Up to this point, he was the first genius martial artist to perform to this step. He had reason to be proud. But right at this time, the Bone Devil lightly spat two words out of his mouth. Too weak. That tone seemed to be rather disappointed. Zhou Yu's expression turned stiff. The joy from a moment ago immediately evaporated into thin air. This was weak? Then how strong was the power that the other party was comparing with? Everyone drew a mouthful of cold air. Someone as powerful as Zhou Yu actually could not receive this Empyrean Bone Devil's sword move either. Just how strong was this sword move? In their eyes, the Zhou Yu who was already close to being invincible actually became too weak when reaching the Empyrean Bone Devil's mouth. This appraisal made people break down. Senior displayed this sword with Empyrean cultivation realm but appraised me as too weak.
I'm unconvinced.
Zhou Yu gritted his teeth and said, to them, these proud children of heaven, this kind of humiliation was even more uncomfortable than killing him. Hence, even though he knew that the Empyrean Bone Devil was exceedingly powerful, Zhou Yu still expressed his refusal to give in. The Empyrean Bone Devil looked at him and said coolly, the geniuses in our era, they should be able to easily defeat me with regards to the first sword move. When these words came out, the audience burst into an uproar. Such a horrifying sword move, it could easily be defeated? Just how horrifying were the geniuses of that era? They did not doubt the truth of these words, because the Empyrean Bone Devil completely did not have a need to lie about this sort of thing. Next one. The Empyrean Bone Devil ignored everyone's astonishment, raised his bone finger and actually pointed at Song Yu. Song Yu's complexion was deathly pale. With his strength, he absolutely could not block the sword. Suddenly, a figure blocked in front of him and said coolly, Senior, let me try. Looking at this back view, Song Yu's eyes were full of gratitude. Somewhat choking, he said, Be Brother Yi. Yi Yuan turned his head and said smilingly, This sword is rather interesting. I want to give it a shot. Let me do it. Song Yu had a touched expression, and with a nod he said, Be careful, Brother Yi. Yi Yuan nodded his head, turned to look at the Empyrean Bone Devil and said, Senior, make your move. The Bone Devil did not say a word and stabbed another sword out. Directly facing this sword move, Yi Yuan finally experienced the might of this sword. The Empyrean Bone Devil launched this move with Second Firmament True God, Divine Essence. But the power of this move was sufficient to instantly kill Fourth Firmament True Gods. Within the same realm, it was simply an invincible existence. Feeling the piercing cold sword intent, Yi Yuan immediately drew his sword and made his move. Sword. Hollow. Etch. A space-annihilating aura instantly spread out. All of the children of destiny, their faces changed drastically. Too terrifying. Feng Xiaoyan's pupils constricted and he cried out in shock. It's here! This move. This was his first time seeing Yi Yuan display this sword from start to finish. That breathtaking feeling was like he saw a beautiful girl, causing his heart palpitating with excitement. This sword was peerless among its contemporaries. The last time, he only saw the conclusion and did not see the process. This time, he saw it all. He was really unable to imagine that there was actually someone in this world who could display such a perfect sword. After witnessing Zhou use one staff questioning the heavens, he knew that if there was someone capable of truly blocking this sword, it would be none other than Yi Yuan. Originally, he did not know Zhou Yu's trump card. He knew that perhaps Zhou Yu could have the strength to rival Yi Yuan. After All his realm was much higher than Yi Yuan. But now, he knew that even if Zhou Yu displayed one staff questioning the heavens, he was likely not Yi Yuan's match either. Because he had seen Sword Hollow Etch's terrifying power with his own eyes. Before, one staff questioning the heavens could not do it. But now, the Empyrean Bone Devil was displaying this sword at second firmament. True God. Facing the same rank Yi Yuan, he might not be able to win. Zhou Yu looked at Yi Yuan's proud figure and actually felt ashamed of his unworthiness. It turned out that this was Yi Yuan's true killing move. Compared to Yi Yuan, he was nothing. Go! Two swords were akin to two comets, colliding in the air in a blink of an eye. Bang! Sword Hollow Etch smashed the Bone Devil's sword like crushing dead leaves, carrying an imposing momentum that pressed forward with an indomitable will, aiming straight for the Bone Devil's main body. But right at this time, the Bone Devil casually waved, like chasing away flies. Sword Hollow Etch evaporated into thin air as if it had never appeared before. The power of an Empyrean was unbelievably formidable. The crowd was silent. No one could have thought that such a conclusion would actually occur. Suddenly, the Empyrean Bone Devil slowly opened his mouth and said, "Not bad. You're very strong." Everyone turned pale with fright. This appraisal was extraordinary. About Zhou Yu's breathtaking rod move earlier, the Empyrean Bone Devil's evaluation was that the former's move was too weak. But now, his appraisal of Yi Yuan was actually very strong. How can this Yi Yuan be so strong? According to the Empyrean Bone Devil's criteria, can Yi Yuan's strength already rival their era's geniuses? Is this a true genius? Hearing this evaluation, all of the children of destiny were dumbstruck with shock. Each one of them grew up amidst praises. Their strength had also always overpowered their peers. But now, their brilliance was overshadowed under the Empyrean Bone Devil's one comment. The only dazzling light was Yi Yuan. Zhou Yu's pupils constricted. He wished to find a hole in the ground to tunnel into right now. He had always viewed Yi Yuan as an enemy. Only now did he understand that he did not have the qualifications to become Yi Yuan's enemy at all. Yi Yuan's complexion was rather pale. This sword practically drained his divine essence dry. "Thank you very much for senior's praise." Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, "Do you still want to continue?" The Bone Devil asked. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said firmly, "Continue." Everyone stared wide-eyed and tongue-tied. Clearly, they did not expect that Yi Yuan would actually continue challenging. Logically speaking, Yi Yuan already proved himself and did not need to take the risk anymore. But he actually chose to continue. But Song Yu's expression changed, and he said anxiously, "Brother Yi Yu." He was just about to speak, but then he was interrupted. Yi Yuan said, "I promised Jian Sutao that I'll definitely get this Emperor bone for him." On the faces of Song Yu, Guo Jingyong, and the rest revealed doleful looks. They had never felt that they were so incompetent before. Yi Yuan choosing to continue, was Jian Sutao the reason? Definitely. But they understood in their hearts that Yi Yuan did it more so in order to protect them. If Yi Yuan gave up under the Empyrean Bone Devil's sword, all of them would have to die. No one could be spared. Then, was there danger with Yi Yuan continuing to challenge the Empyrean Bone Devil? Of course there was. They were too clear about Yi Yuan's strength. Just the Empyrean Bone Devil's first sword move forced out Sword Hollow Etch this move. So how powerful were the two swords at the back? Unimaginable. The Bone Devil said coolly, "You recover divine essence first, then the power of the second sword will exceed your imagination." Yi Yuan did not say anything. He just nodded his head slightly, swallowed a medicinal pill on the spot, and tried to recover his divine essence as fast as he could. But the others had the jitters when they heard it. Exceeding their imagination. How strong was that? But very soon they would see it. After half a day, Yi Yuan's divine essence was recovered fully, causing another commotion. This recovery speed was a little too fast, right? Yi Yuan came before the Bone Devil and said with clasped hands, "Senior, please make your move." The Bone Devil nodded slightly, stabbing a sword out indifferently once more. Although his stance of stabbing the sword was exactly the same as before, everyone's faces changed. Poo work, poo work, poo work. Even though these children of destiny stood extremely far away, the sharpness exuding from the cutting edge of this sword still made them suffer serious injuries, all spurting fresh blood wildly. There was no earth-shaking divine essence undulation, but the places that the sword edge passed by, everything was buried in oblivion. This was the sword of death. It could annihilate everything. The first sword move was like a baby learning how to walk compared to this sword, and this was merely just displayed with the strength of a second firmament. True God. At this moment, they did not doubt in the slightest that even if it was a fifth firmament true God powerhouse, they also absolutely could not escape by a fluke under this sword. They were very curious just what Yi Yuan would use to block this sword. Right at this time, Yi Yuan also made his move. Sword Hollow Etch. Still this move. This sword was indeed breathtaking, but under the Empyrean Bone Devil's second sword, it also paled in comparison. Bang! After blocking for a moment, Yi Yuan's sword Hollow Etch was ultimately still annihilated. Then, the remaining momentum of the Bone Devil's sword did not reduce, heading straight for Yi Yuan. Roar! A heaven-shocking dragon roar rose to the sky. Golden light burst forth brilliantly on Yi Yuan's body. His vitality billowed to the clouds. At the same time, the Qinghong battle armor was also completely activated, releasing a dazzling light. Nirvana Dao Profound Dragon Armor. Yi Yuan roared, directly meeting the Bone Devil's sword. Bang! The two collided together without any flashiness. The void was quaking. A streak of sword energy and a ball of golden light met squarely in the void, neither willing to give in. The two energies were both being rapidly depleted. The golden light on Yi Yuan's body was dissipating at a rapid speed. When everyone saw this scene, each and every one of them was shocked until they stared dumbfoundedly with their mouths agape. What formidable defensive power! Yi Yuan, he actually forcefully resisted this sword. He has the perfect sixth transformation golden body. Just how many trump cards does this guy have? Defensive type Empyrean Spirit Treasure, perfect sixth transformation golden body, Dragon Race's pinnacle defensive martial technique. This guy simply makes people go crazy. At this moment, how could Yi Yuan still care about holding anything back? He displayed all of his trump cards in their entirety. In terms of defense, he was number one in the same rank. These three things added together, even if he stood there and let forth Firmament True Gods hit, fourth Firmament True Gods still could not breach his defenses. Just this aspect, Yi Yuan was stronger than Zhou Yu by no idea how many times. But unfortunately, this sword move was not released by Zhou Yu, but the Empyrean Realm Bone Devil. Even if suppressed to a second Firmament True God strength, even if Yi Yuan neutralized a portion of the force with Sword Hollow Etch, Yi Yuan still could not withstand this swift and fierce sword. Poo work! The light on Yi Yuan's body directly dissipated, wildly spewing a mouthful of fresh blood, his body directly flying out several tens of thousands of feet, like a kite with a broken string. Song Yu's face changed. His figure moved, hurriedly going over to catch Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's body was already drenched by fresh blood. The power of this sword was utterly horrifying. Really received it. Are my eyes failing me? He really succeeded. If it were me, I'd probably be one-shot immediately, right? Everyone looked at Yi Yuan with incredible shock, eyes full of incredulity. Such a terrifying sword was actually received by Yi Yuan. One had to know they were two minor realms higher than Yi Yuan. But that trace of sword energy that leaked out seriously injured them. No wonder the Empyrean Bone Devil said that the power of this sword exceeded one's imagination, indeed far beyond imagination. Cough, cough, cough. A bout of intense coughing sounds came over Yi Yuan finally caught his breath. But the injuries of his internal organs were extremely heavy currently. He could not even stand up. Ever since he cultivated to the perfect sixth transformation golden body, he had yet to suffer such serious injuries before. The power of this sword indeed surpassed his imaginations. The Bone Devil looked at Yi Yuan and said coolly, "Junior, you're very decent. Your potential when put in this Empyrean's era is also an ordinary genius. Already, however, it's also merely just decent. You're still quite a bit off from being a true genius. True geniuses can receive my third sword move. But you, the second sword move is already your limit. No harm telling you, then. The power of the third sword move is 50 times stronger than the second sword move." Everyone was rendered speechless. From one shock, sinking into the midst of another shock, Yi Yuan receiving this sword already made them feel ashamed of their unworthiness. But, from the Empyrean Bone Devil's mouth, Yi Yuan's talent was also merely just an ordinary genius. If Yi Yuan's talent was merely an ordinary genius, then what would a true genius be like? These children of destiny were all from great imperial capitals. They understood in their hearts that Yi Yuan's talent, when placed in heavenly Emperor Bodemanda's, was likely also a peak existence. But, from the Empyrean Bone Devil's mouth, he was actually just ordinary. Just how strong were the geniuses of that era?
Truly a terrifying era.
Senior, I want a challenge. The third sword move.
Yi Yuan gritted
his teeth and said feebly, "What? He still wants to challenge the third sword move? Is he mad? These should be his final trump cards, right? He was nearly almost killed just now, so it's absolutely impossible for him to receive the third sword move. The second sword is already powerful until it makes people despair. So how strong will the third sword move be?" Yi Yuan's words made the group of children of destiny burst into an uproar. Even the Empyrean Bone Devil also determined that it was impossible for Yi Yuan to receive the third sword move anymore. This guy actually chose to receive the third sword without hesitation. Was this guy mad? Or was he tired of living? Could it be that he was triggered by this Empyrean Bone Devil? They guessed correctly. People should not look at how Yi Yuan normally had an appearance of not giving a crap about anything. The pride in his heart, no one could scorn it. Originally, he only wanted to protect Song Yu and the others. But now, he had a reason to receive the third sword move for himself. He wanted to cross space-time and compete with ancient geniuses. He's all healed? Could it be that what he ate was an immortal pill? This recovery speed is also too fast, right? Previously, I saw that he clearly had an appearance like he was going to die. But now he's healed in just 3 days. When everyone saw Yi Yuan walk toward the Empyrean Bone Devil, each and every one of them was shocked until they could not close their mouths. 3 days ago, Yi Yuan could not even crawl to his feet. 3 days later, he was completely fine. Just what kind of medicinal pill did this fellow eat? "Senior, please make your move," Yi Yuan said with a scorching gaze. The Bone Devil looked at Yi Yuan quietly and slowly opened his mouth and said, "Junior, you've already exhausted your potential. It's impossible to receive the third sword move. This third sword move fused 5 kinds of laws. You're simply unable to imagine its power." Everyone sucked in a cold breath. 5 kinds of laws. Was this really what human strength could accomplish? Could that era's geniuses all be able to casually fuse 4 or 5 kinds of laws? Yi Yuan said coolly, "No need to say anymore. Senior, please make your move." The Bone Devil said calmly, "The Doomsday Battle buried too many things in oblivion. You're not in the wrong. There's no need for this kind of lame dignity at all. But since you wholeheartedly seek death, then this Empyrean will grant your wish. You watch closely." Done talking, the Empyrean Bone Devil raised his sword once more. It was still the exact same posture. It was just that this time it was ordinary to the extreme. It was as if the entire world became silent. Just raising the sword, Yi Yuan felt the scent of death hit him head-on. This sword move, one could not use words to describe it. Seeing extraordinary amidst ordinary, the sound of thunder between silence. Everything lied with the sword itself. This was an extremely profound utilization of sword Dao. It was brilliant in every way. People who used the sword that could control it to such a level, Yi Yuan seldom saw it in his lifetime. It seemed like the other party was the same as him when he was alive also, employing other power of laws with sword Dao, and reaching the pinnacle from there. It was just that fusing four kinds of power of laws with sword Dao was truly inconceivable. All of the children of destiny felt asphyxiated. They became wiser this time, staying far away from the center of the two people's battle, in case they were implicated. Last time it was just serious injuries and vomiting blood. This time it was hard to say. The Empyrean Bone Devil said that the power of this sword move was 50 times stronger than the second sword move. This kind of increment could be rated as horrifying. They seriously could not imagine what Yi Yuan would rely on to withstand this third sword. But without a doubt, they all hoped for a miracle to appear. If Yi Yuan died under this sword, they would have to accept the Bone Devil's 3 sword moves. Of the remaining people who had the confidence to block the Bone Devil's sword move, if Yi Yuan died, they would all have to die. But the problem was, could Yi Yuan block it? Just as they were questioning, the Empyrean Bone Devil unleashed his sword. This time there was no sword energy. The Empyrean Bone Devil was going to approach him. The Empyrean Bone Devil gripped his sword, stabbing straight for Yi Yuan's heart. But Yi Yuan did not move and did not even use sword hollow etch. Gave up? Anyone knew that when the Empyrean Bone Devil's sword arrived in front of Yi Yuan, that would be a heaven-shocking attack, quicker than words could tell. Without even a blink of an eye, the Empyrean Bone Devil arrived in front of Yi Yuan. Careful, Brother Yi. Brother Yi. Song Yu and the rest did not know what Yi Yuan wanted to do. Seeing the situation, they turned pale with fright. Everyone cried out in shock, totally not knowing what Yi Yuan wanted to do. But right then, an abnormality suddenly occurred. From Yi Yuan's dantian area, countless blue fine threads crept out, tangling over toward the bone sword. Poo, poo, poo. The air gave off a series of detonating sounds. Places that the bone sword arrived at, the blue fine threads were actually broken. But, as the fine threads became more and more the speed of the bone sword's advancement also became slower and slower. This is Dao Mark. It was the Empyrean Bone Devil's first time having a fluctuation in emotion. How could a second firmament true god possibly cultivate Dao Mark? This sword's power was too great. At first, the Dao marks could not tie it down at all. But later, the Dao marks became more and more and increasingly denser. Finally, the bone sword was entangled. However, the Dao marks did not stop there. Instead, they continued creeping up, tangling over toward the Bone Devil. Gradually, the bone sword was unable to advance an inch further anymore. The Empyrean Bone Devil turned pale with fright, the force in his hand becoming stronger. Second firmament true god became third firmament true god, then became fourth firmament true god. But it still would not do. The aura on the Empyrean Bone Devil's body became stronger and stronger. When it soared all the way to seventh firmament true god, finally the blue fine threads broke with a snap. When at ninth firmament true god, Yi Yuan finally could not endure the Empyrean Bone Devil's powerful strength and was blasted flying out. Everyone looked at this scene in tremendous shock. They were given a scare. Such a powerful Empyrean Bone Devil was actually forced to raise his cultivation realm in the end before he could break free of those blue fine threads. Where was the agreed-upon terrifying sword move? Where was the agreed-upon same cultivation realm? This third sword, the Empyrean Bone Devil, was completely defeated. Yi Yuan did not even make a move yet, and the Empyrean Bone Devil was defeated by Yi Yuan's horrifying blue fine threads. This scene made everyone's jaws drop. They looked toward Yi Yuan in incredible shock. The current Yi Yuan already slowly crawled up from the ground. Seeing Yi Yuan's ghostly white eyes, everyone unwittingly felt a chill in their hearts. What an icy cold pair of eyes this was. The current Yi Yuan, his disposition became like a different person from before. That pair of eyes seemed to overlook all life, not carrying the slightest emotion. Heavenly Tao. That was the aura of Heavenly Tao. How could a second firmament true God have such a terrifying aura on his body? You talked about how ancient geniuses were so-and-so, how the third sword was so-and-so. Looking at it now, it's also merely thus. Yi Yuan looked at the bone devil coldly and said indifferently, provocation. Yi Yuan was provoking here. He was provoking an Empyrean-level powerhouse. Was this guy mad? However, using the Empyrean bone devil's words against himself, Yi Yuan indeed made him slap his own face now. Yi Yuan did not only block this sword move, he even forced the Empyrean bone devil to raise his strength until reaching the 9th firmament true God realm. This was equivalent to the Empyrean bone devil slapping his own face. Although they did not do it, these children of destiny actually had a liberating feeling. From the Empyrean bone devil's mouth, ancient geniuses were merely able to barely manage to block the third sword move. But Yi Yuan already forced the Empyrean bone devil to raise his realm to the 9th firmament true God realm. This proved that Yi Yuan's talent was far more outstanding compared to ancient geniuses. The Empyrean bone devil used hollow eyes to stare at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan used a cold pair of eyes to look at the Empyrean bone devil. Two uncommon eyes stared just like this, silently. After a long time, the Empyrean bone devil slowly said, I take back my words. From before. True God realm comprehending Tao mark, this sort of thing is unheard of. Yi Yuan walked up the steps, the pressure on his body becoming greater and greater. Emperor bone, even if it was an emperor bone that had been through countless years of baptism, it still had his pride. Yi Yuan's pair of white eyes did not carry the slightest emotion as he said, coldly, past glory had long already vanished like mist and smoke. You still want to make a show of power after death? The past is already over, so let it be. On Yi Yuan's body, Tao marks twined around. This pressure was not worth mentioning to him at all. Before long, Yi Yuan arrived at the summit of the Bone Mountain. Before his eyes was a complete Qilin Emperor bone. Yi Yuan was rippleless like an ancient well and reached his hand out to grab. Right at this time, an abnormality suddenly occurred. Immobilize! A voice sounded out from the void. Powerful power of laws entangled over toward Yi Yuan frenziedly, completely binding the space around him. Ha ha ha! Yi Yuan, it's been hard on you along the way. This Emperor bone, I'll accept it. Lu Yi's figure emerged, looking at Yi Yuan with a smug face. Everyone was struck dumb with stupefaction by this sudden turn of events. No, one could have thought that there was actually still someone hiding in the void. This was truly the mantis stalking the cicada, being unaware of the oriole behind. Except, how on earth did he do it? It's Lu Yi, that damn fellow. He's actually already the 5th firmament true God realm. Gu Jingyang stared at that figure, shocked and enraged. Just these short few months of not seeing him, Lu Yi actually already broke through to become a 5th firmament true God. It was simply outrageous. Song Yu's eyes spewed fire as he said, this guy must have swallowed all of the profound heaven single breath fruits. Damn thing. I didn't expect that. This guy still had such means of concealment. I really underestimated him. It was also too late for them to rush over now. For Lu Yi, the Emperor bone was within easy reach. Moreover, that area of space was already constrained. They could not break through at all. Damn it. Really, damn it. Could it be that we're going to helplessly watch this guy snatch away the Emperor bone just like that? Hu Fei said with an unwilling face. Heh, so what if he received 3 swords? In the end, isn't the Emperor bone still snatched away by others? Zhou Yu had a cold smile on his face. Seeing Yi Yuan being intercepted, Zhou Yu was delighted in his heart. Yi Yuan didn't expect it, right? Apart from the chaos origin immobilizing talisman, this old man even has high-clarity void escape talismans. You guarded against this old man in every manner along the way. In the end, weren't you still schemed against by this old man? Obtaining this Emperor Bone, this old man will definitely be able to reach the Emperor.
Surmounting aura.
The realm of Heavenly Emperor will no longer be delusions of grandeur for this old man. Lu Yi looked at Yi Yuan, being incredibly pleased with himself. He had never thought that he would actually have the chance to break through to the realm of Heavenly Emperor one day. At the thought of this, he was extremely excited. Finished talking, he reached his hand out and grabbed at that Qilin Emperor Bone. But right at this time, a ray of light bloomed from the Emperor Bone. Lu Yi's figure was directly blasted, flying out like a cannon shell. His expression changed, and he muttered, How can this be? However, a scene that made him even more shocked appeared. The Yi Yuan who was originally restrained actually slowly opened up his footsteps, walked in front of the Emperor Bone, and slowly picked up the Emperor Bone. Lu Yi seemed to have seen a ghost, exclaiming in shock, How is this possible? My chaos origin immobilizing talisman, no one should be able to resolve it within true God realm. Yi Yuan looked at Lu Yi with a cold face and said coolly, Foolish thing, the Emperor Bone has spirituality. Since he let the Empyrean Bone Devil test us, and I passed the test, it naturally acknowledged me as his master. As for your chaos origin immobilizing talisman, what is that anyway? Yi Yuan who was under the white pupil state had the divine vestige space all around him, being untainted by myriad laws. How could a mere chaos origin immobilizing talisman really immobilize Yi Yuan? Not just Lu Yi, Song Yu and the rest were also shocked to the extreme. They had all been immobilized by this chaos origin immobilizing talisman before. That feeling of powerlessness virtually made them despair. But Yi Yuan was actually not affected at all. Lu Yi still had one last chaos origin immobilizing talisman left. He had long planned it out, just waiting for this final moment to pillage destiny. Who could have thought that Yi Yuan was actually not affected at all? From start to end, he was just a clown jumping around. Last time you snatched the profound heaven single breath fruit. You were lucky that you ran fast. This time just nice. We can settle the accounts.
Yeah.
Yuan looked at Lu Yi, not having the slightest emotion. A hint of viciousness suddenly flashed across in Lu Yi's gaze, and he said, with a cold smile, Settle the accounts? With just the likes of you a second. Firmament true God? I know that you're very impressive, but I'm a fifth firmament true God right now. What do you have to settle the scores with me? Suddenly, a ghost claw appeared in Lu Yi's hand. It was shockingly an Empyrean spirit treasure. Yi Yuan seemed to have not seen it, slowly walking over toward Lu Yi. This Yi Yuan made Lu Yi feel extremely uneasy. That icy cold feeling made him feel like he was virtually going to be frozen. Stiff. He gritted his teeth and snapped. Extreme Nether Death Soul Claw. A horrifying aura of death instantly erupted. A cloud of black gas suddenly rumbled over toward Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan still did not have the slightest movement. Blue fine threads extended out, colliding together with that cloud of black gas very quickly. That cloud of black gas seemed to have seen a ghost, immediately vanishing into thin air. Lu Yi's eyes became wide saucers, looking at this scene in disbelief. What the hell were these blue fine threads? Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Yi turned tail and ran. Except it was already too late. The divine mark speed of extending was even faster than he imagined. In a blink of an eye, he was engulfed inside the divine vestige space. Welcome to my world. Lu Yi's pupils constricted, his face looking bewildered and lost as he said, Your world. Lu Yi was not foreign to small worlds. But Yi Yuan's world he had never seen before. How could there be such a small world? He attempted to use his ability and deploy his world power. But he discovered to his astonishment that his world power was actually unable to release outside of his body in this place. This What the hell kind of place is this? Louis became more and more alarmed and terrified in his heart. In this place, he was just like a mortal. No, wait, even less than a mortal. Yi Yuan said, "You don't need to know. You just have to know that your so-called destiny is nothing in front of me. Now you can go and die. Already." Done talking, Yi Yuan's finger pointed toward him. Louis directly exploded into nothingness. When his figure appeared again, Louis already evaporated into thin air. When the others saw this scene, each and every one of them was shocked, speechless. Song Yu and the rest were wildly elated, sprinting over in a few steps. "Brother Yi, where's Louis?" Yi Yuan said coolly. "Dead." Song Yu laughed loudly and said, "Ha! I knew it. This wretched grandson wouldn't have a good outcome. Brother Yi, really nice means to actually be able to even easily resolve the chaos origin immobilizing talisman." Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coldly, "Paltry tricks, nothing to be feared." Being given this glance by Yi Yuan, Song Yu had a feeling of plunging into an ice cellar. Yi Yuan could not be bothered with Song Yu. His figure moved, speeding straight into the distance. "Brother Yi." The expressions of Song Yu and the rest changed, hurriedly chasing after Yi Yuan. He suddenly felt that this Yi Yuan in front of him became so unfamiliar. "Brother Yi, where are you going?" Yi Yuan's movement technique was extremely fast. Song Yu and the rest actually could not catch up and could only shout from behind. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's footsteps stopped, and he said in a cold voice, "Stop following me. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning my back on old friends." The figures of Song Yu and the rest turned stiff, looking at Yi Yuan in somewhat disbelievingly. Was this still that Yi Yuan they knew? Watching Yi Yuan left, Song Yu and the rest did not dare to stop him. This Yi Yuan before their eyes was too horrifying and too cold. If they had followed, he would probably kill them without the slightest hesitation. "Brother Song, what's wrong with Brother Yi?" Gu Jingyang asked puzzledly. Song Yu's expression was rather ugly as he said in a solemn voice, "Brother, Ye's cultivation method is indeed exceptionally rare, to even be able to disregard cultivation realm and instantly kill his opponent. But it seems to have considerable side effects and will affect one's temperament." Gu Jingyang's face changed and he said, What to do about this? He wouldn't keep going like this, right?" Song Yu shook his head and said, "Of course not, but if he keeps on cultivating like this, he'll probably become a peerless powerhouse without the slightest emotion in the end." The other few people's expressions were all very ugly when they heard it. They already treated Yi Yuan as a sworn friend for life and death and were very worried about Yi Yuan. Then is it really fine for us to let him leave just like that? Hu Fei asked worriedly. "Relax, you saw his strength too. To be able to force the Empyrean Bone Devil to raise his realm to the 9th firmament true God realm, ordinary dangers can't do anything to him at all. Moreover, even if he's like this now, he also wouldn't possibly push himself onto the road to ruin. In fact, I feel that he might be calmer than ever under this state," Song Yu said with a sigh. The rest were speechless for a while and actually did not know what to do. "Brother Song, then what should we do now?" Gu Jingyang asked. Song Yu thought about it and said, "The matter here is pretty much settled, so let's return to the circle and wait for Brother Yi." 3 months later, Yi Yuan finally returned to the circle. When Song Yu and the rest saw Yi Yuan, each and every one of them was extremely excited. "Brother Yi, you're back. You worried us to death these few months," Hu Fei said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Sorry, I've made everyone worry." "By the side," Song Yu suddenly said in surprise, "Brother Yi, you broke through again." Not seeing for a short 3 months, Yi Yuan actually grew stronger by another minor realm. At present, he already reached the peak 3rd firmament origin pill realm and was only a step away from the 4th firmament origin pill realm. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "I had another fortuitous encounter these few months. and broke through by a fluke. Song Yu also discerned that Yi Yuan did not seem to be willing to talk too much about the events of these few months, so he also shut his mouth sensibly. But Yi Yuan's realm increasing still gave him a shock. Song Yu, these few people understood that the implications of Yi Yuan breaking through a minor realm was that he was no longer the same person like in the past. The current Yi Yuan dealing with fifth firmament true god powerhouses, it would likely be a cinch too. After returning to the circle, everything settled down. Yi Yuan observed for a bit. The children of destiny that returned to the circle safely were already less than 1 in 10. Although this ancient god battlefield was teeming with lucky chances, it was also extremely dangerous. But those able to return mostly had great improvements in strength, their auras more than a level stronger compared to before. In the crowd, Yi Yuan even saw a familiar figure. It was Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu's gaze was also sizing Yi Yuan up. Discovering that Yi Yuan looked over, he immediately turned his head over and did not dare to meet his eyes. For the current Zhou Yu, his heart was pounding away. He was afraid of Yi Yuan coming to find trouble with him. Zhou Yu did not expect that just 3 months passed and Yi Yuan directly grew stronger by a minor realm. When Yi Yuan was at the second firmament true god realm, he was already not a match. Now he was naturally even less of a match. If Yi Yuan was bent on finding trouble with him, he would not be able to bear the consequences. Luckily, Yi Yuan just gave him a glance and did not have the intention of coming over to find trouble with him. Only then did he let out a long sigh in relief. Since entering ancient god battlefield until now, around 1.5 years, time had passed. The remaining time, everyone each entered meditation, waiting for the end to end. Of course, there were still some children of destiny who kept seeking lucky chances outside, returning to the circle one after another. In a blink, the 3 years limit was up. That heavenly emperor powerhouse's voice sounded out once more. Congratulations to all of your children of destiny, reaping bountiful harvests in the ancient god battlefield. However, I hope that everyone remembers my Jian family's kindness. In the future, if my Jian family has any requests, I hope that everyone doesn't turn it down. Lord Heavenly Emperor is too courteous. The Jian family's matter is my matter. Lord Heavenly Emperor, rest assured. Definitely, definitely. The group of children of destiny hurriedly said. Following that Heavenly Emperor powerhouse continued saying, after you all experienced this, your destinies should undergo a change once again. After going back, let your city lords view it. Alright, let's say goodbye here. Hearing this, everyone had excited looks on their faces. The vast majority of them were imperial aura. Emperor surmounting auras were just a minority after all. If they could evolve to emperor surmounting aura, then they would have hopes of breaking through to the realm of heavenly emperor in the future. That would be a massive good fortune to them. After all, at great imperial capital, this level wanting to break through to the realm of heavenly emperor was far too difficult. In the crowd, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, because he felt that the heavenly emperor was currently paying attention to him. It seemed like his perception was not wrong. He really caught the attention of the Jian family and even heavenly emperor profound secrets. But he did not express anything, waiting for the ancient god battlefield to close the same as the rest. Everyone was currently rejoicing, only to see a light flash and the circle directly disappeared. Everyone was sent into the passageway. At the profound secrets bottomanda, Jian Yunxin bowed to heavenly emperor. Profound secrets and said, Father, that little fellow called Yi Yuan obtained the Qilin emperor bone inside the ancient god battlefield this time. In addition, he even made a trip to Crepe Myrtle Cave. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' brows raised up and he said in surprise, Crepe Myrtle Cave is the place where Heavenly Emperor Crepe Myrtle died. Fellow Taoist Crepe Myrtle was a well-renowned transcendent heavenly emperor in the last epoch. Inside the Crepe Myrtle Cave is full of dangers. He a true God actually entered the crepe myrtle cave? Also, he could block Empyrean Vast Universe's three-sword moves. It shows that his talent is also similar to the geniuses of the last epoch. Jian Yunxin clearly also felt that it was incredulous and said, "Indeed so. Jian Rong has been constantly observing this little fellow. After he obtained the Qilin Emperor bone, he entered the crepe myrtle cave alone. It's just that place shields against all probing. So Jian Rong was unable to find out just what that little fellow did inside too." Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets nodded his head and said, "Even if this Emperor went, I'd also be unable to investigate the situation inside Crepe Myrtle Cave, let alone talk about Jian Rong. This little fellow is really getting more and more interesting." Jian Yunxin thought about it and said, "Father, Jian Rong also discovered an interesting thing." "Oh? Say it." Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets said curiously. When that Yi Yuan received Empyrean Vast Universe's third sword move, Yi Yuan actually forced him to raise his realm to 9th Firmament True God realm before defeating Yi Yuan. And after that, Yi Yuan seemed to have a great change in disposition, heading to Crepe Myrtle Cave all by himself. Jian Yunxin clearly knew about Yi Yuan's affairs like the back of his hand. When Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets heard, he indeed revealed an astonished expression. The 9th Firmament True God realm? What formidable means? Even this emperor. Also, wasn't this heaven-defying back then? Just what kind of deity is this kid? However, a great change in disposition also shows that his cultivation method has a problem. Furthermore, the problem isn't small. Whether or not he can achieve greatness in the future, it is something unknown. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets exclaimed with admiration. Jian Yunxin nodded and said, "This child feels this way too. However, if Father is interested in him, why not do a divination?" Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets laughed in spite of himself and said, "Do you think that I didn't perform a divination before? This child can't be fathomed." Jian Yunxin's pupils constricted, incredibly shocked in his heart. "All right, this matter ends here. The world shall soon change. I hope that my Jian family can tide over this tribulation safely." Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets sighed lightly and walked away with his hands behind his back. Inside Virtuous Wind Establishment, Jian Sutao looked at Yi Yuan 5 people, being rather surprised in his heart. With the ancient god battlefield opening up this time, their extreme luck. Great imperial capital actually had more than half return. In the past years, being able to have 2 or 3 people returning was already pretty good. Being completely wiped out was also not something impossible. In reality, with the ancient god battlefield opening up this time, many great imperial capital's children of destiny did not have a single one come back. This time, not only did 5 return, furthermore, each and every one of these 5 had great improvements in strength. Especially Song Yu, he already reached peak 4th Firmament True God. The other 3 people also all broke through to 4th Firmament True God. Even Yi Yuan also broke through 2 minor realms in one go. One could say that it was a happy ending situation. Looks like you all had considerable harvests in the ancient god battlefield. This time, Jian Sutao said. Song Yu smiled and said, "It was all thanks to Brother Yi along the way. If not for him, we'd likely have been completely annihilated." "Oh, right, when we're coming back, that Lord Heavenly Emperor said that our destinies all had changes. I wonder if City Lord can take a look for us." Jian Sutao nodded his head and said, "Naturally can." As he said, he mustered up the aura viewing art and looked towards Song Yu and the rest. Of course, he deliberately avoided Yi Yuan. He did not dare to look. It was all right if he did not look, but one look and he jumped in fright. When Song Yu saw Jian Sutao's expression, he asked doubtfully, "What's wrong, City Lord?" Jian Sutao clicked his tongue in wonder and said, "Strange, really strange. Making a trip to the ancient god battlefield, you all actually advanced to Empereur surmounting aura? Let me take a look again." As he said, he mustered up the aura viewing art again and examined them. closely again. The four people's destinies had indeed broken through to the emperor.
Surmounting aura.
This was incredible. Within the entire great imperial capital for emperor, surmounting auras actually appeared all at once. This was one of its kind. As for Song Yu and the rest, each and every one of them was extremely excited. Song Yu originally had a peak imperial aura. He was in existence only a step away from reaching the emperor surmounting aura. Breaking through to the emperor surmounting aura was something within reason. But the rest made Jian Sutao greatly surprised. Of course, they themselves were also extremely surprised. Among the three people, Guo Jingyang and middle stage both had late stage imperial auras. Hu Fei merely had a middle stage imperial aura. Who could have thought that even Hu Fei became emperor surmounting aura? Although the ancient god battlefield is a good place to change one's destiny, such a big transformation wouldn't occur too. Emperor surmounting aura isn't some cabbage. More often than not, 100 great imperial capitals can't produce one emperor surmounting aura too. But now for popped out all at once. Counting in Yiyuan, it's 5. Hang on, could it be that the problem lies with Yiyuan? Jian Sutao was speculating about this in his mind. Thinking like this, he felt that it was very likely. Jian Sutao discovered that all the people who got close to Yiyuan seemed to have massive changes to their destinies. Just take Jian Hongshao for example. He originally should not have the chance to return to the Stellar Hall already. Who knew that not only did he come back, he even broke through to the Empyrean realm. This destiny was simply heaven-defying. The more Jian Sutao thought, the more he felt that the probability was very high. One had to know their ancestor, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets, was such an existence with extremely heaven-defying destiny. Hence, the Jian family became one of this heaven-span world's top major family clans. Even those transcendent heavenly emperors also had to give some face when seeing the Jian family's members. Could it be that Yi Yuan was actually such an existence? The more Jian Sutao thought, the more alarmed he got, and the more curious he became. Just what kind of magical power did this Yi Yuan have on him to actually be able to have such tremendous influence? Except he did not dare to look. Whenever he gave rise to the thought of viewing Yi Yuan's aura, a feeling of immense danger would well up in his heart. City Lord, I really broke through to the Emperor surmounting aura. Hu Fei said with an upsurge of excitement. Jian Sutao said in a solemn voice, "Why? Do you doubt this Empyrean?" Hu Fei hurriedly said, Dare not. It's just, I don't quite dare to believe it." "Thank you very much, City Lord." Jian Sutao nodded his head and said, "You all go out. Yi Yuan stay." Song Yu and the rest knew that Jian Sutao did it for the Emperor Bone and left. Very sensibly. After the few people left, Yi Yuan took out the Emperor Bone. Powerful aura. Immediately teamed the entire virtuous wind establishment. Jian Sutao's gaze turned intent, and he said agitatedly, "It's indeed the Qilin Emperor Bone. You actually really brought it out." Yi Yuan looked at Jian Sutao and said with a cold smile, "City Lord really knew how to plan things. Don't you tell me that you didn't know who was watching over this Qilin Emperor Bone." On this trip, Yi Yuan could be said to have had a narrow shave. This Qilin Emperor Bone was not what true God Realm martial artists could get. At all. This Jian Sutao was simply digging a pit for him. It was not just him. Those children of destiny who went to the Bone Devil Ridge also fell for the scheme. If they knew that there would be an Empyrean Bone Devil guarding the Qilin Emperor Bone, they would not go even if beaten to death. Therefore, Yi Yuan was very angry right now. Him being able to get the Qilin Emperor Bone did not mean that he was not angry. Jian Sutao's face was also thick. He just said coolly, "What? Do you want to go back on your word?" Yi Yuan looked at Jian Sutao and said calmly, "Not to the extent of going back. On my word. I, Yi Yuan, am a man of my word. This Qilin Emperor Bone is naturally for you. It's just that I don't know if you have that ability to take it or not." Jian Sutao smiled and said, You don't need you to worry about this. Just an Emperor bone, so how could this Emperorian fail to suppress it? Yi Yuan just smiled and casually threw the Emperor bone to the other party. Jian Sutao reached his hand out to catch, his state of mind agitated. But soon enough his expression changed. Ouch! Jian Sutao cried out strangely, directly throwing the Emperor bone out. A charred smell came over. Turned out that his palm was already burned into black charcoal. This Qilin Emperor bone was burning hot. Damn it! What trickery did you play? Jian Sutao glared at Yi Yuan as he said. Yi Yuan just said coolly, "You're also looking down on me, Yi Yuan. Too much. The things that Yi Yuan promised, I'd never go back on my word. I said it before. Take it if you have the ability." Jian Sutao gritted his teeth and said, "I don't believe that I can't deal with a dead person's bone." Done talking, Jian Sutao's Emperorian pressure suddenly released. Raising his hand, a streak of divine essence fired out, enveloping the Emperor bone. The power of an Emperorian was formidable to the extreme. Yi Yuan, who was by the side, had a deathly pale complexion. But right at this time, the Emperor bone radiated a brilliant light and gave off a gentle but powerful energy, which actually pushed Jian Sutao's Emperorian pressure back. Jian Sutao's face changed, and then the divine essence in his palm increased. More in power. However, this gentle energy was like a spring. The more he exerted strength, the greater the rebound force. Bang! Jian Sutao finally could not bear it and was directly sent flying by this powerful force. Then, that Qilin Emperor bone slowly flew up and actually automatically returned to Yi Yuan's hand. Jian Sutao's expression was very ugly. At this point, how could he still not understand that this was the Emperor bone having its own will, not willing to follow him? Except he was very perplexed. This Qilin Emperor bone had already existed for God knows how many billions of years. Why would it still have such terrifying energy? Yi Yuan looked at Jian Sutao and said coolly, "You calculated everything and had Children of Destiny seize the Emperor bone for you. But you didn't expect that only someone acknowledged by the Emperor bone can take it away, right?" Jian Sutao's expression was very ugly, a trace of fresh blood dripping down from the corners of his mouth. His internal organs already sustained injuries. He looked at Yi Yuan and said coldly, "What an insolent brat. Do you really think that this Emperorian doesn't dare to touch you?" Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, "It's not that I'm looking down on you, but you really don't dare to touch me." When I entered the ancient god battlefield, this time that heavenly emperor powerhouse of your Jian family was constantly spying on me. Now, I reckon that even heavenly emperor profound secrets also knows all about my actions inside the ancient god battlefield. If my conjectures are right, profound secrets Badamanda's order is already on its way. Jian Sutao smiled dismissively and said, "You're using ancestor profound secrets to intimidate me? Hoo-hoo, putting this aside, how can the spying of a heavenly emperor powerhouse be what you, a mere true god realm, can detect? The spying of heavenly emperor powerhouses, ordinary martial artists naturally could not discover it. But the cultivation method that Yi Yuan cultivated was extremely special, pointing straight at the source of great Tao. He was very sensitive to this kind of spying. Otherwise, he would not have discovered heavenly emperor profound secrets. Spying too. Even though it was just a trace of blurry feel, this feeling constantly existed since entering the ancient god battlefield. This clearly indicated that someone was continuing to spy on him. And in the ancient god battlefield, who else had this ability apart from Jin? Wrong? Yi Yuan understood in his heart that since the Jian family's upper echelons paid attention to him, then they absolutely would not deal a killing blow to him. The Jian family members' curiosity was very strong. Yi Yuan shrugged and said smilingly, "Don't your Jian family believe in fate the most? Then with your judgment of me, do you feel that I'd be such a short-lived person?" Jian Sutao could not help choking when he heard that. That was right. Although he could not directly use the aura viewing art on Yi Yuan, he could feel Yi Yuan's exuberance to the extreme destiny. It absolutely did not look short-lived. This point, even Jian Hongshao could detect it. As the extreme luck great, imperial capital's master, studying the mysteries of good fortune. How could he not be able to feel it? Could it be that what Yi Yuan said was true? Speaking of it was coincidental too. Right at this time, Jian Sutao's mind stirred and actually received a voice transmission. This transmission was actually personally relayed by Heavenly Emperor Yunsheng. Jian Sutao's shock was by no means trivial. He looked at Yi Yuan with a look of astonishment, his eyes full of disbelief. Who was Heavenly Emperor Yunsheng? That was one of the Jian family's ancestors, a transcendent Heavenly Emperor, super powerhouse. Although Jian Sutao was a powerhouse of a region too, compared to Heavenly Emperor Yunsheng, he was nothing. Heavenly Emperor Yunsheng was Ancestor Profound Secrets' biological son. Ancestor Profound Secrets had lived for countless millions of years. His offspring was numerous, but those that could live until now like him could be counted on one hand. This Heavenly Emperor Yunsheng was one of the remaining few with great accomplishments, with Heavenly Emperor Yunsheng personally passing on the voice transmission. What did that represent? It represented that Ancestor Profound Secrets might really be paying close attention to Yi Yuan. How was this possible? Sutao, this Emperor bone isn't fated with our Jian family, so don't make things difficult for Yi Yuan because of this. Additionally, you and Hongshao have to pay closer attention to this child. Understood. Heavenly Emperor Yunsheng's words directly sounded out inside Jian Sutao's mind. Yes, Sutao understood. Jian Sutao had a solemn look, immediately answering in his mind. There was just this one sentence and Heavenly Emperor Yunsheng did not make any more sound. Opposite of him, when Yi Yuan saw Jian Sutao's entire body tremble, he instantly understood. He did not expect that this piece of instruction came right in the nick of time. Everything before was all his conjectures. Him saying these naturally had some intention of intimidating the other party. But now all of his guesses were confirmed. It seemed like the one that paid attention to him inside the passageway was really Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. Jian Sutao stared at Yi Yuan. He was unable to calm down his emotion for a long time. This boy was truly freakish to the point of making people speechless. The prying of Heavenly Emperor powerhouses, even he was also unable to detect. So how did this boy know? Also, even if Heavenly Emperor Jian Rong spied on him, how did he know that he was being followed by Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets? If Jian Rong's spying was detected by him, he could still understand it. But who was Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets? In this heavenspan world, those able to compete with Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets absolutely did not surpass the number of fingers on both hands. His might was affirmed through countless years. A true god realm like Yi Yuan, just what kind of capital did he rely on to detect Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' prying into? Also, what kind of being was Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets? This art of prying into heaven's secrets was created by his elderly self. If he was curious about Yi Yuan, wouldn't he perform a divination himself? Or was it that even Ancestor Profound Secrets could not divine Yi Yuan's destiny too? This was simply inconceivable. The suspicion in Jian Sutao's heart became increasingly stronger. The more he thought, the more alarmed he got. The more he thought, the more curious he got. His curiosity was like a cat scratching, almost scratching his heart into pieces. However, he really did not dare to spy on Yi Yuan. Rather, it was Yi Yuan who looked at Jian Sutao with an unperturbed look and said coolly, "Looks like you've already received the news. I can only tell you that you're destined to meet this Emperor Bone but not fated to be together." Pooh work. Jian Sutao could not resist spewing out a mouthful of old blood. For the sake of this Qilin Emperor Bone, he waited for no idea how many tens of thousands of years. But in the end, it was obtained by this brat. The key was that the higher-ups even issued a death order to not get involved with this thing anymore. Except if it was gone, it was gone. But could Yi Yuan freaking not show off his cleverness after what had happened? Jian Sutao regretted it until his intestines were green now. If he had long known, he would not have let Yi Yuan enter the ancient god battlefield. Now things were great, it all became a wedding gift for Yi Yuan. But then again, could it be that this was also foreordained by the heavens? Haha! Congratulations to Brother Hongxiao for achieving the realm of an Empyrean. Truly to be congratulated. When Yi Yuan saw Jian Hongxiao, he had a joyful face. Not seeing him for 3 years, Jian Hongxiao was already an Empyrean realm powerhouse now. Ho-ho! Stop making fun of your elder brother. Becoming an Empyrean half of the credit goes to you, Jian Hongxiao said with a big laugh. The current Jian Hongxiao was full of high spirits. He did not look old and decrepit like when Yi Yuan saw him for the first time. The backlash of heavenly Tao was already completely dispelled. Breaking through to the Empyrean realm, he had a lot of longevity added out of the blue. The current Jian Hongxiao was no longer that mopey extreme light imperial city's profound secrets pavilion lord. Seeing Jian Hongxiao like this now, Yi Yuan also felt happy for him from the bottom of his heart. Brother Hongxiao not only returned to the peak now, but you also even improved a step further. This Yi can also set my mind at ease. Coming today is firstly to visit Brother Hongxiao. Secondly, it's to say goodbye to Brother Hongxiao, Yi Yuan said smilingly. Jian Hongxiao's face changed when he heard that and said, "Why? Leaving already?" Yi Yuan and said, "Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, that side isn't stable yet. Can't set my heart at ease. I better to go back as soon as possible." Jian Hongxiao also felt touched in his heart when he heard it. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City was newly set up. However, Yi Yuan immediately put down the matters over there just for the sake of coming to repay gratitude. For him, Yi Yuan even did not hesitate to enter the ancient god battlefield, experiencing life and death. Jian Hongxiao understood in his heart. People should not look at how Yi Yuan broke through 2 minor realms in a row inside the ancient god battlefield in a simple manner. This was because the dangers that he experienced were definitely unimaginable too. He was once the Stellar Hall's elder and naturally knew the dangers of the ancient god battlefield. An entire force being completely wiped out, this sort of thing often happened in the history of extreme luck great imperial capital. Jian Hongxiao heaved a sigh and said, "Then I won't hold you back. When I'm free later, I'll go to Heavenly Eagle to visit you." Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said smilingly, "Brother Hongxiao, you have to keep your word." Inside Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's City Lord Manor's Hall, 2 men, 1 woman and 3 youngsters were sitting. Below them, City Lords Washujia, Coldfeather, and the rest were kneeling on the ground. That young man on the left-hand side said with a cold smile, "Swashujia, your Southridge 10 cities gained autonomy and claimed kingship, disrespecting my 5 firmament great imperial capital. How do you plead?" This young man was called Deng Wei, the number 1 genius of the 5 firmament great imperial capitals Deng family. Placed in the entire 5 firmament great imperial capital, he was also a first-rate existence. The man on the right-hand side was called Dai Yong, the number 1 genius of 5 firmament great imperial capitals Dai family. As for that cold beauty in the middle, she was the 5 firmament great imperial capitals City Lord Manor's number 1 genius, Lu Zi. The number 1 geniuses of 5 firmament great imperial capitals 3 major families actually all gathered at Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Facing these 3 great geniuses, Zwashujia did not even dare to breathe loudly. These 3 people were clearly representing the 5 firmament great imperial capital to come and denounce them for their crimes. Right now, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City situation was equivalent to carving out a place within the scope of 5 firmament great imperial capitals. Jurisdiction, carving out territory and claiming kingship. How could 5 firmament great imperial capital possibly permit this sort of thing to happen. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City was not a place like Extreme Light Imperial City, that no one dared to provoke. Zwashujia thought that with the Southridge 10 nations being far away from the central authority, they would not intervene. 5 Firmament Great Imperial capital might not even take notice. But who knew that after several decades, the news still leaked out? This, 3 lords are mistaken. How can our Southridge 10 cities possibly show disrespect to 5 Firmament Great Imperial capital? Lord Yi, Yuan is just 9 Pledge Imperial Capitals patrolling inspector. We're a city under 9 Pledge Imperial Capitals command, Zwashujia said. Deng Wei smiled coldly and said, do you take the 3 of us to be fools? Can Yu Wenfeng still govern you all now? Zwashujia panicked in his heart but still said, naturally can be governed. Deng Wei could not help choking when he heard that and said with a cold smile, heh, looks like you won't shed tears without seeing the coffin. Do you think that with this young master's identity, I still need any evidence to kill you, a puny little imperial city's city lord? Finished talking. The aura on Deng Wei's body skyrocketed. Terrifying true god. Realm pressure suddenly erupted. How could Zwashujia, a mere 4th firmament celestial deity, be able to block such a terrifying energy undulation? The bones in his body were crushed until they burst apart. Poo work. Zwashujia and the rest directly spewed out a large mouthful of blood. Already sustaining extremely serious injuries. On the seat of honor, Lu Zi opened her mouth and said coolly, all right, they merely take orders from people. The perpetrator hasn't appeared yet, so killing them is also useless. Deng Wei gave a cold snort and said, these lowly things, not giving them a bit of color. They don't know my prowess. Come, men, detain these few people. Into the dungeons for me. Once that Yi Yuan comes back, detain him away along with the rest. Under the word of command, quite a few armored soldiers came in from outside. They were shockingly all peak true god realm strength. But there was no need for them to take action anymore. Zwashujia and the rest were all hanging in there with a breath now. Not dying was already pretty good. After dealing with them, Dai Yang said with a cold snort, these guys are more stubborn one after another. I'm afraid that they have succumbed to that Yi Yuan's influence. I'm very curious now whether that kid called Yi Yuan has 3 heads and 6 arms or not. Deng Wei faced the Lu Zi in the seat of honor with a fawning smile and said, Miss Zi, what should we do next? Lu Zi said coolly, everyone that has connections to Yi Yuan, throw them all into the dungeons. When that Yi Yuan returns, detain him and bring him to 5 Firmament Great Imperial Capital along with the others. Deng Wei and Dai Yang exchanged a glance, both secretly surprised in their hearts. Although this Lu Zi was a woman, her methods were not an ordinary kind of cruel. This way it was equivalent to rounding up the Southridge 10 cities in one fell swoop. But there are still 2 true god realm powerhouses in this city. That first firmament true god isn't a problem. But that 4th firmament true god is likely not easy to deal with. Deng Wei looked at Lu Zi meaningfully and said. Lu Zi slowly stood up and said coolly, leave that 4th firmament true god to me. The others, you guys go and take care of it. If anyone resists, directly kill them. At this time, Bai Chen, White Light, Ning Tianping and the rest were all gathered together. These people aren't here with good intentions, Bai Chen said with a frown. Lu Zi and the rest were all middle-stage true god realm powerhouses. He was not a match for them at all. White Light's expression changed, and he said, who cares, if really can't? Work it out. Fight it out with them. Lung Choling shook her head and said, it isn't advisable to be impulsive for this matter. With their strength currently, we're not their match at all. This matter, we can only wait for Yi Yuan to come and resolve it. Under the effect of Yi Yuan's medicinal pills, the few of them were all peak 9th firmament celestial deity powerhouses now. It was just that they were still a step away from true God realm. However, this kind of power was not worth mentioning at all in front of Lu Zi. 3 people. But these few fellows are so insidious. The moment they entered the city, they sealed off all of the array formations. Now news can't go out at all. If Big Brother really comes back, wouldn't he be walking right into a trap? White Light said with a frown. But Bai Chun shook his head and said, I agree with Miss Lang's opinion. With Master's talent, he definitely already broke through to the true God realm. Now, even if he's not a match for them, these few people can't make him stay either. As long as Master is fine, everything is all right. Very soon the news spread out. People from the City Lord Manor as well as powerhouses that were related to Yi Yuan, including those at the Celestial Deity Realm, were all thrown into prison. One true God realm powerhouse, Bai Chun, was directly smacked by a palm move from his opponent, resulting in serious injury. The black-clothed armored guards that the 3 great powerhouses brought took charge of the entire city's defense. Everyone was only allowed to enter and not allowed to go out. The entire city was in a stir. These few years, martial artists lived very comfortably in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City under Yi Yuan's governance. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's alchemy Dao's prosperity also attracted a large number of martial artists. The overall strength of the martial artists in the city already increased by a great deal. These changes were visible in everyone's eyes. The martial artists in the city were very averse to these black-clothed armored soldiers that suddenly appeared. It was just that the strengths of these black-clothed armored troops were too strong. Hence, they did not dare to resist at all. Everyone dared to get angry but did not dare to speak up. If only Lord Yi Yuan was in the city, these guys definitely won't dare to be unbridled. Sigh. I heard that the ones who came this time are 5 firmament great Imperial capital's middle stage true God realm powerhouses. Even if Lord Yi Yuan is here, it will likely be tough to stem the raging tides too. Behind them stands an Empyrean powerhouse. Even thinking about it makes people tremble. Could it be that Heavenly Eagle Imperial City is going to return to its state like in the past in the end? We barely experienced a few good days. Great imperial capitals were represented by Empyrean powerhouses. Empyrean powerhouses represented invincibility. At least, for an extremely long time, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's martial artists never thought that they could get involved with Empyrean powerhouses. This level of powerhouse could massacre countless imperial cities with a wave of a hand. They were not in the same world as them at all. Now, being targeted by this kind of powerhouse, everyone bemoaned endlessly in their hearts. At least, the current days were much better than in the past. Who would be willing to return to the past? Oh, right, isn't there still a 4th firmament true God powerhouse in the city? No idea who spoke, it rekindled everyone's hope again. What they did not know was that Lu Zi was currently confronting Bai Tong at this time. Am I making a move? Or are you doing it yourself? Lu Zi said coolly, without the slightest emotion. Bai Tong said coolly, I'll only use one move. If you can receive it, I'll enter the prison by myself. He was currently merely an initial stage 4th firmament true God, but Lu Zi was a peak 5th firmament true God. There was practically a difference of 2 minor cultivation realms between the 2 people. Although Bai Tong was an Empyrean powerhouse, his strength was not considered strong among Empyreans. His most important identity was still an alchemist. Lu Zi nodded slightly and said, Okay, I'll give you this chance. Make your move. Bai Tong smiled slightly. Waving his hand, he pointed a finger out. The entire void started trembling. Lu Zi's face revealed a slight look of surprise, but his expression turned to normal very quickly. It was only to hear her give a delicate cry, her dainty palm smacking out, without any mercy. For a moment, a horrifying power of law was virtually going to punch through space. Bai Tong's pupils constricted, immediately feeling tremendous pressure. Bang! 2 powers of law collided fiercely in the air. Bai Tong's figure flew out backward. Lu Zi looked at the Bai Tong, who fell to the ground, and said coolly, "Strength isn't bad, but T's just that it's still a bit lacking." Finished talking, she left with her hands behind her back. Bai Tong gave a bitter laugh, really having a feeling of a tiger who landed in a plane being bullied by a dog. But he still walked into the prison, obediently. When Yi Yuan stepped into Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, he immediately detected that something was wrong. He furrowed his eyebrows but still walked over in the direction of the city. Lord Manor. Lord Yi Yuan. Lord Yi Yuan came back. Very soon the martial artists in the city recognized Yi Yuan, all revealing half-hopeful and half-fearful faces. Yi Yuan sensed the peculiarity in their gaze, but he did not pay mind and just answered with a smile. Suddenly, a young divine Lord Realm martial artist grabbed hold of Yi Yuan and said anxiously, "Lord Yi Yuan, you can't go to the city Lord Manor. Hurry up and leave." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, thinking to himself that something indeed happened. "What happened?" Yi Yuan asked. The divine Lord Realm martial artist said, "Your Excellency, don't care about. Hurry up and go. It will be too late if you still don't leave." 5. Firmament great imperial capital's powerhouses have already surrounded the entire city until not even water can seep through, just waiting for your appearance. 5. Firmament great imperial capital? Yi Yuan was startled in his heart, not expecting that the problem actually came from 5 Firmament great imperial capital. He did not become the Southridge patrolling inspector harboring the mentality of setting up a separatist regime. It was just that making him go to 9. Pledge imperial capital to report and pay his respects every day. He could not possibly do it. As for 5 Firmament great imperial capital, that was naturally even more impossible. Except Yi Yuan did not expect that 5 Firmament great imperial capital actually intervened in the remote Southridge 10 cities. The divine Lord Realm martial artist nodded and said, "Correct, they sent 3 middle-stage true God realm powerhouses to come. Their means are all very formidable. Even that 4th Firmament true God powerhouse was defeated. Hurry and leave. If still not leaving, it will really be too late." Yi Yuan's pupils constricted when he heard this. Others did not know Bai Tong's identity, but Yi Yuan knew. Bai Tong was an Empyrean powerhouse. Even if matching up against a 5th Firmament true God, Bao Tong also should not lose. Being able to defeat Bai Tong, the strength of the people that came this time, was really very strong. But what Yi Yuan was more worried about was still Bai Tong's safety. That 4th Firmament true God you mentioned, is he all right?
Yi Yuan's tone
Gradually turned cold. The divine Lord Realm martial artist shook his head and said, "How can this lowly one know such things? Either way, the people from the city Lord Manor and people who are related to your excellency have virtually all already fallen into enemy hands. Life and death unknown. Life and death unknown." Yi Yuan's head went buzzing. Bai Chun, White Light, Lung Choling, and Zhang Jadehall, they all were Yi Yuan's extremely close people. If they all died, Yi Yuan would really go insane. "Yi Yuan, it's true. Hurry and leave. The guards in the city now have all been swapped out. They have probably already gotten the news. If you still don't go, it will really be too late." This divine Lord Realm clearly respected Yi Yuan a lot. His words were full of concern. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and worked hard to calm himself down. He knew that with this person's level, it was impossible to know the specifics of the matter. This incident still had to meet the other party before it could be confirmed. If someone really died, Yi Yuan would definitely destroy the 5 Firmament great imperial capital. Yi Yuan suddenly beamed widely and asked, "Little brother, what's your name?" The divine Lord Realm martial artist was taken aback and blurted out, This lowly one is called Jiang Ming." Yi Yuan nodded and said smilingly, "Jiang Ming, I've remembered it." Finished talking, his figure moved, heading straight in the direction of the city Lord Manor. But right then, an abnormality suddenly occurred. A ray of sword light sped over like the wind from 10,000 feet away, arriving in an instant. But the target was not Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan naturally felt the sword light and abruptly wanted to turn around. Except it was already too late. Bang! Horrifying law undulations directly obliterated Jiang Ming. How could a mere divine Lord Realm powerhouse block a true god's sword? As a five-firmament great imperial capital citizen to actually turn. Traitor and tip people off. Truly a commoner. Death isn't regrettable. A sweet-sounding voice closed in from afar. The voice was so pleasant, but the person's action was so cruel. Although this was on a bustling street, the entire city was incomparably quiet. Only this pleasant-sounding voice was reverberating. Lu Zi walked over lightly just like that, as if a heavenly maiden descending upon the mortal world. That appearance made all life topple. But in the eyes of the current Yi Yuan, this was a skeleton. A pink skeleton. She was heartless. She was cold. And she looked down on all living things. In her eyes, she was heaven, not allowing the slightest bit of defiance. Your Excellency, hurry and go. It will be too late if you still don't leave. Your Excellency, I'm called Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming only spoke a few sentences to Yi Yuan in total, the words still ringing in his ears. It was also Yi Yuan's first time seeing this young divine Lord Realm martial artist. He could see Jiang Ming's feelings of idolization toward him from the other party's eyes. He was innocent, but this woman killed him in front of him just like that. Unforgivable. An icy-cold killing intent instantly swept throughout the entire street. On the streets, it was as if the temperature suddenly fell several degrees. Lu Zi looked at Yi Yuan expressionlessly and said while having a pitying look, "Are you angry for a lowly commoner? Truly pitiful. It likewise also shows your incompetence. You couldn't save him and similarly can't save yourself too." Not that Yi Yuan did not want to save, but that sword move earlier grasped the situation too well. His heart was full of worry over white light and the rest. The moment he moved, he called forth all of his energy, and then the sword came from another direction. He had no time to turn around and save Jiang Ming at all. Even if he knew spatial law, it also could not make it in time. Yi Yuan's two eyes were icy cold as he questioned, "In your eyes, is human life akin to grass? You are targeting me, so why make a move against an irrelevant person?" Lu Zi had a calm look as she said, "A mere lowly commoner. If he's killed, then he's killed. What can you do to me? Moreover, he isn't an unrelated person. He tipped you off. Rebelling against us by giving information is the same crime as revolting." By the side, Deng Wei could not help laughing as he said, "Really a foolish guy. He's clearly so weak, yet he still wants to share his sympathy with such a lowly commoner. I really don't know how he cultivated reaching his realm." Dai Yang also laughed in spite of himself and said, "This kid's cultivation speed is pretty fast. The intel that we received was that he might have broken through to the true God realm already. I didn't think that he's already third firmament true God. However, it's still too weak." Lu Zi said coolly, "Rootless wood, waterless duckweed. No matter how high the realm, it's also futile." These three people chimed in one after another. Heavenly eagles martial artists were uncomfortable all over when they listened. In the eyes of these proud chosen of heaven, these people were simply insignificant existences. One more, one less, it completely did not matter to these proud chosen of heaven. Of course, it was like this in the entire heavenspan world. It was just that, after experiencing Yi Yuan's rule, they felt that this was a heavenly paradise. Yi Yuan was different from these high and mighty proud chosen of heaven. He would fly into a great rage for an insignificant civilian. This kind of warm feeling was what they had never experienced before. Yi Yuan looked at Lu Zi, his face frosty as he said, "The three of you keep harping about him being a lowly commoner. Do you really think that you're dragons or phoenixes among men? In my eyes, you guys are the out-and-out lowly plebeians." His words were full of ridicule. Lu Zi's expression was calm and did not get angry. She just said coolly, indulging in contention of mouth and tongue? That laughable dignity of yours is actually utterly worthless. Okay, I'll give you a chance if you can win. Anyone out of the three of us, I can bring my men and leave. 5 Firmament Great Imperial Capital's understanding of Yi Yuan was actually not much. They received a tip-off saying that Yi Yuan was acting autonomously. It was only then they started paying attention to such a remote Southridge 10 cities. Looking into it slightly, they discovered that Southridge 10 cities situation was indeed somewhat abnormal. Hence, that was why there was this operation. The reason why they sent out such a powerful lineup was that they knew that a 4th Firmament True God powerhouse had once appeared here before. As for Yi Yuan, they did not place him in their eyes at all. But Yi Yuan's appearance indeed made these 3 people somewhat surprised. Logically speaking, Yi Yuan at most just broke through to the True God realm. Currently, who knew that he already reached the 3rd Firmament True God realm so quickly? But even if it was 3rd Firmament True God, Lu Zi still did not take him seriously. Initial stage True God realm and middle stage True God realm were on completely different levels. Yi Yuan's gaze was frosty as he said, "No need. Today none of you can leave. In your eyes, Jiang Ming is a lowly commoner. But in my eyes he's 10,000 times nobler than you all. Hence, I'll use your blood to hold a memorial ceremony for Jiang Ming." Deng Wei laughed loudly when he heard it and said, "Ignorant thing to actually place that lowly commoner in the same category as us. Are you trying to infuriate us? Well, you've succeeded. You'll regret it." Finished talking, he slowly walked out, aura becoming stronger and stronger, climbing to the peak very quickly. A 5th Firmament True God. When the martial artists in the city saw this commotion, each and every one of their expression changed abruptly. They could not help worrying for Yi Yuan. They knew that every minor realm of True God realm had a tremendous disparity, let alone that there was a small stage between Yi Yuan and Deng Wei. He looked at Yi Yuan and said with a pitying look, "Originally planned on detaining and bringing all of you to the great imperial capital. Looking at it now, there's no need anymore. It was only to see 2 kinds of power of law fused together in perfect harmony." His aura rising a level once more. Horrifying heaven and earth spiritual energy gathered over crazily. So strong. This is wind and lightning, 2 powers of law fusing. Furthermore, these 2 kinds of laws are already cultivated to middle stage rank 6. Truly well-deserving of being a genius that came from a great imperial capital. He's actually this strong. Lord Yi Yuan isn't looking too good. Although he also has law fusion, the realm disparity is too great. The martial artists in the city could not refrain from worrying about Yi Yuan. Reaching True God realm, jumping realms and battling became increasingly difficult. Moreover, Deng Wei, this kind of genius, was in existence invincible in the same rank to begin with. A bumpkin like you will never understand the difference between you and a true genius. If you can receive this wind lightning true grand palm and not die, this genius can consider sparing your life. Deng Wei's gaze turned cold and suddenly threw a palm out, aiming straight for
Yi Yuan.
But, amidst everyone's shocked gazes, Yi Yuan did not move a muscle. Yes, there wasn't the slightest bit of law undulation on Yi Yuan's body. He also did not condense any heaven and earth spiritual energy. He actually stood there and let the other party hit. Everyone was stunned. Facing a powerhouse who was 2 minor realms higher than him, he actually stood there and did not move. Everyone's hearts leaped to their throats, looking at Yi Yuan with worried faces. Lu Zi just smiled coldly and said, "Stupid." This palm arrived in an instant and bombarded Yi Yuan's body solidly, erupting with an intense speed. Everyone looked at this scene in complete bewilderment, not knowing why Yi Yuan would do this. Deng Wei looked at that ball of light with a contemptuous look and said, disdainfully, "Foolish thing. Think that he's an unkillable cockroach?" But very soon the light dissipated. A figure stood there proudly, standing, stone still. How is this possible? Actually completely unscathed. Lord Yi Yuan how did he do it? This defensive strength is truly freakishly powerful. There were cries of exclamations in the city. Following that, there was joyful cheering. Not seeing him for several decades, Lord Yi Yuan's strength increased to a realm that made people tremble again. Of course, this was to the enemy. Deng Wei's pupils constricted, staring fixedly at that figure, full of disbelief. Yi Yuan stood proudly, his body not even having a damaged corner of his sleeves. How freakish was this defensive power? Lu Zi's brows furrowed slightly, clearly extremely surprised by this scene. Just now, there was the undulation of an Empyrean spirit treasure. He has a defensive Empyrean spirit treasure on him. Lu Zi opened her mouth and said coldly, Empyrean spirit treasure? Deng Wei looked at Yi Yuan absent-mindedly. Immediately, his face revealed a look of wild elation. Yi Yuan had an Empyrean spirit treasure on him. As long as he killed Yi Yuan, wouldn't the Empyrean spirit treasure be his? How could Deng Wei's little thought hide from Yi Yuan's eyes? He opened his mouth and said coolly, Want the Empyrean spirit treasure? Deng Wei did not have the intention of hiding and said with a smile, I didn't expect that there's still an unexpected harvest by coming here. That Empyrean spirit treasure, I want it. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, Can, as long as you can block a blow from me. Deng Wei burst out laughing when he heard this. He said, Overconfident fool. You think that by relying on an Empyrean spirit treasure to block my attack, your strength outmatches this young master's strength? If this young master can't even block this blow of yours, wouldn't these several thousand years have been lived in vain? Yi Yuan was expressionless. He had been suppressing his rage constantly. Very well, then you receive it well. Yi Yuan's figure suddenly erupted, arriving in front of Deng Wei like lightning. So fast. Deng Wei's pupils constricted, world domain and protective divine essence, bursting out crazily. However, his world domain and protective divine essence could not block Yi Yuan in the least bit at all. Yi Yuan was just like a sharp knife, barging straight into Deng Wei's world domain, two hands directly grabbing his shoulders. Deng Wei was greatly alarmed in his heart and struggled desperately, wanting to shake off Yi Yuan. But very soon, an acute tearing feeling came from his body. It was extremely painful. What happened? Why do I feel like my body isn't mine anymore? This was the last thought that flashed past in Deng Wei's mind, because his body was already torn in half by Yi Yuan using brute force. The entire city was silent. Everyone looked at this scene in incredible shock, feeling the jitters. Tearing a fifth firmament true god with his hands, it was such a spectacular sight. It was their first time seeing such a thing happen in their lives. Too shocking, too intense, too liberating. These few fellows had always been swaggering before others, harping on and on about lowly commoners. In the eyes of these people, these ordinary martial artists, were merely targets to be exploited, sheep that they were raising. Deng Wei was forcefully torn in half by Yi Yuan just like that. Middle stage, perfect sixth transformation golden body. Lu Zi and Dai Yang's pupils constricted, looking at Yi Yuan in immense shock. The might of Yi Yuan's fleshy body power greatly exceeded their imaginations. Only then did they know that when Yi Yuan blocked Deng Wei's strike, the Empyrean spirit treasure was merely adding flowers to embroidery. What Yi Yuan truly relied on was his powerful to the extreme fleshy body. Achieving a middle stage sixth transformation golden body, this was the lucky chance that Yi Yuan obtained inside the crepe myrtle cave. Currently, Yi Yuan had been suppressing his rage all along, so he needed to vent. And Deng Wei was clearly the best target. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, looked toward Lu Zi, and said coldly, This is the so-called genius that you guys spoke of? Merely thus really don't know where your so-called sense of superiority came from. You kept saying on and on about how they are lowly commoners, but in my eyes you guys are the lowly plebeians. They work hard and fight every day in order to live. They frequently wander the borders of life and death. They supply resources to you all, these so-called geniuses. But in the end, they became the lowly commoners that came out of your mouth. You don't need to worry about food and clothing, don't have to worry about resources, don't lack cultivation methods, and mystic treasures are free for your picking. Putting it bluntly, you all just simply reincarnated well. Even so, he still couldn't block a move from me. What a joke. You all remember for me. Killing you guys today is for the sake of a young man called Jiang Ming. Yi Yuan's every word and sentence rang with power, condemning Lu Zi and Dai Yang until they were utterly worthless. He naturally had this capital. Previously, Deng Wei's words were wildly conceited, not taking Yi Yuan seriously at all. But in the end, he could not even hurt a single strand of Yi Yuan's hair. He could not even block one blow from Yi Yuan. Lu Zi's expression did not have much of a change. She just said with a cold smile, "This is your reliance? You think that by killing Deng Wei you've cornered us? Also, you killing Deng Wei is already a capital crime. You and the people around you all have to die." Yi Yuan sneered and said, "Is that so?" Swoosh. Voice had not faded and Yi Yuan's figure suddenly erupted. The Dai Yang who was by the side immediately felt his scalp tingle, a feeling of immense danger welling up in his heart. He used all of his energy to defend, but it was to no avail. Bang! Yi Yuan's punch landed. Dai Yang's entire person was blown apart, turning into a cloud of blood mist, no time to even defend. And from start to end, Lu Zi observed coldly from the sidelines, not having the intention of helping. Lord Yi Yuan's strength is actually already so strong. Ha ha ha. Beat this group of condescending things to death. Lord Yi Yuan, we support you. Lord Yi Yuan, kill that girl. Take revenge for Jiang Ming. The martial artists in the city all watched until their hot blood boiled with excitement, shouting crazily. They all knew that Yi Yuan similarly rose from nothing. He relied on his own efforts and walked until today step by step. Now, Yi Yuan represented them and beat these condescending geniuses until they were utterly routed. How could they not be excited? Lu Zi looked at Yi Yuan and was still calm as she said, "I admit that I underestimated you, but it also ends here. Although the perfect golden body is formidable, you still can't escape death." Yi Yuan sneered and said, "I really don't know where the confidence of you all these so-called geniuses came from." A sword appeared in Lu Zi's hand like a magic trick, and she slowly said, "Don't know, is it? Then this young lady will use it to tell you where my confidence comes from." Lu Zi's long sword swung. The air immediately became wet. Law of water. Following that, she beckoned with one hand. A cluster of flames wrapped around her. Law of fire. The next second, the sword light turned cold. A yellowish-brown colored light. Halo lit up. Law of earth. In the city, the faces of all of the martial artists changed. The laws of 5 elements, 3 appeared all at once. Furthermore, there were still no signs of stopping. Lu Zi pointed with her sword, and another green light lit up. An aura of life filled the air. Everyone cried out in surprise. Law of wood! There wouldn't be more, right? The expressions of the martial artists in the city changed. However, things did not go as people wanted. Lu Zi let out a delicate cry. Another power of law lit up.